Section 1 of the Outline of Science, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marwalk. The Outline of Science, Volume 4 by J. Arthur Thomson. Chapter 27, Bacteria, Part 1. The Bacteria. The Ubiquitous Germs of Fermentation, Putrefaction, and Disease, by Sir E. Ray Lancaster. The Early Microscopists. The microscope is the means by which our modern understanding of the structure and nature of living things, as contrasted with the baseless fantasies and blank ignorance of 3 centuries ago, has been gained. It is a noteworthy fact that even the use of a simple lens of glass or crystal as a magnifier is not recorded by ancient Greek or Roman writers, though it is difficult to believe that some of the minute engravings on ancient gems were made without the use of a magnifying glass. It is true that Pliny tells us of the concentration of the sun's rays by a glass globe filled with water, and the use of such a globe as a burning glass, but the first records we have of the use of glass lenses as optical instruments date from the early years of the 14th century, when they were used by ingenious Italians, some say by Roger Bacon also, to improve the failing sight of old people, and were, as they still are, called spectacles. In a portrait of Pope Leo X, painted by Raphael in 1520, the Pope is drawn holding a hand magnifier, evidently intended to enable him to read the pages of a book open before him. It took 200 years for learned men to advance from the use of spectacles to the first combination of lenses to form on the one hand a telescope and on the other a microscope. The first made compound microscopes, or adjustments of 2 lenses, an ocular and an object glass mounted in a tube, so as to give great magnifying power, were not so serviceable as a means of exploring the invisible world as were the cleverly shaped single lenses used by some naturalists. Robert Hooke, the secretary of the newly incorporated Royal Society of London, constructed in 1665 a compound microscope consisting of a cylindrical tube 7 inches long, carrying eyeglass at one end and object glass at the other. This was fixed by a ball and socket joint to a firm upright support, and could be inclined at any angle. A screw arrangement for focusing and also elaborate illuminating apparatus were provided. Hooke's microscope was an improvement in mechanism upon the Italian instrument of 20 years earlier. One of these is attributed to Galileo, and was the first described. The main features of Hooke's instrument, though the lenses have been greatly developed and improved, are retained in the latest compound microscopes of our own day. Hooke published a folio volume entitled Micrographia, describing his observations, finely illustrated by enlarged drawings of the flea, the louse, the housefly, the nematoid worms called vinegar eels, and of a variety of other objects. His drawing of the appearance of a thin slice of cork, greatly magnified, has become celebrated, since it is the first recorded observation of the cell structure of plants. The dried dead tissue consisting of cell walls enclosing air spaces, where once living protoplasm, was compared by Hooke to the honeycomb made by the bees, the minute air-holding cavities resembling the closed cells of the honeycomb. Hence the word cell came into use for these universal units of plant structure. A century and a half later, the word cell was applied, not to the empty cell wall, but to its living viscid content, by the founders of the cell theory of organic structure and function, Schleiden and Schwann. We now speak of the viscid content of the vegetable cell and of its equivalent in the structure of animals as protoplasm. Leeuwenhoek's work. The early compound microscope, though giving high magnification, was of much less value as a means of discovery than might be supposed, owing to the distortion and want of clearness of outline in the magnified image which it gave. It was not at first better than, not even so good as, a single lens or simple microscope. In the later third of the 17th century, Anthony van Leeuwenhoek, a merchant of Delft in Holland, who has been called the father of microscopical discovery, made observations on animalcules living in water, and in the interstices of his own teeth, with a microscope consisting of a single glass lens no bigger than a dried pea, ground into proper shape and curvature by himself, and mounted between two perforated plates of silver. In 1672, he sent descriptions and drawings of his observations to the Royal Society of London, then recently founded. During 50 years, that is, from 1672 to 1722, 50 of his communications were published in the Philosophical Transactions. He was made a Fellow of the Society, and received from it copies of its publications, including the book by Willoughby on fishes, the cost of which caused such financial difficulty to the Society as to render it unable to undertake the publication of the Principia of Isaac Newton. Leeuwenhoek's observations covered a wide field. They included the discovery of the red corpuscles of the blood of man and birds, the capillaries and the movement of blood along them, the spermatoza of the dog and of the bird, the banded or cross-striped fibers of muscular tissue, the wheel animalcules and their survival of desiccation and their dispersal as dust, the structure of yeast as a mass of spherical corpuscles, and many other important things. It required no little skill and patience to make observations with the small simple lenses used by Leeuwenhoek. Though definite facts were thus ascertained, the optical imperfections of both the simple and the compound microscope were in these early days such as to give very incomplete and often erroneous notions of the things examined. Even after the lapse of a century, when O.F. Müller of Copenhagen, born in 1730, described and figured with great skill the freshwater worms and other inhabitants of the ponds and streams of his native land, in publications which are still valued, the microscope was as yet so untrustworthy, when high powers of magnification were used, that little value attaches to his drawings of very minute forms, though they are beautifully executed and engraved. He published in 1786 a volume entitled Animalia Infusoria, Fluviatilia et Terrestria, employing the name Infusoria, ever since retained in use with important limitations, for the first time for that population of swarming, struggling, multitudinous living things, which otherwise invisible, were revealed by the microscope in infusions of vegetable and animal debris. Such infusions occur in natural waters, or are purposely prepared in vessels and set aside for observation by the inquiring microscopist. Leeuwenhoek had already drawn attention to the minute living things thus revealed in their hundreds of thousands in infusions, which he exhibited with his simple microscope to the Fellows of the Royal Society, to whom he also bequeathed a case containing 20 of his lenses. He wrote of the minute creatures discovered by him as infusion animalcules. It is difficult to identify all the kinds described and figured by Leeuwenhoek with the comparatively feeble and uncorrected, that is, distorting magnifying glass used by him, and the consequent want of accurate detail in his figures. But the great successor of Leeuwenhoek, and O.F. Müller in this field of study, namely Ehrenberg, writing in 1838, credited Leeuwenhoek with having distinguished 27 kinds or species of infusoria, or infusion animalcules, and O.F. Müller may be credited with 100 more. Undoubtedly, Leeuwenhoek saw some of the very abundant and excessively minute organisms which are now known by the name bacteria, and described their characteristic movements, but he did not give any specific names to the forms which he described, nor define them precisely. O.F. Müller's work. In the work of O.F. Müller 100 years later, the new influence and example of the great Linnaeus in introducing the use of generic with specific names and in systematizing the nomenclature of living things had its effect. Müller distinguished and named the different kinds or species of infusoria which he observed, and sorted the species so named into different genera. Each genus so formed received a name and contained species which were held to be more like to one another than they were to the species of other genera. Thus he instituted a genus which he called Vibrio, and in this genus he placed several species which he had observed and of which he gives drawings. Thus we get his Vibrio lineola, Vibrio rugula, Vibrio bacillus, Vibrio undula, Vibrio serpens, and Vibrio spirillum. They are very minute, almost structureless, thread-like organisms which exhibit a darting and often an undulatory movement and locomotion. We can recognize them today by his drawings, and still use his names for them. They comprise a large proportion of those organisms today known as bacteria. But Müller was led by a vague similarity in their shape to name and enroll in his genus Vibrio a number of other small but not so very minute worm-shaped creatures revealed by his microscope, which were really, as we now know, as the result of using improved microscopes, of more complex internal structure than, and remote in character from, his other species of Vibrio. Thus he reckoned as forming species of this genus young threadworms of the sort known as nematoids. Also, the wonderful organism which we today call by the name given to it by Ehrenberg, Basilaria paradoxa, and other minute plants, now familiar to pond naturalists as desmids and diatoms, besides the swan-necked animalcule called Tracheolus cerca. This genus Vibrio, with its strange mixture of species, was placed by Müller with 4 other genera, viz. Monas, Proteus, Volvox, and Engelus, as the lowest or most simply organized group of Infusoria. His genus Monas comprised 4 species, Monas termo, Monas audamus, Monas punctum, and Monas lens. Very minute spherical forms which it is not possible to identify today with certainty. Müller's genus Proteus contains the species of Proteus diffluens, which was described by other observers before him as the Proteus animalcule. It is today known as one of the species of the genus Amoeba. A second species named by Müller Proteus tenax, and admirably drawn by him in its changes of shape, is really a species of Astasia, a genus not known by name in Müller's day. Müller assigned to a genus Volvox the well-known globular composite organism still known by that name, and several other microscopic forms resembling it in general shape, but now assigned to separate and widely separated genera. Under his genus Engelus, Müller placed and gave specific names to a number of obscure forms which it is impossible to identify from his drawings with any of the microscopic forms which we know today. Of larger kinds of infusorial animalcules, Müller defined and carefully figured 13 genera with a great number of species. Some of them are examples of the group of protozoa, which are today called the ciliata, because they are beset with vibrating filaments or hairs called cilia, and for these ciliata, the names used by him still are maintained, since his drawings leave no doubt as to their identity. Such are the well-known species of Paramecium, of Colpoda, Berseria, and Vorticella, though Müller erroneously placed in those genera, together with true protozoa, many small worms and wheel animalcules, Rotifera. He established one genus of wheel animalcules, namely Brachionis, which was excellently figured by him and is still recognized by that name, though he wrongly included other forms which his drawings show were wheel animalcules in his genus Vorticella, together with the bell animalcules clearly recognizable from his drawings. He knew and figured the attractive group of ciliate animalcules now called Hypotrica, with their leg-like locomotive organs, but he classified along with them in his heterogeneous assemblage of infusoria also the minute-tailed larvae of the parasitic flukes, to which he applied the name Cercaria, still used for them. O. F. Müller is not only a pioneer in the history of our knowledge of microscopic life, and the first naturalist to figure accurately and to name the extremely minute organisms which are today indicated by the comprehensive group name bacteria, but he has the credit of entering upon the difficult task of naming these and the many other kinds of infusoria revealed to him by his microscope, in accordance with the binomial method of genus and species introduced by Linnaeus. This is all the more noteworthy in that Linnaeus himself, as pointed out by Müller in his Systema Naturae, renounced the task, and with what looks like a little outburst of temper, assigned these minute organisms to a debatable group of his great class Vermes, to which he gave the name Chaos Infusoriorum, as he writes. Müller made the attempt to reduce this chaos to order, and though naturally enough, as a pioneer must, he failed in some respects, yet the value of his effort is attested by the fact that many of the descriptions given by him are declared today to be excellent and accurate as far as they go, and many of the names given by him in his orderly work are honored and used by the naturalists of today. 50 years after the date of Müller's work, 1786, we find another great microscopist, Ehrenberg, completing his celebrated treatise Die Infusionstierchen aus vollkommen Organismen, Leipzig, 1838. Ehrenberg, born in 1795, 9 years after the death of O.F. Müller, had a much better microscope than that of his predecessor, though the instrument was still far from the perfection to which it was soon afterwards brought by Amici and J. Jackson Lister, the father of Lord Lister the surgeon, through discoveries in the correction of the lenses combined to form the object class, or chief element of the system. Ehrenberg had been publishing and accumulating his observations for 20 years when he produced his magnificent folio volumes on the infusion animalcules, with 64 plates containing some 1,500 exquisite drawings, many of them in colors, all executed by himself and faithfully exhibiting animalcules as shown by his microscope. This treatise is on the same lines as, and is an expansion, as it were, of, the work of O.F. Müller, showing an immense progress in half a century, both in the capacities of the microscope and the increase in the variety and abundance of new kinds of microscopic life now distinguished, named, and classified. Ehrenberg divided the infusoria, or infusory animalcules, in which he included all the minute forms of life to be found in stagnant pools and puddles, streams and seas, whether freshwater or marine, into 2 classes, Polygastrica and Rotifera. The former were distinguished by him from the latter as possessing an internal structure consisting of many stomachs or digestive sacs, whilst the latter are of larger size and have a more elaborated anatomy, together with the remarkable double or modified wheel-shaped apparatus beset with vibratile hairs, cilia, which Leeuwenhoek had seen for the first time in 1676. Ehrenberg gives fine and careful drawings of 169 different species of wheel animalcules, including most, though not all, of the more remarkable kinds which we know today. They form a true and natural group. But his Polygastrica not only are far remote in structure from the Rotifera, and far simpler than they are, but are really a most variegated assemblage, including, together with many kinds of ciliated animalcules, also whole groups of very simple plants, the diatoms and the desmids, as well as the animalcules now called flagellata, also the amoebae, Proteus, and the monads and the vibrions of O.F. Müller. Whilst it is impossible not to admire the patience and skill of Ehrenberg in producing his great book, it is the fact that he entertained an erroneous theory as to all the lower forms which he called Polygastrica, namely that they possessed numerous stomachs and organs of secretion, etc., which he said are visible in the larger kinds, but can only be distinguished as minute granules in the smallest kinds. This erroneous prepossession affected the accuracy of his descriptions and drawings of many of his Polygastrica, which have really no such complete system of internal organs, comparable to those of higher animals, as he assumed to be the case in his title Die Infusionstierchen aus vollkommen Organismen. At the same time, it is true that the larger kinds do show some definite elaboration of internal structure. In Ehrenberg's vague heterogeneous assemblage called Polygastrica, many of which, such as the bell animalcules, are beautifully figured by him, we find the genus Vibrio of O.F. Müller, the nearly structureless thread-like species, of which are amongst the most minute and abundant of infusory organisms, included and raised by Ehrenberg to the dignity of a family, called by him the Vibrionia. To it are assigned 5 genera, viz. Bacterium, Vibrio, Spirochete, Spirillum, and Spirodiscus. This, then, is the first appearance in scientific literature of the name bacterium, which has persisted and become a general name for the immense variety of very simple, very minute, rod-like organisms with which we are in this chapter specially concerned. It has given origin to the name bacteriology, applied to the special study of these organisms, which we now have learned are immensely important and ubiquitous agents of the chemical processes called fermentation, putrefaction, and disease. Ehrenberg defined his family of Vibrionia as filiform animals distinctly or apparently polygastric, without an alimentary canal, naked, legless, and the same structureless body as the monads, forming filiform chains of spontaneous, incomplete, transverse fission. The genus Bacterium he defined as animals of the family Vibrionia, assuming by spontaneous division the form of a stiff or firm filiform chain. He recognized 3 species of Bacterium, namely Bacterium triloculare, Bacterium enculus, and Bacterium punctum. Of the genus Vibrio, differing, according to him, but little from Bacterium except in flexibility, he recognized the species of Vibrio tremulus, Vibrio subtilis, Vibrio rugula, Vibrio prolifer, and Vibrio bacillus. The name bacillus was introduced for a species of Vibrio by O.F. Müller. Like the name Bacterium, it has in the course of years gained a wider and more general signification, and is today often used to include a large number of different kinds of rod-like vibrions. Serpentine and screw-like forms of these thread-like organisms are placed by Ehrenberg in the genera Spirillum and Spirochete. We have thus arrived at the period when, through Ehrenberg, the minute organisms known to him as Vibrionia, for which today his generic name bacteria has become universally substituted, were definitely set apart as a group. We have yet to trace their further study by Kohn, Pasteur, Cooke, and a whole army of recent investigators who have shown that these bacteria are really minute plants, allied to the blue-tinted, thread-like weeds common in freshwaters, and known as the oscillatory or cyanophyceae, that they carry on a fundamentally important activity in relation to the nutrition, indeed the very existence, of all living things, being the ubiquitous agents of putrefaction and of a variety of chemical changes in living or recently living matter, leading to the production of a large series of chemical substances, many of them important as food to other living things, others valued as flavors or for other qualities by man, many of them poisonous to him and other organisms, and in fact the causes of nearly all infectious disease. Abiogenesis. Before tracing more of this development of our knowledge of and interest in the bacteria, we shall best get a clear notion of how it has grown up by calling to mind the influence which the discovery of the teeming millions of living things in the natural waters of the earth, suddenly revealed by the microscope, in the years following Leeuwenhoek's first observations, had upon the minds of the more thoughtful and speculative philosophers of those days. The immensity of the world of unseen living things suddenly revealed by the microscope was compared by Ehrenberg and others before him to the equally astonishing resolution by the telescope of the pale cloud of the Milky Way into hundreds of thousands of separate stars, a conquest made in the same half-century. Unexpectedly, life, as to the origin and nature of which fanciful guesses and romantic traditions had been handed on from remote antiquity, was demonstrated as existing in the form of an almost infinite dust of invisible particles, abounding in all the waters of the earth and dispersed far and wide in the dried and pulverized sediment of pools and seas by the wind. Spontaneous generation. It was held by an English philosopher, Needham, 1750, and by others, that this is due to the fact that there is a fertile or productive principle in natural waters which gives rise to the infusoria, whilst others held that water, air, warmth, and the remains or debris of animal and vegetable substances are necessary for the generation of these organisms. These views were largely accepted and discussed at the end of the 18th century as 2 varieties of the doctrine of spontaneous generation, or generatio primitiva, or generatio equivoca, as it was called. At the present day, the term abiogenesis is used for the theory according to which living organisms arise from not living matter. It is now held that though in the remote past this must have occurred, there is no evidence to show that it takes place at the present day. In early times, Greek, Roman, Hebrew, and Arabic philosophers accepted the popular beliefs that new generations of animals and plants, continually and as a regular everyday occurrence, spring into existence by the sudden transformation of the lifeless decaying substance of dead animals or plants. It was also held that often by the sudden vivification of the inert mud-like deposits forming the banks of seas and rivers, birds and beasts of new kinds are produced, and that the waters bring forth abundantly, by a normal though mysterious process, fish and creeping things, and sometimes larger beasts. Thus there was no difficulty felt in regard to the original creation of life on earth. It was merely an early operation on a large scale of the same power which, so it was believed, is at work every day in obscure regions of the land surface undisturbed by man's intrusion. The poet Milton set forth in splendid verse this conception of the creation of living things. His contemporary, Sir Thomas Browne of Norwich, 1670, states his belief in the spontaneous generation of mice in wheat stores, but is skeptical as to their being bred in putrefaction, in mud or slime, and as to the production of the barnacle goose from barnacles, and of these from timber. Alexander Ross, a contemporary, wrote of his views. Sir Thomas Browne may doubt whether, in cheese and timber, worms are generated, or if beetles and wasps in cow's dung, or if butterflies, locusts, grasshoppers, shellfish, snails, eels, and such like be procreated of putrefied matter, which is apt to receive the form of that creature to which it is by formative power disposed. If he doubts of this, let him go to Egypt, and there he will find the fields swarming with mice, begot of the mud of Nilus, to the great calamity of the inhabitants. This quotation gives a vivid record of the common opinion of that day on abiogenesis. Yet at the very same time Leeuwenhoek was starting the investigation of the vast world of animalcules by his microscope, and the Italian Redi made the first step, 1668, in the scientific refutation of the popular theory of abiogenesis, by showing that no maggots were bred in meat, on which, by means of wire netting, flies were prevented from laying their eggs. It was at this date that the great physician Harvey enunciated, as a final dismissal of the ancient fancies as to spontaneous generation, the law omne vivum ex ovo. Every living thing comes from an egg, that is, from the reproductive form produced by a pre-existing living thing. During the 18th century, as the result of Redi's experiment and similar observations of a very simple kind, the general belief in abiogenesis or spontaneous generation, insofar as the larger forms of life are concerned, disappeared. But it found a new scope when the existence of a world of well-nigh invisible organisms was made known at this critical moment by the microscope. We have seen that Needham and others indulged in large speculations based on the supposed spontaneous generation of the swarming dust of animalcules now discovered. True, they said, the larger forms of life are only produced by parentage, but this newly discovered world of minute creatures arises by abiogenesis, and in due course they gave birth to larger organisms. It was an Italian, Spallanzani, who applied to the problem thus restated the same kind of test as that used 100 years earlier by his compatriot Redi. He demonstrated that if a natural water or infusion teeming with microscopic animalcules were heated to boiling point, the animalcules were killed, and if the flask in which the liquid was contained was now hermetically closed, the liquid became clear, and no living things could be found in it, even after it had been thus kept for many weeks. But when the flask was opened and the liquid in it exposed to the inflow of air, then, after a few hours, infusorial animalcules were again found living in thousands in it. Spallanzani drew the conclusion that the eggs or germs of the animalcules were carried in the dust of the air, and so gained admission to the liquid when the flask was opened. End of Section 1. Recording by Marwalk. Section 2 of The Outline of Science, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marwalk. The Outline of Science, Volume 4, by J. Arthur Thomson, Chapter 27, Bacteria, Part 2. A Long Controversy. A controversy thus arose, which has continued into our own times, and has led to very important knowledge as to the conditions necessary for the life of the infusory animalcules, and also as to the many different kinds included under that name, as well as to the means of keeping liquids containing organic matters, such as infusions or solid vegetable and animal substances, altogether protected from the access of infusory animalcules. Liquids so treated are said to be sterilized. In order to study the question as to the existence of infusoria, or their reproductive germs as dust in the air, it was necessary to sterilize an infusion, such as that of hay or roots, fruits or flesh, which was to be used, like the raw meat in Reddy's experiment, to feed or cultivate the air-carried germs should they gain access. The experimenter had to begin by preparing an uninfected culture fluid, which, though free from living infusoria, should yet be capable of affording them nourishment should they gain access to it. It was agreed, as Spallanzani had declared, that by heating an infusion of any kind to the temperature of boiling water, and keeping it at that temperature for 5 minutes, all animalcules or their germs already living in the infusion could be, with rare exceptions, killed. The exceptions were, it was found at a later date by Ferdinand Cohn, 1870, due to the existence in some cases of a hard, dried condition of those animalcules called bacteria, or their reproductive spores. These resisting spores were destroyed either by an exposure of 3 hours to the boiling temperature, or by soaking in warm water for some hours before the exposure to the temperature of boiling water. Spallanzani's conclusion that the appearance of animalcules in such boiled infusions could only be accounted for by the access of air-carried germs to the infusion after it had been boiled was met by his opponents with another suggestion. They suggested that the abiogenesis or spontaneous generation of animalcules depended on a special chemically active condition of the air present in the flasks, which when closed were filled half with liquid and half with atmospheric air. It was supposed that the heating of this air to a high temperature, and its consequent rarefaction before the closure of the flask, did not act merely by destroying germs floating in it, but destroyed its power of chemical action on the organic infusion. But it was not shown by any well-devised experiment that air, when freed of organic germs before admission to the sterilized fluid in the flask by filtration through cotton wool, possessed nevertheless this vivifying quality. And it was shown that the admission of unfiltered air to the flask resulted in the production of animalcules in the infusion. This fact was in accordance with the supposition of Spallanzani, that the unfiltered air brought with it, in the form of dust, the actual living though incompletely desiccated animalcules, or their reproductive germs. These were excluded when filtration was used, just as Reddy's blowflies were excluded from access to the meat, which he placed under covers of wire netting. In the early years of the 19th century, the controversy of opinion concerning spontaneous generation continued without any experimental decision, until in 1837 Theodor Schwann, who was the author of the cell theory of organic structure and function, also the discoverer of pepsin, the digestive ferment of the stomach, and the first to apply the experimental methods of the physicist to the investigation of the animal machine, made some well-contrived decisive experiments, confirmatory of Spallanzani's conclusion. Schwann boiled his experimental fusion in a flask, with a long tube-like horizontal neck. He did not close the neck, but kept it heated by a flame, so that no living particle could pass and enter the flask when air was drawn in by the cooling of the flask. The infusion in the flask remained sterile for many weeks, in fact, so long as the neck was kept nearly red-hot by the flame. But when the flame was removed and unheated air allowed to enter the flask, the infusion became turbid and swarmed with infusoria, since their germs were no longer destroyed on their way inward through the heated portion of the neck. Schwann completed his experimental inquiry by demonstrating by chemical analysis that the atmospheric air, after passing the heated neck of the flask, contained as much free oxygen gas as does normal atmospheric air, and that it was capable of supplying the respiratory needs of frogs, which he found lived healthily in a chamber supplied only with such air. The air was cooled and conducted into this chamber after passing the heated region. By this date, as we have seen, the knowledge of the shape and character of the various kinds of infusoria, when studied with the microscope, had become greatly increased, owing to Ehrenberg and other writers. It is therefore surprising that Schwann writes of the organisms which appeared in his infusions, or were successfully kept out of them, simply as infusoria. He gives no description of these infusoria, but draws a sharp line between them and the molds, minute branching thread-like organisms classed with the fungi. the spores or germs of which are, he says, liable to appear in infusions exposed to contamination by atmospheric dust. He makes some important observations on what he calls the well-known granules of which beer yeast consists, discovered by Leeuwenhoek 150 years earlier. He shows that they are living vegetable organisms and describes their growth and multiplication by budding. The important feature in this contribution to the subject by Schwann is that he ascribes the putrefaction of the infusions in which infusoria appear to the life and nutritional processes of the infusoria. He says they take chemical elements from the infusion of vegetable matter as nutrition, and this causes the breaking down or putrefaction of the organic chemical compound which is dissolved in the infusion. Thus, according to him, putrefaction is the immediate outcome of life and not of death, for without the presence of the living infusoria, the infusion would remain clear and unchanged for an unlimited period. And he argues that the conversion of sugar into alcohol by yeast is due in a similar manner to the life and growth of the beer yeast organism, which takes the elements which it requires from the sugar, so that the chemical combination known as sugar is broken down, and the residue forms into alcohol and carbonic acid gas. Thus, Schwann for the first time formulated the doctrine that fermentation is due to the action of living organisms, and asserted the general similarity of putrefaction to alcoholic fermentation, the former caused by unnamed infusoria, the latter by the beer yeast. This was the very reverse of the then largely prevalent chemical doctrine that putrefaction was set up by the action of atmospheric oxygen, which it was supposed gave rise to the infusoria accompanying putrescence by abiogenesis or spontaneous generation. Closer study of infusions. After Schwann had briefly attributed the production of putrefaction to what he called, without discrimination, infusoria, the careful study of the infusoria concerned in that process by means of the improved microscopes of the period 1840 to 60 was obviously the next step which had to be taken. It was gradually effected. Leeuwenhoek and all the describers of infusoria, including Ehrenberg, had, in searching for these microscopic forms of life, examined both a. natural infusions, such as the waters and slime of ditches, pools, and ponds, and also b. artificially prepared infusions obtained by letting dead leaves or hay or dead animal matter soak in jars or dishes containing water. The rich population of bell animalcules, of relatively large ciliates, swimming and creeping forms, and of rotifers or wheel animalcules was obtained from the naturally accumulated infusions of long standing, in ancient ditches and pools, and to some extent also in the artificial infusions kept in vessels for many weeks under frequent examination by the microscopist. But when the occurrence of the spontaneous generation of infusoria was in question, artificial infusions were employed, which were first purified or freed from all life by heat, then being freely exposed to contamination by atmospheric dust or contact with unsterilized objects, such as a glass rod or a man's finger, they became in the course of a few hours charged with a living multiplying cloud of the minutest organisms, and in a day or two were putrid and foul-smelling. It was observed and fully established that the larger infusoria do not appear at once in these rapidly formed growths, and have no part in causing putrefaction. These growths consist exclusively of the peculiar excessively minute rods and threads and spherical forms called vibrionia and monodyna by Ehrenberg, our bacteria. It is not until a later stage of the putrescence of a freshly made infusion, attained after a period varying from a few days to a month, that the larger infusoria make their appearance. Their germs, spores, eggs, or their desiccated bodies are not nearly so abundant and ubiquitous as those of Vibrionia, bacteria. They cannot flourish in an infusion until the bacteria have established themselves and are ready, like the grass crop in a grazier's paddock, to serve as the food of the larger forms. Until the interest in the question of spontaneous generation became very pressing, no one had supposed that the various kinds of microscopic organisms arbitrarily assigned to a group as infusoria, a chaos as Linnaeus called it, made their appearance in an infusion successively as separate stages of its history, and that the earliest to appear differ from the later in the same ways as plants or vegetables differ from animals. The bacteria removed to the vegetable kingdom. It is not possible to give the credit for this observation to any one individual, but the botanists who occupy themselves with the study and systematic classification of algae and fungi, especially with the microscopic forms of filamentous water weeds and of mildews and molds, about the years 1840 to 1860, with the general assent of biologists, removed the Vibrionia, the desmids, and the diatomaceae from Ehrenberg's Infusoria altogether, and definitely assigned them to the vegetable kingdom. Rabenhorst, Kudzing, and Nageli were the chief amongst these botanists, who, as a consequence of their very extensive study of the lowest microscopic plants, broke up and rearranged the old chaotic group called Infusoria. The most striking fact which they established was that the organisms which cause putrefaction, the Vibrionia, or bacteria, are not animalcules at all, are not in fact animal in nature, or nutrition, as previously assumed, but are plants allied to the delicate water weeds known as oscillatory. At the same time, zoologists agreed that the rotifera cannot be associated on structural grounds with the other animalcules classed by Ehrenberg and Müller as Infusoria, but must be classed with the higher group of annulose animals. In fact, as a result of mere revision, the class Infusoria, so named by O. F. Müller and adopted by Ehrenberg, fell to pieces, resolving itself when the botanist had taken the bacteria, the desmids, and the diatoms, and the zoologist had removed the wheel animalcules into a natural assemblage of microscopic unicellular animals, to which, about 1860, von Siebold gave the name Protozoa. Whilst the new conception of the nature and activity of the Vibrionia was developing, and their many points of resemblance to the delicate thread-like oscillatory were being demonstrated, an epoch-making impulse was given to their investigation as agents of fermentation by the discoveries of the great French chemist Louis Pasteur, and the theoretical views which he established. Pasteur found that the ammoniacal decomposition of urine is due to the growth of it in swarms of a special, very simple kind of vibrion, or bacterium, and further that the change of wine and beer into vinegar is due to special kinds of acidifying bacterial ferments, which multiply in it by the million. The first discovery of a disease-producing bacterium was made by the French pathologist Davaine in 1854. He found that the blood of sheep suffering from the disease known as splenic fever, or anthrax, to which men and other animals are also liable, is occupied by countless swarms of a rod-like bacterial parasite, and concluded that they were the active cause of the disease. Later, 1863, Pasteur investigated this disease and proceeded to discover and study other bacterial diseases, e.g., fowl cholera, silkworm disease or pebrin, etc. Pasteur's investigations were always directed to the control of the diseases studied by him and their ultimate banishment from the life of man and his domestic animals, or, on the other hand, to the control and improvement of process such as brewing, and the making of wine and of vinegar, in which living ferments, bacteria, and yeast play an important part, either helpful or injurious, to man's enterprise. The steps leading to our present knowledge of the bacteria. We have now followed and outlined the steps by which our knowledge of the bacteria entered upon its present vast practical and theoretical importance. These steps are indicated by the following epitome. 1. Invention and early use of the microscope. 2. Theory of spontaneous generation or abiogenesis. 3. Discovery of the vast world of microscopic infusoria or infusion animalcules. 4. First use of the name bacteria. 5. Experimental rejection of the theory of abiogenesis and discovery that the bacteria are the living agents of putrefaction. 6. And of many other fermentations. 7. And that many deadly diseases of men and animals are fermentations caused by intrusive bacteria. 8. That bacteria agree with certain algae or aquatic plants, the oscillatory or cyanophyceae, in structure and growth and nutrition, and must not be classed as animals. We shall now, as briefly as the purpose of this outline necessitates, give some account of the present state of our knowledge of the bacteria. This knowledge has grown during the last 60 years, from the beginnings above sketched to an almost incredible extent, spreading out into a number of very distinct branches, pursued in great laboratories by thousands of eager, specially trained investigators, led by the ablest chemists, physiologists, hygienists, and pathologists of our time. It has received, on account of the importance and novelty which characterize it, a special title as a branch of science, viz., bacteriology. Forms of bacteria. The bacteria are now recognized as a group or class of very minute rod-like, spherical, or filamentous aquatic plants. They are allied to the common blue-green water plants or algae, known as the oscillatory or cyanophyceae, in their simplicity of structure and form, in much of their physiology and life history, and also in the fact that they multiply by transverse fission, whence both are called schizophyta, splitting plants. They are remarkable for their varied chemical activities, including the production of many kinds of fermentation, but do not agree in structure and life history with the yeasts and molds, the agents of the fermentations in which alcohols are produced from various kinds of sugar. The name bacteria has reference to the fact that they most commonly occur as swarms of many millions of minute separate rods. Usually each rod is only 1/50,000th of an inch, or half a micron in width, and 1/25,000th, or 1 micron in length. But often the swarms consist of individuals all uniformly 7 or 8 times longer, and a little broader than this. Swarms consisting of individuals uniformly of smaller size than this are frequent. These rod-like units, whether short or long, are now called bacilli. The name bacterium, which was at one time used to distinguish the shorter rods, having become generally applied as a name for the whole group. Instead of dividing into two after moderate growth and length, the bacilli of some kinds, under conditions not precisely determined, grow greatly in length, so as to form delicate straight filaments, which are called leptothrix forms, an allusion to the oscillatorian of that name. Further, such elongated growths may not be straight, but slightly serpentiform, when they are called vibrioforms. The name vibrio is that originally given to the whole group of bacteria by O.F. Müller, but has now been restricted to these undulated forms. The same process of growth or twist carried further gives us screw-like filaments, which may be more or less open, or else closely turned spirals. These are called spirillum forms. These filamentar growths, whether straight or spiral, often show a jointing or structural division into segments corresponding to long or short bacilli, and they may eventually break up into separate pieces of that nature. In some of the spirillum forms, such a breaking up results in their separation into curved, comma-like segments. This is the case with the spirillum, which is the cause of cholera, and led its discoverer, Cooke of Berlin, to call it the comma bacillus. Bacilli, vibriones, and spirilla may, but do not necessarily always, break up by transverse fission and contraction of their substance into spherical units, which are called micrococci, or coccus forms. Micrococci multiply rapidly by transverse fission and form immense growths consisting of this form only. The conditions which determine the formation of micrococci by fission of bacilli or of the filamentar bacteria are not determined. Probably very many micrococci have become fixed or limited to the production of this form, and whilst they themselves are not constantly or regularly produced from elongate forms, they have lost the power of elongating so as to produce bacilli or filaments. They and probably many bacillar forms have all been derived from ancestral stocks which showed, as do some of their progeny, a certain freedom of growth ranging from micrococcus to leptothrix and spirillum forms. But just as the simple pullulating yeast called Saccharomyces are to be regarded as a specialized, arrested race budded from the submerged branching threads of a mold of elaborate structure, and can no longer, so far as experimental research shows, grow in the larger form from which they took their rise, so many micrococci and bacilli have lost the capacity for filamentar growth, and are restricted to the form of a minute sphere or a short rodlet. Nevertheless, many of the bacteria do show these and other variations in their growth, especially to those which live in open streams and ponds and have not lost their capacity for varied growth by adaptation to special conditions, such as those of parasitism. It is a matter of extreme difficulty to isolate and cultivate in a variety of conditions a particular bacterium so as to be able to say with certainty, as a result of direct observation, this form gives rise by growth to that form. In a few cases it has been done. It is even more difficult to prove a negative and to show that under no possible change of conditions does this form grow into that form. Some writers, e.g. Winogradsky, having given a form of bacterium under observation with the microscope for some weeks during which it grew and multiplied without change of form, have unreasonably put forward the conclusion that such change of form never occurs, either in this or any other bacterium, even when exposed to new conditions of nourishment and environment not tested by them. Strangely swollen and distorted enlarged bacteria are occasionally produced in unusual chemical conditions of cultivation, and are called involution forms. Multiplication and movements. The rate of growth and multiplication of micrococci and bacilli is a very high one. The common bacillus, known as the hay bacillus because it occurs in infusions of hay, has been observed to double in length and to divide every half hour. One such bacillus would thus, under favorable circumstances, produce 1,024 bacilli in 5 hours, over 1,000,000 in 10 hours, and some millions of millions in 24 hours. Bacilli, micrococci, and spirillum forms of bacteria are frequently found actively moving and darting through the liquid in which they form a dense swimming cloud, so-called swarming phase. They also often abandon this movement and settle down as motionless particles, resting phase. Their locomotion is due to the presence on their surface of extremely delicate threads of protoplasm, which keep up a lashing movement. Such are commonly seen on the bodies of aquatic animalcules and on the structural units or cells of the moist surfaces of higher animals, and are called cilia. The bacteria shed their cilia when they enter upon a resting or motionless period of life. It is only in recent years, by the use of skillfully applied staining liquids and the highest powers of the microscope, that the cilia of the bacteria have become step by step clearly known. They are so delicate, transparent, and minute as to be invisible unless artificially stained. They are figured as seen when strongly stained, in preparations of different kinds of bacteria. They may be single, few, or numerous, and may exist at one or both ends of the bacterium, or all about it. The ciliary locomotion of the bacteria is easily distinguished from the tremulous Brownian movement, which, like other minute particles suspended in liquid, e.g. gamboge resin, they sometimes exhibit. The jelly phase. A general feature of the life and growth of bacteria of a varying character is the production of a film of jelly on the surface of each little individual. This jelly may be the thinnest film, and act so as to keep the products of fission in conjunction with one another. This is particularly important in the form known as cladothrix, where a kind of false branching results from the side slipping of the terminal part of a filament, the broken-off part being retained in position by the delicate gelatinous coat. True branching does not occur in the bacteria. Again, the jelly may form a thick transparent coat, or the jelly of neighboring units may be very abundant and fuse into a common jelly, in which the jelly-forming bacteria are embedded. In that case, the jelly may be some inches in area, and even fill as a transparent coherent mass a glass jar in which the bacteria are growing. The term zooglia is applied to these copious productions of jelly, and botanists speak of the zooglia phase of the bacteria. The term zooglia is objectionable because it implies that the jelly is of animal origin, which it is not. Gliogenous is the most suitable term to apply to bacteria which are in this phase of growth, and the jelly itself should be called cynoglia, or common jelly, of this or that kind of bacteria. Very many different kinds of bacteria, but by no means all, at one time or other in their growth produce a more or less abundant common jelly, or cynoglia. Remarkable varieties of shape and density are produced in different cases. A common form is that of a resisting membrane or skin, which forms on the top of the liquid in which the bacteria are living, or on a submerged surface. This is called a mycoderma. Ball-like, branching, and net-like forms of the synaglia are known. Often bacteria of different kinds of chemical property become embedded in one common jelly and form a residential colony of reciprocally helpful kinds of bacteria. The ginger beer plant, which includes yeast cells in its association, is an example. So are the mother of vinegar and the kumis ferment. They are symbiotic growths, similar to the lichens in their composite character. Reproduction of bacteria. No process corresponding to conjugation has been observed in bacteria, nor has the production of male and female spores, though all reproduce by the simple separation of the products of fission, which resemble one another. Yet in a large number of kinds of bacteria, the formation of reproductive spores of an enduring character, called statospores, has been observed. Under given conditions of nutrition, not precisely determined, the protoplasm within a bacillus or in a joint or segment of a filamentous leptothrix form or spirillum form contracts so as to form an oval, dense, highly refracting body which acquires its own special coat. These spores have the power of resisting desiccation and high temperature to a greater extent than can the unchanged substance of a bacillus or bacillus-like segment. They are resisting spores or statospores. It is not possible to divide the bacteria into the spore-producing and the non-spore-producing, as has been proposed, because we do not know enough about the forms which are not known to produce spores to be sure that they never do. The hay bacillus and the bacillus which produces the disease known as anthrax or splenic fever are good examples of spore-producing bacteria, and are very much alike. They both, in certain conditions, grow into long filaments, leptothrix form, in which statospores are formed in a row. It was thought by Buchner possible that the anthrax bacillus is the only hay bacillus modified by parasitism in the blood. But a decisive difference was discovered when the germinating spores were observed with the highest powers of the microscope. The new young anthrax bacillus sprouts from one end or pole of the oval spore, whilst the hay bacillus arises from the mid-region of the oval spore. Some writers apply the term spore to the swimming free bacilli and micrococci produced by the simple fission of leptothrix forms or of long bacilli. But this is a misuse of the term spore, which should refer to a bud or seed-like particle, specially modified so as to ensure its locomotion or else resistance to destructive agencies, and its growth into a new individual, and not to the ordinary abundant fission products of vegetative life. End of Section 2. Recording by Marwalk.
Section 3 of the Outline of Science, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Outline of Science, Volume 4, by J. Arthur Thomson. Chapter 27. Bacteria, Part 3. Paragraph 6. Protoplasm of bacteria. The structure of the protoplasm of which the bacteria, whether cocci, bacilli, or filaments, consist is extremely difficult to determine on account of their minute size. By analogy with other simple organisms, such as the yeast cell, we should expect to find that each of the segments of a filamentous bacterium and every detached segment, called coccus or bacillus, has the structure of a typical cell, that is to say, has a nucleus or denser central body of a certain definite structure, consisting largely of granules or threads of a readily stained substance called chromatin. In typical cells, the nucleus is surrounded by less dense protoplasm, in which are various granules and vacuoles, or liquid-holding cavities. But it appears from long-continued inquiries into this matter that, contrary to what we find in typical cells, the bacteria have not a true nucleus, though many have chromatin granules, and in a few, a deeply placed stain-taking body has been observed. The outer region of the bacterial plastid, or unit, is denser than the deeper part. Granules of chromatin and of other chemical nature, and in one kind, the so-called sulfur bacteria, granules of sulfur, are scattered in the outer substance. The structural units of some of the oscillatorii, allied to the bacteria, are apparently also devoid of a nucleus, though in others, an irregular stainable body, which probably represents the nucleus of a typical cell, is present. The structure of the bacterial plastid throws little, if any, light on the very elaborate chemical processes in which it is the active agent, nor on the growth and the shedding of its locomotive cilia. We have so far summarized what is known as to the form and structure of bacteria, their relations to surrounding physical conditions, and to the chemical nature of the organic infusions in which they flourish require a brief statement. The chemical problems involved cannot be discussed without dealing with some of the most novel and difficult questions of organic chemistry, which lie far beyond the scope of this chapter. Influence of moisture desiccation. Bacteria, like all living things, owe their distinction from dead or non-living matter to the presence in them, as a main part of their substance, of peculiar compounds of the elements carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, and oxygen, with some sulfur and minute quantities of phosphates, lime, and alkalis. These compounds are combined to form a viscid, labile material, which is called protoplasm or cell substance. To be permeated by water, that is, moisture in greater or less quantity, is essential for the active life of protoplasm, but it can survive desiccation, in some instances, in a quiescent state described by the term suspended animation, as in the case of the wheel animalcules and tardigrades. Thus we find that the bacteria are active, growing, multiplying, and moving when in damp surroundings or actually submerged, and that although many of the more delicate kinds are killed by drought, others survive desiccation, the formation of hard-shelled resisting spores or statospores aiding that survival. Influence of heat and cold. Many kinds of bacteria flourish in seawater at 0 degrees centigrade. It has been found that a very low degree of temperature, for example that of liquid hydrogen, minus 252 degrees centigrade, whilst suspending their activities, leaves them uninjured. On the other hand, most bacteria are killed when the temperature is raised to about 55 degrees centigrade. Some live in hot springs and can flourish at 72 degrees centigrade. All non-spore-producing bacteria are killed almost instantaneously when placed in boiling water, 100 degrees centigrade. But the spores of some of the spore-producing kinds are capable, if old and dry, of resisting exposure to boiling water for 3 hours. Younger spores in a moist condition are more easily killed. These facts as to resistance to heat have especial importance in reference to the preparation of sterile infusions and jellies, that is, pure and free from germs, to be used in the cultivation and separation of different kinds of bacteria in the laboratory. They are, in fact, the foundation of the science of bacteriology and also of the successful carrying on of the great commercial enterprises of canning fruit, vegetables, fish, and flesh for use as human food. They are and have been of no less critical importance in the examination of the now discarded belief in spontaneous generation. See above. The great poet-philosopher Goethe knew the facts demonstrated by his contemporary Spallanzani, and also had seen the swarming animalcules revealed by the microscope. We find accordingly that in a discussion with Faust, Goethe makes Mephistopheles protest in words which are precisely in accordance with modern knowledge of bacteriology. In water, in the earth, in air, in wet, dry, warm, cold, everywhere, germs without number are unfurled, and but for fire and fire alone, there would be nothing in the world that I could truly call my own. The translation is Sir Theodore Martin's. Influence of light. It has now been definitely demonstrated that direct sunlight has a destructive effect on many kinds of bacteria. The violet rays are the most deadly. Water exposed in open reservoirs and shallow lakes and streams to the sunlight is freed to a large extent of such disease-producing bacteria as those causing typhoid, anthrax, or splenic fever, and others which are especially liable to destruction by the sun's rays. It was found by Dewar that a liquid containing the bacteria which cause phosphorescence of butcher's meat and dead fish can be frozen at the temperature of liquid air and kept solid for some months without injury to the bacteria if not exposed to daylight. The bacteria become active and phosphorescent when the liquid containing them was subsequently thawed. No chemical or mechanical agency could injure them when in this hard frozen condition, yet they were not inaccessible when in this state to the destructive action of the violet rays of sunshine. Though frozen solid and unassailable by all other agencies, it was discovered that light rays could penetrate the solid mass and by their vibrations break and destroy the protoplasmic molecules. Influence of gravity. It appears that violent and constant agitation of the liquid in which they are living may be injurious to the life of bacteria, but also sedimentation, that is, the falling of particles through air or water, leads to the freeing of the upper layers of the atmosphere from bacteria, and also to the purification of large sheets of stagnant water, especially when fine mineral sediment, as in Clark's process for softening water, helps to carry down the floating bacteria. The air at the top of St. Paul's was found to contain 8 organisms per liter, when that of the churchyard contained 70. Not a single microbe was found in 100 liters of air at the top of Mont Blanc. Bacteria do not float long in the air. They are carried with dust by the wind, but where there is little traffic and no wind, as in a quiet room or a meadow in the country, the air is practically free from microbes. On the other hand, they accumulate on all surfaces, especially on human fingers and in liquids. It is usual in examining air for the presence of bacteria to pass measured quantities of air through a flask of sterilized nutrient liquid mixed with warm, not hot, jelly, which is then poured out onto a sterilized plate, covered, and allowed to solidify. Each bacterium present in the air becomes embedded in the jelly and multiplies without changing its position, forming a bead or minute patch of growth. The total number of such patches thus obtained from the measured volume of air can be counted, and the different kinds thus captured can be distinguished. Similarly, the number of bacteria in measured quantities of water can be estimated. For accuracy as to the kinds of bacteria contained in a liquid and their isolation, a matter of the utmost importance to the bacteriologist, the fractional method is preferable to the gelatin plate method. In the fractional method, used by Lord Lister in his study of the bacteriology of milk when he wished to ascertain what different kinds of bacteria are present in normal dairy milk and to separate them from one another for study, the number of bacteria of all kinds present in a cubic millimeter of the liquid under examination is counted by spreading it on a squared glass plate under the microscope. Supposing it is found that there are about 1,000 organisms present in the cubic millimeter, then we dilute that quantity of the liquid with 1,000 cubic millimeters of pure sterilized water and agitate the mixture. Now we have produced a liquid containing 1 organism to every cubic millimeter of its bulk. If a cubic millimeter be removed by a graduated dipping tube, it will probably contain a single organism. 50 such measured cubic millimeters may be consequently removed and placed each in a tube of sterilized nourishing or culture fluid. In some, no infection will take place. In a few others, an infection by 2 or even 3 kinds. But in a large majority, the experimenter will obtain infection by a single microbe, and therefore a pure culture of that one kind, which he can proceed to study and to cultivate. In the foregoing lines, we have given a rough indication of one of the methods of the bacteriologist. The difficulty of his work consists in the need for perpetual and unsparing care to avoid contamination and to leave nothing to chance. The influence of chemical agents. Apart from the question of nutrition, bacteria are checked in their growth, or actually destroyed, by various substances even when present in small quantities. Certain bacteria cannot flourish in liquids giving even a slightly acid reaction. Others are not so checked. Quicklime, carbolic acid, free chlorine and iodine, and various metallic salts and aniline dyes act as antiseptics, as they are termed. They kill bacteria. They do not occur in ordinary natural circumstances, but are made use of by man for arresting the destructive action of bacteria. A bactericidal substance has recently been found in the lacrimal secretion and other fluids of the human body by Fleming. The presence of free oxygen gas is indispensable for the life and consequent chemical activities of some bacteria, which are therefore called aerobic, or better, aerobiontic. On the other hand, another large series of bacteria only flourish in the absence of free oxygen and are called anaerobic or anaerobiontic. The chemical action of the bacteria on the carcasses of dead animals and plants, and the organic matters contained in the soil and infusions, pond water, sludge, etc., in which they live, is largely bound up with their dependence on or their independence of free oxygen gas. Paragraph 7. The action of bacteria on their surroundings and especially on organic matter. The historical case of the chemical activity of bacteria is that of their causation of the decomposition of the proteids, complex compounds of the 5 elements carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen, and sulfur, which constitute the flesh and softer parts of the bodies of animals and plants. Schwann showed that the putrefaction of decoctions or infusions of these proteids, such as occur naturally in pools or soil, or may be prepared as broths, takes place only in the presence of certain minute organisms living and multiplying in them, which were called, by him and others, infusoria, but are now distinguished from other kinds of microscopic organisms as the bacteria. Prominent features of this putrefaction are the production of foul-smelling substances and the rapid growth and multiplication of the bacteria. The decomposition effected by the bacteria is a step towards the nutrition of those minute plants and may be compared to the digestion of proteids in the alimentary canal of animals. The bacteria, in order to grow and multiply, must take up into their living protoplasm and assimilate the organic elements carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, and sulfur, and build new protoplasm from them. These elements exist in a stable mineral state in the atmosphere as water vapor, and the gases oxygen, nitrogen, and carbonic acid gas, CO2. Whilst dissolved in all natural waters are carbonic acid gas, ammonia, NH3, carbonate of ammonia, and sulfates. All living things require the 5 organic elements as food, but only the green plants are able to take them up in this stable mineral condition and assimilate or build them up to form elaborated compounds, the chief of which are proteids. This special property of green plants is shown experimentally to be dependent on the action of sunlight on the green parts of plants, the green grains or corpuscles of chlorophyll or leaf green being essential agents in the process, and the liberation of free oxygen necessary for the life of protoplasm a part of it. No animals can build up the organic elements from their simplest condition into proteids. Animals are absolutely dependent for the organic elements which they require upon the proteids already formed by other animals on which they prey, or else on the proteids built up as leaves, fruits, and roots by green plants, which also liberate during their life perennial supplies of free oxygen gas. Thus, chlorophyll and sunshine are the indispensable intermediary agents bringing the free or lowly combined stable or mineralized organic elements into the elaborated condition of proteids and protoplasm, whether of plants or of animals, while replenishing the atmosphere with free oxygen. Ferments. The bacteria, like the animals, are totally unable to feed upon carbonic acid and ammonia. It is found that there are some bacteria which can get their carbon and their nitrogen from a compound so little elaborated as that called ammonium tartrate, but most of them, as do animals, attack higher compounds, breaking them down or digesting them by the aid of ferments or enzymes, which are similar in their action to the digestive ferments, pepsin, trypsin, etc., poured out by the cells lining the digestive cavity of animals. The flesh eaten by an animal is taken into a stomach and surrounded by ferment-producing cells, which cause its chemical breakdown. We cannot here enter into the questions connected with the nature of enzymes and the mode of their action. We must frankly dismiss that inquiry to another chapter, merely stating that the ferments or enzymes are elaborate chemical compounds of the organic elements carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, and nitrogen, and act as what chemists call catalysts. The minute bacteria cannot get their undigested food into them, since they have no stomach, but conversely, they get into their food and act upon it by ferments diffused from their living surfaces, breaking it down in various degrees and by various chemical reactions according to the kind of bacterium at work and the exact chemical nature of the food to be digested. One of the results of this digestion, and the most important, is that the food is brought into a soluble condition, and the necessary organic elements, in the form of diffusible compounds less elaborate than proteids, soak into the bacterium and are assimilated by its protoplasm, which grows and reproduces itself. Putrefaction. It appears that in the putrefaction of a dead body, or say a piece of meat, there are many kinds of bacteria at work successively. Each is appropriate to a certain step in decomposition and produces its special enzyme or ferment. The first stage is the production by special bacteria of compounds from the proteids of the meat, which are a little less elaborate than those proteids. No foul smell accompanies their production. They are called ptomaines, and some act as virulent poisons when swallowed by man. A further breaking down effected by other bacteria, apparently always ready at hand for this work, now leads to the production of foul-smelling compounds, poisonous to most animals, known as indole, scatol, etc., the chemical composition and properties of which have been carefully ascertained. Following upon this grade of decomposition, we find other bacteria entering into action. These produce ammonia, sulfurated hydrogen, and carbonic acid. The proteid is thus brought down to the condition of low, simple, that is, not complex, compounds, chiefly carbonic acid and ammonia. The bacterium causing the ammoniacal decomposition of urine belongs here. Finally, by the action of yet other bacteria, the ammonia is oxidized to form nitrites, and these to form nitrates, so that now the organic elements are restored to the stable mineral condition in which alone, be it noted, they can serve as food for the green plants. Circulation of the organic elements. Thus we see that the bacteria serve an absolutely indispensable service in the general circulation of the organic elements. Were it possible to remove from existence all bacteria, the Earth's surface would be encumbered by the highly elaborated proteids forming the dead bodies of animals and green plants, and the organic elements would be locked up in them. The existing mineral or stable carbonic acid and ammonia would in due time be used up, and none would be available for the food of green plants. Accordingly, no more proteids would be formed, and no more oxygen liberated to replace that lost by oxidizing action. The existing proteids would remain undecomposed, though dead, and the chain of life would be broken. The bacteria, by their putrefying activity, perform the unique part of returning the organic elements from their elaborated combination as proteids to the simpler, stable condition in which green plants can again take hold of them and build them into proteids, whilst replenishing the vital atmospheric gas, oxygen, continually diminished by its union with all kinds of oxidizable material. The various bacteria concerned in proteid putrefaction have been to a large extent isolated, and their forms and special chemical activities determined. But a great deal is still uncertain, owing to the minute size of the organisms, their intermixture, and interactions. Species of bacteria. We cannot yet conclusively arrange the bacteria into a series of well-defined species and genera, and assign to each species its special activities and life cycle. The bacteriologist has at present to be content with stating that a given chemical change is accompanied by the presence of a longer or shorter or straight or spiral bacterium, a micrococcus, a bacillus, a leptothrix, or a spirillum, which he has isolated in pure culture, and as to which he has determined that it does or does not liquefy gelatin when growing on it, is or is not aerobic, does or does not produce spores, does or does not produce coloring matter, fluorescent or not so, does or does not produce heat or phosphorescence. Further, he notes with what reagents it can be stained, and how its motile cilia, if it have any, are grouped. For convenience, a name is assigned to the bacterium in each case. The list has become a very large one, comprising, according to authorities of moderate views, more than 1,000 species and 30 genera. But at present, no theory is possible as to the origin of these forms and as to whether they all have the persistent character which the species of higher plants and animals possess. Nor is there any suggestion as to the advantage given to each kind or putative species of bacterium by the special and distinctive kind of chemical activity which characterizes it. The survival in the struggle for existence of this or that form or strain cannot at present be accounted for by those distinctive activities. End of section 3. Section 4 of the Outline of Science, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Outline of Science, Volume 4, by J. Arthur Thomson. Chapter 27, Bacteria, Part 4. Paragraph 8. Manifold Activity of Bacteria. It is not possible here to do more than mention a few of the more striking examples of bacterial activity, especially insofar as they affect human welfare. In recent years, the investigations of specialists in various fields of industry and sanitation have resulted in an enormous increase of the kinds distinguished and named. Besides proteid putrefaction, many other similar processes are accomplished by bacteria. The decomposition of cellulose, the woody fiber of plants, is the constant work of certain kinds of bacteria in ponds and marshes where vegetable refuse accumulates, and is accompanied by the liberation of marsh gas, CH4, of sulfuretted hydrogen and sometimes of phosphoretted hydrogen. The formation of acetic acid or vinegar from wine and beer, that is, from dilute alcohol, is another bacterial activity. So, too, is the formation of butyric acid from milk and of lactic acid from certain sugars. In each case, the bacterium concerned is known and pictured, and a knowledge of methods of controlling its activity has now become essential to the carrying on of great industries, such as the manufacture of vinegar and the protection of wine and beer from souring. The butyric and the lactic ferments are of essential importance in the dairy industries, souring of milk, and manufacture of butter and of cheese. The butyric bacterium a few years ago attacked a valuable collection of seashells in the Manchester Museum and destroyed many by reducing them to a powder, which was found to be butyrate of calcium. Many bacteria produce colored substances as they grow. Usually the colors are obscured by mixture, unless the bacteria are grown in pure cultures. Some bacteria become themselves colored, as for instance the Micrococcus prodigiosus, which grows on bread and gives it the appearance of having been stained with blood. It spreads over all the bread in an infected locality and causes much alarm. Other kinds cause reddening of dried codfish and of cheese. Another self-colored kind is the peach-colored bacterium, Bacterium rubescens, which is common on dead leaves and twigs in old ponds and also in pools above tide mark on the seashore. Bacteria diffusing yellow pigment with a green fluorescence into the jelly on which they are cultivated are common in river water, and others which produce blue, violet, and green pigments diffused in the nutrient medium in which they are cultivated. One such is responsible for the blue-green color of pus. Certain essential chemical changes in the extraction of indigo blue from the indigo plant are due to a bacillus which naturally occurs on the leaves of the plant. So, too, the peculiar fermentations which give special flavors to different kinds of tobacco are due to special bacteria, as are also the much valued flavors of tea and of cocoa. These bacteria can be encouraged or checked by appropriate treatment. The manufacture of cheese is dependent on the action of lactic acid-producing bacteria upon the curd produced by rennet. In the later stages of ripening both of cheese and of butter, special flavors are developed by various special kinds of bacteria. Over 100 species of bacteria, bacilli and micrococci, have been described and distinguished which can produce lactic acid in milk. Special cultures of bacteria giving special qualities and flavor to milk or to cream are carefully prepared and used by manufacturers. Bacteria are further important to the dairy industries owing to the fact that serious defects, such as bitter cheese, red cheese, putrid cheese, and also poisonous cheese, as well as similar defects in butter, such as turnip flavor, oiliness, and bitterness, are due to certain kinds of them, and can be avoided by adequate knowledge of what favors and what arrests the growth of several kinds. The flavors of cheese characteristic of this or that locality are due to the combined activity of many kinds of bacteria and of some molds, a combination differing in each locality and practically peculiar to it. As many as 80 different species of bacteria have been described by one investigator as occurring in one kind of cheese. Tanning, the soaking of raw hides in liquid by which they are converted into leather, is another industry in which different bacteria have at different stages of the process an all-important action. They have been very imperfectly studied. The cases above cited are a few samples of the many industries connected with the preparation of food or animal or vegetable substances for manufacturing purposes, in which bacteria are of essential importance, and are being more and more studied and brought under control. Two very definite and obvious results of bacterial activity are A. the production of heat, and B. the production of light without heat, commonly called phosphorescence. The heating of hay and of cotton waste and of malt is often set up in the chemical processes of bacterial fermentation, and under certain atmospheric conditions may be so intense as to result in conflagration, as it were, a spontaneous combustion. Luminous bacteria. On the other hand, phosphorescence, the production of light without heat, is caused by the life and growth of some kinds of bacteria. Many marine organisms, such as the minute noctiluca, jellyfish, sea worms, crustacea, and shellfish, as well as insects such as the glowworms and fireflies, are phosphorescent. From any sample of seawater, it is easy by appropriate methods of cultivation to obtain a crop of phosphorescent bacilli, which may be kept alive in a flask for an indefinite period, and will make the liquid, a meat broth, in which they are growing, glow brightly like a lamp when shaken up with atmospheric oxygen. Different species of phosphorescent bacteria are distinguished. All appear to be marine or of marine origin. Occasionally, all the meat in the butcher shops at a seaside town gets infected and glows in a ghostly way by night. Bones and bits of meat lying on a dust heap become, in warm, damp weather, infested in patches with these phosphorescent growths. A very curious case is that of the infection of sandhoppers living above tide mark on a weed-strewn shore by one species of phosphorescent bacilli. They were first observed near Boulogne and later at Ouistreham on the Normandy coast, but have not been hitherto reported from the British shore. The phosphorescent bacilli make their way into the blood of the sandhoppers and multiply there to such an extent that the little shrimps shine at night like glowworms, and are indeed mistaken by casual observers for such. A dozen or so may be picked up on a summer's night as one walks along the sands. They are all the more easily picked up since they have become almost incapable of crawling, let alone hopping, owing to this wonderful luminous infection. The phosphorescent bacteria cause chemical changes in the blood of the sandhoppers of a poisonous nature, in fact a disease, and the infected sandhopper rapidly dies. It is a puzzling fact from the point of view of, quote, the origin of species by the selection of favored races in the struggle for existence, unquote, that the 2 points in which this phosphorescent bacterium, which gets into and multiplies in the sandhopper's blood, arrests our attention as differing from any ordinary bacillus, are its power of producing phosphorescent or light-giving material, and also of producing a poison, deadly to these little shrimps. Yet it assuredly requires greater ingenuity than has been applied to the case to show that it is of any advantage to the bacillus to glow like a glowworm or to poison the harmless shrimp. How then did these faculties become fixed in this parasitic race of bacilli, faculties which seem likely to be as injurious to its own life as favorable to it. It is no advantage to these phosphorescent bacteria, nor indeed to other marine luminous organisms, to attract attention to themselves by lighting up. All that they require in life is a moderate supply of their accustomed food, which they find in a shrimp's juices. They do not even profit by killing their host. Very few parasites do. They are likely to perish with their host. In most cases of parasitism, after a certain period, a sort of balance is effected between parasite and host. The former does not multiply so as to seriously injure the latter, since it is not the host's death which is beneficial to the parasite, but rather the perennial provision by the host of nourishment for his guest. We must leave the phosphorescent, death-dealing parasite of the sandhopper as a puzzle for future inquirers. The bacteria of the sea comprise many kinds peculiar to it. The matter has not been very carefully studied, but it has been stated that the water of great ocean depths is free from bacteria, and that putrefaction does not occur in those regions because there is not a sufficient supply of putrescible matter to maintain a seething pot, or witch's cauldron, of endless varieties of bacteria, such are the soil and the more shallow waters of the globe. Disease-carrying bacteria. Bacteria causing disease. The poison-producing quality of the phosphorescent bacillus brings us to a momentous subject, that of pathogenic bacteria, the study of which has developed of late years into a vast and most important branch of medical inquiry. It now appears that nearly all infectious diseases of men and animals, and many of plants, are due to the parasitism in the living body of bacteria of many different kinds. A very few infectious diseases, such as malaria, are traced to equally minute parasites, which are regarded as protozoa, that is, of animal nature rather than vegetable. Spreading wherever their special nourishment, dead organic matter, occurs, many species of bacteria infest the skin and surface secretions of animals, but beyond causing foul-smelling decompositions, do no harm. Various kinds have spread from the surface into the alimentary canal by way of the mouth, some into the bladder and the air passages by way of their external apertures. The contents of the intestines form a rich culture ground for putrefactive species of bacteria. Nearly half the bulk of the intestinal contents in man and other animals consists of bacteria, including a very large number of distinct kinds, all requiring much further study and experiment. Most of these do not cause any injury to the host, but may even assist in the process of digestion. Poisonous products are often formed by them in small quantity and tolerated by the infected host. But from time to time, owing to special condition of the host or to the entrance of special malignant species, active poison-producing bacteria multiply in excess in the intestine and cause deadly disease. Typhoid or enteric fever, oriental cholera, dysentery, and various kinds of diarrhea have been thus traced to definite intrusive species of bacteria. Bacteria, bacilli, leptothrix, and spirilla, abound in the mouth and are the active causes of the decay of the teeth and toothache. The bacterium which causes the ammoniacal fermentation of urine sometimes establishes itself in the bladder and produces disease. The deadly tubercle bacillus is taken into the lungs, though also entering by the alimentary canal, and a putrefactive bacterium makes its way through the nose into the air passages in the bones of the face. To prove the agency of a particular bacterium as the cause of a disease, it is accepted by bacteriologists as necessary to obtain in the first place a pure culture of the suspected bacterium, and then to inoculate with it a perfectly healthy animal previously free from it. Then, if the bacterium is found to multiply and flourish in the inoculated animal, and the symptoms of the disease supposed to be caused by the bacterium appear in the animal, the conclusion that the bacterium is the cause or agent of the disease is rendered highly probable. But this is not finally accepted until it has been confirmed by many trials under varying test conditions. Many pathogenous bacteria are able to live either as spores or in active growth and movement for a greater or less length of time in the soil or water, and so spread from one victim to another. This is true of the bacteria causing typhoid, cholera, and anthrax, or malignant pustule, and of others. But the presence of common putrefactive bacteria is often antagonistic to the life of specialized pathogenous species. Some of the latter require the cooperation of other species, for example, the deadly tetanus or lockjaw bacillus, which gets into wounds polluted by rich soil, is killed by the phagocytes of the blood, and fails to produce its terrible poison unless it is accompanied, as it usually is, by septicemic bacteria, which attract the phagocytes and so enable the tetanus bacilli to multiply in the wound and produce their poison, which is rapidly absorbed. Another wound infection, called gas gangrene, which was frequent in the Great War, arises from the cooperation of 3 and possibly of 4 distinct species of bacillus. Lister discovered that the dangerous putrefaction of wounds, whether resulting from necessary surgical operations or from accident or from hostile assault, is due to the growth in the wounded tissue of septic or poison-producing bacteria. He introduced with world-famous success the use of antiseptic dressing and great cleanliness for the purpose of excluding such bacteria from the wounded surface. Paragraph 9. How bacteria are carried. The mode of access of pathogenic bacteria to the animal body is a matter of prime importance. The living tissues are protected by the skin, and those bacteria which cannot gain access through the natural apertures to the cavities of the body lined by soft, penetrable mucous membrane have to pass through the dry, horny skin by way of accidental cracks and scratches, or else by attaching themselves to the parasitic insects which pierce the skin for the purpose of blood-sucking, such as fleas, flies, bugs, ticks, and lice. The germ which causes hydrophobia has not yet been satisfactorily identified, but it is established that it is brought into man's body through wounds inflicted by the teeth of dogs or other animals suffering from the deadly infection of rabies. The hydrophobia germ is present in the rabid animal's saliva. The organism causing typhus or jail fever has been shown by experiment to be introduced into man by the louse, although it also has not yet been isolated. Yellow fever is due to a microbe, probably a bacterium, which is injected into man by the stab of a species of gnat, the Stegomyia fasciata, but the microbe has not been isolated. The bacterium causing trench fever is carried by the louse. Relapsing fever, famine fever, is caused by a motile spirillum, which is carried by the common bedbug and is introduced into man by its bite. The most terrible of these insect-carried pathogenous bacteria, looking as it does like an ordinary short bacillus with nothing peculiar about it, is that which causes the historic disease known as plague. It is carried by a wandering species of flea, the Pulex chiopus, from the rat to man. Pathogenous bacteria are sometimes carried by higher animals to which they are innocuous. The carrier becomes, as it were, a reservoir of a dangerous bacterium injurious to man or other animals, but not to the carrier. Such is the history of the bacterium which causes Malta fever. After its discovery by General Bruce, it was shown that it infects the goats from which the milk supply of Malta is obtained, and whilst doing them little or no injury, passes in their milk to the human population, especially to the sailors and soldiers in the government hospital. The discovery has led to the supervision of the goats and the practical suppression of the dangerous and disabling fever. Not unfrequently, men and women become insusceptible to the poison of typhoid or in other instances of cholera bacilli. Such persons are found then to act as carriers of these deadly germs and spread them and infect other persons, though they are themselves immune. Blood poisoning of various kinds, pyemia, is shown to be due to specific bacteria. So are erysipelas, diphtheria, glanders, various kinds of catarrh, and influenza. In the last case, the bacterium is not yet precisely known, and we are consequently not so well able to deal with it as we may hope to be in the future. The disease called syphilis is due to a spirillum-like form. The bacillus of tubercle, discovered by Koch in 1882, infects various tissues and organs, and multiplying to excess causes destruction of the lungs, glands, and other organs invaded. It is not rapid, though it is sure, in its destructive action. Allied to the bacillus of tubercle is that of leprosy, even more slow in its growth. It was discovered by Hansen of Bergen in 1871, 11 years earlier than the tubercle bacillus. The bacillus of leprosy enters the human body from infected persons through wounds or ulcerous surfaces. The broken skin surfaces through which it enters are due to a scorbutic condition set up by defective diet, such as dried fish, absence of fresh meat and vegetables. Wherever the diet of a population has improved in these respects, leprosy has died out. 40 years ago, there were 250 lepers in the leper house of Bergen, Norway. Now there are only some 40 or 50, and these are all the cases known in Norway. Formerly in Western Europe, including the British Isles, leprosy was abundant. Leper houses and special lepers' doors in the churches were very generally provided. There is hope that tubercle, phthisis, and its other forms may eventually disappear in a similar way. It is not possible to find space here for more than the bare enumeration of some of the chief bacterial diseases of man given above. Scarlet fever, smallpox, and measles are almost certainly bacterial diseases also, but as yet the bacterium responsible in these fevers has not been seen and isolated for study. Paragraph 10. Bacteria of the soil. Finally, 3 classes of bacteria, very important in their chemical action upon water and the soil, must be mentioned. They are the sulfur, the iron, and the nitrogen bacteria. The sulfur bacteria are remarkable for their dependence on sulfuretted hydrogen, the gas liberated, together with marsh gas, in ponds and marshes by the action of the abundant bacteria above mentioned, which attack and break up the cellulose or woody matter of vegetable refuse. The sulfur bacteria flourish by oxidizing the sulfuretted hydrogen in such waters, taking up the sulfur and storing it as granules in their own protoplasm. Peach-colored or purple sulfur bacteria of many varieties of form and growth are abundant in stagnant pools, forming wine-colored sheets of incrustation. There is urgent need for further study of these peach-colored bacteria. Colorless sulfur bacteria of large size and very distinct shape and growth, including a large range of form, namely Coccus, Leptothrix, and Spirillum, known as Beggiatoa, are abundant in natural warm springs, which bubble with sulfuretted hydrogen gas. The great deposits of pure sulfur in the tertiary strata of Sicily are due to these sulfur bacteria. The black mud of stagnant pools is due to the production of black iron sulfide by the action of sulfuretted hydrogen upon iron salts in the soil. Iron bacteria are described which flourish in natural waters containing the soluble bicarbonate of iron. The bacteria become thickly encrusted with a reddish-brown deposit of ferric hydroxide, and sometimes the supply pipes of waterworks become clothed with this deposit due to a chemical attraction and oxidation exercised by a special species of bacteria. The nitrogen bacteria are of supreme importance in relation to the supply of nitrogen in the form necessary as the food of green plants. They are one of the chief agents in natural waters and in the soil, and must be regarded as the basis of agriculture and all cultivation of green plants. One set, called the nitrosobacteria, are the agents of the conversion into nitrites of the ammonia, NH3, which is a final term of proteid putrefaction. But nitrites are not what the green plant needs. It must have nitrates. A distinct set of soil bacteria, the nitratobacteria, are to hand, and it is they which are concerned in the oxidation of nitrites into nitrates. But the green plant's need for nitrogen is yet further met by another and most remarkable kind of bacteria, which can actually seize free uncombined nitrogen from the atmosphere and convert it into compounds capable of feeding the green plant. These nitrogen-seizing bacteria are widely present in arable soil, and further, they attack the roots of the great food-producing order of plants, the leguminosae, which includes our peas and beans, vetches, and clover, and entering there cause the growth on the rootlets of characteristic nodules, in which they accumulate. They are known as Bacterium radicolum and enable the pea and bean plants to seize and assimilate free atmospheric nitrogen when there is a deficient supply of nitrates from other sources. This has been proved experimentally on a large scale. The nitrogen-seizing bacterium of the nodules can be cultivated independently of the green plant in appropriate solutions and has been prepared in quantity as a commercial article to be introduced into soils deficient in nitrogenous salts. It yet remains to note in this connection that another distinct set of bacteria is known, and is at present the subject of experiment, which has the power of deoxidizing nitrates in the soil, and yet more remarkable, of liberating ammonia and free nitrogen gas. Sewage as manure and as pollution. These two subjects each occupy the life work of many accomplished chemists employed in large public institutions. Great works are erected for the purpose of bringing crude sewage into the best form for the nourishment of plants by the activities of a succession of bacteria, the putrefactive, the cellulose-destroying, the ammonia-forming, the nitrous and the nitrate kinds, of which we have briefly written above. This is one vital and constantly growing industry. Another line of work arises from the necessity of preserving some considerable portion of the waters of our streams and rivers in such a state of purity as is needful to render it unlikely to produce disease when used as the daily drink of a dense population of human beings. The water drawn from rivers for human consumption is liable to contain pathogenous bacteria such as those of typhoid, cholera, dysentery, etc., especially when the excreta of the populations of large towns situated on its banks are conveyed by sewers or otherwise into the river. Legislation has done much to prevent the excess of such contamination, which once was general. Nowadays, the river water supplied by water companies is, to a great extent, protected from pollution, under Act of Parliament, by the separate treatment of sewage in special works, and the water is freed from an excess of bacteria by sedimentation, by precipitation, Clark's process, by filtration, and by exposure in great tanks to sunlight. In some difficult cases, chemical purification by ozone or by chlorine has been used. The number and kinds of bacteria present in the water at different stages of its passage through the reservoirs of the pumping stations are recorded with precision, and especial attention is given to the number present per cubic centimeter of certain indicative bacteria due to contamination by human and animal excreta. Such are the Bacillus coli communis and the Bacillus enteritidis sporogenes. The possible carriage by water, thus humanly contaminated, of the bacteria of typhoid, cholera, and other diseases derived from the sewage of a town or village where those diseases are present, but not yet notified, is a very real danger, and steps are taken by the authorities to prevent the contamination when discovered. Paragraph 11. The preceding pages may serve to give the reader an outline of the extraordinarily varied and vitally important branches of knowledge which have grown up and are still developing around the infusion animalcules of Schwann, the Vibrinonia of Ehrenberg. The practical demands of human industry and sanitation have led to the production of an immense body of detailed knowledge as to the chemical activities and life conditions of many special kinds. But the investigation of those kinds, not concerned in disease nor in manufacturing processes, has been comparatively neglected. It is the study of these less specialized kinds of bacteria which will in the future help us to a better understanding of the origin and natural history of these astonishing and ubiquitous organisms. Note: Pasteur did not distinguish by name and description the various kinds of organisms producing the fermentations which he studied. He called them all microbes, an abbreviation of microbionta, a convenient term which has come into general use. End of section 4.
Section 5 of The Outline of Science, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Quinton Jasper. The Outline of Science, Volume 4, by J. Arthur Thomson. Chapter 28, The Making of the Earth and the Story of the Rocks, Part 1. The Earth's Interior, Volcanic Eruptions. Origin of the Earth. In the opening chapters of this work, the modern theories regarding the origin of the Earth and its early history were briefly discussed. It may be regarded as certain that the Earth was originally part of a larger mass from which it and other planets were heaved off in the form of knotted spiral nebulae, like many of those to be observed in the heavens today. One of the two main theories of the origin of the Earth and the other planets is that of Laplace, according to which the planets were formed by the nebulae throwing off gaseous rings. Professor Chamberlain pictures this hypothesis thus. Starting as a gaseous globe, an early passage into a molten sphere wrapped in a hot, vaporous atmosphere was logically assigned the Earth. The atmosphere was made vast to contain all the water of the globe and the volatile matter that the heated conditions were presumed to have generated. At a later stage, a crust was assigned to the cooling globe, and the waters, condensing on this, gave the infant Earth the swaddling bands of a universal ocean. On further cooling, shrinkage and deformation were supposed to follow, the waters to be gathered into basins, the land to appear, and the formation of Earth strata to begin. Another view is the meteoric theory, according to which the more primitive stage of the nebulae was gaseous, but later the nebulae condensed into scattered meteorites, and such bodies as the planets were formed by passing through a stage of small scattered solid bodies. We quote Professor Chamberlain again. Quite in contrast with the older pictures of the primitive Earth, the planetesimal hypothesis, and this is entitled to be taken as the type of theories based on concentration from a scattered orbital state, postulates a solid Earth growing up slowly by accessions and coming to be clothed gradually with an atmosphere and hydrosphere. The Earth, the air, and the water are made to grow up together from smaller to larger volumes without necessarily attaining a very high temperature. The sources that at first had furnished the body of the ocean and the air, though they fell off as time went on, still continued to serve as means of replenishment, and to act as an offset to the familiar agencies of loss, far down into the later ages. The material of the Earth is similar to that of many of the other members of the solar system, though, of course, the materials may not exist in the same proportion. In its primitive stage, the Earth in its outer parts was liquid or gaseous. It was from its outer part that the moon was detached and became a separate body. As we have seen in a previous chapter, the friction of the tides has carried the moon farther and farther away from the Earth. The primitive Earth, it is estimated, had a diameter of about 5,500 miles. It grew larger by drawing into itself more nebulous materials or meteorites, called planetesimals by Professor Chamberlain, until it had a diameter of 8,100 miles at the end of its growing period. After the growing period was over, the Earth began to lose volume. Today it has a diameter of 7,900 miles. It was cooling, and that usually means becoming smaller. It was also consolidating internally. On the surface, the Earth was probably like a mass of lava, alternately passing from crust-making to boiling over. The boiling process must have brought about a sorting of materials, the lighter materials coming to the top, and the heavier sinking to lower levels. The more acid, granitic materials would rise, basaltic materials would sink. Thus, roughly speaking, arose the rigid, rocky, relatively cool shell of the Earth, perhaps 50 miles thick, shutting in the internal heat. The continents are, on the whole, built of the lighter materials, for example, granites, while the depressions that form the floor of the ocean have more of the heavier basaltic rocks beneath them. In any case, a rocky shell or a lithosphere was formed, and the romance of the rocks is concerned with the permutations and combinations of the materials of the Earth's crust. In all probability, the Earth contains a metal core embedded in a mantle of rocks some 50 miles thick. The center of the Earth is about 4,000 miles beneath us. The deepest shaft ever bored reached a depth of only some 6,500 feet, or less than 1.5 miles. For a knowledge of the conditions existing in the interior of the Earth, therefore, we must depend on the resources of scientific investigation. It is probable that the rocky crust of the Earth changes in its nature at a uniform rate, as the temperature rises down to a certain depth, and beneath that there is a sudden change in the conditions. We reach the beginning of the metal core, which is enveloped by the Earth's mantle of rocks. Paragraph 1. The interior of the Earth. We owe a great deal of our knowledge of the interior of the Earth to earthquake waves and to volcanic eruptions. From earthquake waves, we are able to infer something of the elastic properties of the Earth's substance. From such phenomena, we learn that rigidity increases toward the center of the Earth. This is due to the effect of the pressure of the Earth's outer layers, which forces the molecules closer together in the most central part of the Earth. In earthquakes, the Earth tremors, starting from the focus of the quake, pass through the body of the globe as elastic waves. The principal waves, which are felt in a severe earthquake, and which cause the greatest oscillations of the ground, pass along the Earth's surface, and do not reach a great depth. Such waves are known as transverse waves, and have only half the velocity of the longitudinal waves, which are the first waves to arrive, and are called first precursors. It is these precursors which tell us most about the conditions of our globe. Their behavior shows that their paths lie through the body of the Earth, and from observations, it is possible to trace their paths through the depth of the globe. There are many seismologic stations at different places with instruments so fine and so carefully watched that the earthquake phenomena can be studied with utmost precision. By studying the manner of the propagation of earthquake waves, it is possible, with the aid of mathematical reasoning, to calculate their paths in the interior of the Earth and the velocity of their propagation. By such means, the condition and composition of the Earth's interior is ascertained. It is found, as already stated, that the rocky mantle or crust of the Earth extends down to about 50 miles. Below that, there is a central core of quite different and denser metallic material. It is possible that, beneath the outer solid crust, there exists, at no very great depth, a thin molten layer, so thin comparatively as not to produce in any perceptible degree diminution of the Earth's rigidity. It is unlikely that the substratum of the crust is liquid. It is merely plastic. Mr. Bailey Willis, in discussing what is terra firma, says, "On what do mountains, continents, and ocean basins rest? Are there any rocks firm enough to bear the weight of mountains or continents without crushing? Among mountains there are many that are more than 3 miles high, and some that exceed 5 miles. The weight of such a column would crush its base. Asia is so high that its weight must exceed the load which can be supported by rocks as we know them. The same is true of other continents. It seems reasonable to think, Mr. Willis says, that the foundations or rocks beneath the continents may approach a crushed condition, or may actually be crushed. The crushed condition is not, however, that of rocks which fall apart when crushed, for the foundations of continents and ocean beds are part of the solid earth, and are continuous all about the sphere. There is, therefore, no space into which any crushed mass can crumble. The strength of the rocks may be overcome, but they cannot fall apart. This condition has been reproduced experimentally, and it has been shown that marble and even the firmest granite may be forced to change form, yet to be held a coherent solid. The rock under these conditions may be compared to wax, if only we bear in mind that it remains all the time a very strong solid. That the temperature of the interior of the Earth is very high is shown by the existence of hot springs and volcanoes, and by the rapid rise in temperature observed in mining operations, tunneling, and drilling. The temperature in the interior of the Earth, it is reckoned, attains some thousands of degrees centigrade. That the material of the Earth, nevertheless, does not become liquid or even gaseous at such high temperatures, but is proved to be very rigid, must be attributed to the extreme pressure which packs the molecules together and robs them of their mobility. Keeping this in mind while trying to ascertain the physical behavior of bodies with increase of temperature, we may infer that the temperature in the interior of the Earth must certainly remain below 9,000 degrees. In all probability, it does not even reach 4,000 degrees. Paragraph 2. Distribution of land and water. The question of the plan of the Earth and the distribution of land and water over its surface is a very fascinating one. More than 40 years ago, Lothian Green pointed out that the continents correspond in position to the edges and solid angles of a tetrahedron, a figure with 4 triangular faces. The flat faces would be occupied by the Atlantic, Indian, Pacific, and Arctic oceans. It was shown mathematically that if water could be held by gravity on the surface of a tetrahedron so as to cover 5/7 of the area, it would correspond in plan to the oceans of the world. It was further pointed out that a sphere, like the Earth, which was shrinking in volume without changing the area of its surface, would assume the form of a tetrahedron, although, in the case of a rapidly revolving body like a planet, the angles would be very much rounded off. This theory deservedly enjoys a great popularity. When we consider that animals and plants of the same families, and even of the same species, are found in equal abundance in widely separated regions, and that this is true of all geological ages, we are forced to conclude that continents, now separated by oceans, must once have been connected by bridges of land. Oftener than once, dry land has disappeared below the surface of ocean water. the bed of oceans has been raised above the surface and become dry land. But some areas have continued as land throughout nearly the whole of geological time. The fabled continent of Atlantis was supposed to have existed in the North Atlantic Ocean. Whether Plato's description of prehistoric Atlantis and the high state of the civilization of its inhabitants is incredible or not, there is little doubt that in very remote times there was a large landmass between the eastern and western continents. It is well established that, in the course of time, there has been a frequent interchange between land and sea areas. Nearly every part of England has undergone such changes. Land areas have been submerged beneath the sea, and alternately, the floor of the sea has been raised and become dry land. At the time, when the coal measures were formed in Europe, there flourished in Australia, India, South Africa, and South America alike a number of distinctive forms of plants. It was therefore concluded that all these regions then formed part of an immense continent which had been called Gondwana land. But an interesting new theory has quite recently been advanced by Professor Wegener, who suggests that in past ages these continents were very much nearer to each other than at the present time. South America, Antarctica, Australia, and India can readily be fitted round South Africa, like pieces of a jigsaw puzzle, so as to form a single landmass of far less astounding size than the vast Gondwana land. Professor Wegener regards the continental masses as blocks of lighter granitic rock, floating, like an ice floe in water, upon a sphere of heavier basaltic rock, which lies below the floors of the great oceans. In the Tertiary epoch, not very long ago in geological time, these blocks became separated, and America drifted westwards away from the Old World. At the present day, Greenland at least is moving away from Europe as much as 50 feet in a year. In front of the moving continent, the rocks were deformed and folded into the great mountain chains of the Rockies and the Andes, and with this were associated great outbursts of volcanic activity. Volcanoes. We in the British Isles have little experience of earthquakes, and none of volcanoes. It was not always so. There are many records of volcanic eruption in this country. Indeed, these islands furnish a great body of evidence regarding volcanic action in prehistoric times. Many of the western isles of Scotland are partly built of volcanic rocks. Central Scotland at one time was the centre of intense volcanic activity. North Berwick Law marks one of the chief vents. A great volcano built up Arthur's Seat and the Castle Rock at Edinburgh. So also with Eildon Hills in Roxburgh and the Cumbres in the Firth of Clyde, to mention only a few. The Cheviot Hills in the Lake District, ages ago, were also volcanic zones, and in Wales, Snowdon and Cader Idris were built up around volcanic centres. Throughout geological history, there have been great outbursts of volcanic activity, alternating with prolonged intervals of rest. The crust of the Earth is subject to strain and stress due to the cooling of the Earth, and to its revolution, while in addition to other heavenly bodies may exert an attractive force. Disturbances of the Earth's crust often produce a movement of the strata along fractures or faults. A fault being a displacement by which rocks are broken across and sink or rise to different levels. Rift valleys have been formed by areas settling down to a lower level than that of the surrounding region. The Western Mediterranean, the Dead Sea, the Red Sea, Tanganyika, and other African lakes lie in such areas where depressions have been formed in remote times. The upward and downward movements of the Earth's crust have given rise to the main configuration of the Earth. The variations in volcanic intensity during successive geological periods, Professor Gregory says, may be explained as due to the alternation of periods of violent disturbances of the Earth's crust with periods of slight and gentle movements. As the Earth shrinks in size, the crust sags gently downward. For a time, the crust may easily accommodate itself to the internal contraction, and volcanic activity is dormant. As the shrinkage proceeds, the crust becomes deformed and unstable, and the Earth ultimately recovers stability by great readjustments of the surface. During these movements, the crust is fractured and parts of it sink, and at such places the pressure on the underlying rock is especially heavy. This extra weight on the superheated plastic rock and the opportunity given for its escape through the fractures occasion fresh periods of volcanic activity. Volcanoes are closely related to the Earth movements, which result in the fracturing of strata and folding of the Earth's crust. Amongst the examples of periodically active volcanoes today is Vesuvius. The earliest recorded eruption of Vesuvius, 79 AD, destroyed Pompeii, leaving it a heap of hardened mud and ashes. Stromboli has been constantly active since the time of Homer. Sir Ray Lancaster, as an eyewitness, has vividly described Vesuvius in eruption. Vesuvius in eruption. The crater or basin formed by a volcano starts with the opening of a fissure in the Earth's surface, communicating by a pipe-like passage with very deeply seated molten matter and steam. Whether the molten matter thus naturally tapped is only a local through vast accumulation, or is universally distributed at a given depth below the Earth's crust, and at how many miles from the surface is not known. It seems to be certain that the great pressure of the crust of the Earth, from 5 to 25 miles thick, must prevent the heated matter below it from becoming either liquid or gaseous. Whether the heat of that mass be due to the cracking of the Earth's crust and the friction of the moving surfaces as the crust cools and shrinks, or is to be accounted for by the original high temperature of the entire mass of the terrestrial globe. It is only when the gigantic pressure is relieved by the cracking or fissuring of the closed case called the crust of the Earth that the enclosed deep-lying matter of immensely high temperature liquefies, or even vaporizes, and rushes into the up-leading fissure. Steam and gas, thus set free, drive everything before them, carrying solid masses along with them, tearing, rending, shaking the foundations of the hills, and issuing in terrific jets from the Earth's surface, as though a safety valve, into the astonished world above. The eruption he proceeds to describe was that of 1871. We walked up towards the observatory in order to spend the night on the burning mountain. We found that 2 white-hot streams, each about 20 yards broad at the free end, were issuing from the base of the cone. The glowing stones thrown up by the crater were now separately visible. A loud roar accompanied each spasmodic ejection. The night was very clear, and the white, firmly cut cloud, due to the steam ejected by the crater, hung above it. At intervals, we heard a milder detonation, that of thunder which accompanied the lightning, which played in the cloud, giving it a greenish illumination by contrast with the red flame color reflected onto it by the red-hot material within the crater. The flames attributed to volcanoes are generally of this nature, but actual flames do sometimes occur in volcanic eruption by the ignition of combustible gases. The puffs of steam from the crater were separated by intervals of about 3 minutes. When an eruption becomes violent, they succeed one another at the rate of many in a second, and the force of the steam jet is gigantic, driving a column of transparent superheated steam with such vigor that as it cools into the condition of cloud, an appearance like that of a gigantic pine tree 7 miles high, in the case of Vesuvius, is produced. We made our way to the advancing end of one of the lava streams, like the snout of a glacier, which was 20 feet high and moved forwards, but slowly, in successive jerks. 200 yards farther up, where it issued from the sandy ashes, the lava was white-hot and running like water, but it was not in very great quantity, and rapidly cooled on the surface and became sticky. A cooled skin of slag was formed in this way, which arrested the advancing stream of lava. At intervals of a few minutes, this cooled crust was broken into innumerable clinkers by the pressure of the stream, and there was a noise like the smashing of a gigantic store of crockeryware as the pieces or clinkers fell over one another down the nearly vertical snout of the lava stream, whilst the red-hot molten material burst forward a few feet, but immediately became again crusted over and stopped in its progress. We watched the coming together and fusion of the 2 streams and the overwhelming and burning up of several trees by the steadily, though slowly advancing river of fire. We then climbed up the ash cone, getting nearer and nearer to the rim of the crater, from which showers of glowing stones were being shot. The deep roar of the mountain at each effort was echoed from the cliffs of the ancient mother crater, Monte Somma, and the ground shook under our feet, as does a ship at sea when struck by a wave. As we ascended the upper part of the cone, the red-hot stones were falling to our left, and we determined to risk a rapid climb to the edge of the crater, on the right or southern side, and look into it. We did so, and as we peered into the great streaming pit, a terrific roar, accompanied by a shuddering of the whole mountain, burst from it. Hundreds of red-hot stones rose in the air, to a height of 400 feet, and fell happily in accordance with our expectation, to our left. We ran quickly down the sandy side of the cone to a safe position, about 300 feet below the crater's lip, and having lit our pipes from one of the red-hot bombs, rested for a while at a safe distance and waited for the sunrise. A vast horizontal layer of cloud had now formed below us, and Vesuvius and the hills around Naples appeared as islands emerging from a sea. Sir Ray Lancaster also witnessed the great eruption of the following year. The great lava stream reached 6 miles down the mountain in the flat country below, destroying 2 villages. Its course, narrow where it started, widened to 3 miles. After 10 days, this river with all its waves and ripples was turned to stone and greatly resembled a Swiss glacier in appearance. A foot below the surface it was still red-hot, and a stick pushed into a crevice caught fire. Earthquakes and geysers. Some earthquakes are produced as a result of volcanic eruption, but many of the most severe earthquakes have no immediate connection with volcanic activity. They are due to a shifting of the Earth crust, to a movement of the strata along the fractures or faults to which we have referred. Geysers, which are hot springs in which water is forced fountain-wise into the air, exist in volcanic areas, deriving their heat from volcanic sources. The most famous are in the Yellowstone National Park, Wyoming, USA. From one of these springs, the water is shot to a height of nearly 150 feet. Many geysers in America, in Iceland, and in New Zealand, the regions where they are best known, do not flow continuously, but squirt out jets of boiling water at intervals, which may be remarkably regular. The presence of geysers is an indication that the volcanic activity of the district is gradually dying away. End of section 5.
Section number 6 of The Outline of Science, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Outline of Science, Volume 4, by J. Arthur Thomson. Chapter 28. The Making of the Earth and the Story of the Rocks, Part 2. Paragraph 3. The Making of Mountains. We shall see when we come to consider the story of a piece of sandstone how the forces of running water and frost break up rocks into fragments, and how the streams sweep these fragments down into the sea. And we shall see, too, that these forces act more powerfully in the mountains than anywhere else. If these forces could go on unchecked, they would in time wear down the surface of the earth's rocky crust until it was quite flat. We know, too, that the sea covers a much greater area of the earth than the land does, and that the highest mountains could be completely drowned in the greatest depths of the sea. What is it, then, that has saved the earth from being worn into a uniform ball covered all over by a shallow, level-floored sea? The answer is that the earth still has a vast store of energy, and as fast as the old mountains are worn away, new ones arise to take their place. There are several ways in which mountains may be built. The simplest are those which are mere heaps of material on the surface of the earth, and these are called accumulation mountains. A volcano, for instance, will build up round its mouth a cone consisting of layers of dust and cinders and rock fragments, with perhaps sheets of lava which have welled over the lip of the hollow or crater thus formed. In this way are built the stately cones of Tenerife, of Fujiyama in Japan, and many others. But a volcano is an uncertain and capricious builder, and is at all times liable to blow away in a single explosion the accumulated ashes of a century of smoldering fires. This has happened more than once in the story of Vesuvius in Italy, round whose slopes lie the ruins of an older and larger cone. A volcano which has become inactive may be so worn away by weathering that nothing remains but the plug or neck of rock which hardened in the pipe leading down to the molten mass in the interior of the earth. Volcanoes are the chief builders of accumulation mountains, but small examples may be formed by the piling up of stones at the foot of a glacier, where the ice stream which carried them melts. And if a geologist be allowed to make a mountain out of a molehill, it is in this group that he must classify it. More important mountains, and especially mountain chains, are formed not by the heaping up of materials on the surface of the crust, but by warpings and pinchings of the crust itself. Sometimes, where the crust is hard, a block of solid rock is raised up or tilted all in one piece, as a loose brick may stick up out of its place in a brick floor. At other times, where the rocks of the crust are newer and more yielding, they are bent and folded into a series of waves. Folded mountains arise from the crumpling and folding along special lines of weakness in the Earth's crust. In front of a firm land mass or continent, the surface sinks, so as to form a trough-like depression, which is, of course, occupied by a sea. Into this sea, the rivers of the continent which form its shore sweep sand and mud washed from the surface of the land. The floor of the sea is covered by thick deposits of sandstone and clay, and limestone derived mainly from the shells and skeletons of marine animals. But the wrinkle in the earth's surface goes on deepening, so that the trough is never quite filled. In this way is formed a great sheet of sediments, young, soft, and pliable. In the next stage, this sheet of new rocks is crumpled or folded. This is due to pressure, not from above or below, but from the sides. When we wish to bend a sheet of cardboard, we do not dent it in the center. We press the two edges towards each other until it buckles. If the pressure be only moderate, the folds form a series of wave crests and troughs, like those of corrugated iron. But if the pressure be very great, the folds are squeezed together. They become tall and narrow, and arch over to one side like the breakers on the seashore. In the end, they may lean over upon the next fold so that the whole becomes pleated. The folds may even be broken by the strain and slide over one another. The making of the Alps. The most important folded mountains of Europe are the Alps. The first steps in their formation began at the beginning of the Secondary Era, when a trough-like sea formed where they now stand. Throughout that incalculable length of time, the era of the first birds and mammals, of the early flowering plants, and of the giant extinct reptiles, this sea was becoming charged with enormous layers, thousands of feet thick, of sandstones, shales, and limestones. In the next, the Tertiary Era, the continent to the south sank below the waters of what is now the Mediterranean. This movement was the signal for intense folding to begin in the Alpine region. The folds leant over to the northwest and formed sheets of rock lying almost horizontally on top of each other. The enormous pressures which accompanied these crumblings had their effect upon the nature of the rocks. The clays and shales were changed by squeezing into slates and schists. The granites were crushed so that their minerals became arranged in parallel bands. After the folding, the last step was for the crumpled rocks to be raised out of the sea to their present height. Immediately, the forces of weathering set to work. Already, in what is geologically a relatively short time, the surface is transformed. The highest summits of the Alps, Mont Blanc, the Matterhorn, and others, are formed out of very old rocks, which must have been covered by great thicknesses of younger sediments, but because of their hardness, these older rocks have much more successfully resisted weathering. Only here and there do the crests of the mountains correspond with the crests of the folds. The relief of the country is determined almost entirely by the sculpturing action of the streams of ice and water. The ultimate fate of a range of mountains, if the attacks of weathering go on unchecked, is to be worn down into a plain. Plains may, however, also be formed by the accumulation of even, undisturbed layers of sediments. The Great Plain of Russia, the oldest landmark on the map of Europe, is an example. But however flat and regular a plain of either kind may be, it will not yield uniformly to weathering. If a plain be raised up by earth movements into a plateau, its flat surface will soon be cut up by river valleys. In the course of time, only some surviving peaks and ridges will remain. Mountains formed in this way are called relict mountains. They are the remains of what was once a tract of high land. The mountains of Scotland. The mountains of Scotland and of Norway are of this type. At the beginning of geological history, they arose first as a chain of folded mountains like the Alps of today. Several times since then, however, have they been worn down and raised up anew. Although the rocks of which they are built are among the oldest in the world, the mountains are at the same time very young, since they were raised to their present height in the last geological period, later even than the Alps. In some disturbance of the earth's crust, these old mountain masses, too tough and hard to be folded, were tilted up in one vast block. We can see by the lengths of the rivers that in general the Atlantic side of the block is shorter and steeper than the European side. But in both Scotland and Scandinavia, the mountains owe their shape to the action of streams of ice and water. We see then that there are two principal ways in which mountains are made. Firstly, there are those mountains which are actually built up and are known as original. They include such types as volcanic cones, which are mere heaps of material like a child's sandcastle on the beach. And also there are the folded mountains, which are portions of the earth's crust squeezed and warped like clay under the hands of the modeler. Secondly, there are the relict mountains, which are the remains of former high land. They may be considered as monuments of weathering cut from the solid rock. The destruction of mountains. Mountains are invariably the scene of intense weathering. Rock fragments once broken off will not accumulate upon steep slopes, so that there is no protecting layer of soil, and therefore no vegetation. Moreover, isolated peaks are very much exposed to all attacks. Lightning may split the rocks of the summits. Leslie Stephen, speaking of a shoulder of Mont Blanc, says, quote, "The lightning strokes have covered numbers of stones with little glass-like beads, showing that this must be one of its favorite haunts." Unquote. But the chief splitter of rocks is frost. Water which has penetrated the cracks and joints of the rocks expands in freezing with tremendous force. The angular fragments called scree, which litter the slopes or fill the gullies below the crags, are almost all split off in this way. Frost-riven summits, like the Coulin Hills of Skye or the Aiguilles of Chamonix, are sharp and spire-like. In the Alps and elsewhere, where the snow lies throughout the year in great masses, it becomes hardened and compacted, partly by melting and freezing and partly by its own weight, into ice. Mountaineers distinguish between the black ice, formed by the freezing of pools and streams, and the granular blue ice made of compacted snow. By its own weight and by the pressure of the masses of snow, this blue ice begins to creep from the snow fields, down the mountain slopes, down the valleys, in the great rivers of ice called glaciers. Not a pile of broken fragments, but a solid mass, always welded together by fresh meltings and freezings, the glacier fills the valley from wall to wall. It is too solid to be readily melted, and so it creeps down into the green valleys far below the snow line. It moves infinitely slowly, 10,000 times more slowly than water, often no faster than the minute hand of a watch. From the valley walls, blocks of stone fall onto the glacier and accumulate there in long heaps called moraines. The ice bears them down to the foot of the glacier where it melts, and there the stones are dropped and form great heaps. Much of the finer material is washed away by the river which the melting ice supplies. A stream which springs from a glacier is always exceedingly muddy. The action of a glacier in sculpturing the valleys through which it makes its way is very different from that of a river. A mountain stream cuts a valley like a furrow cut by a knife in a wooden board, narrow at the foot with sloping sides, V-shaped, often very sinuous. The great mass of a glacier acts principally by grinding the stones which it carries against the rocks which surround it, like a gouge. The valley is U-shaped, with steep sides and a wide floor, and no sudden curves. Moreover, a glacier rounds off the outlines and polishes, but at the same time scratches the surface of the rocks it passes over. All of these features, as well as the abandoned moraines, can be recognized in countries where no glaciers now exist, for example, in the Highlands of Scotland. For in the last geological period, the Great Ice Age, all northern Europe, including the whole of Britain north of the Thames, and all Canada, were covered by a vast sheet or sea of ice, like the Antarctic continent or Greenland today. The causes of these changes in the climate remain obscure. We have seen, then, that the regions where the breaking up of rocks proceeds most rapidly are the mountains, the deserts, and the cliffs of the seashore. On the cliffs, the fiercest attack is that of the waves and the pebbles which they carry. In times of storm, tremendous blows are struck, and pressures of over 2 tons per square foot are recorded. In the deserts, the rocks crack under the influence of the blazing sun, alternating with the cold of the nights, and under the ceaseless grinding of wind-blown sand they are shaped and polished. In the mountains, the cold and the freezing of water strike the first blows. Gravity alone, or the slow glaciers, or the summer rains, or the water that streams from the melting snow when the sun shines, or the warm, faint wind blows, carry the fragments away. With long periods of rest as they lie upon level ground or at the bottom of lakes, they make their way down to the sea. In the sea, at last, they are spread and sorted and hardened into rocks. From the sea floor, they may again be lifted and crumpled into a new range of mountains. The weathering will recommence, the particles lifted up in the folded strata, ranked and filed in their orderly battalions, will find their way back to the sea as a horde of stragglers. And so, mountains are built up and worn down in endless succession. There are 3 stages of mountain making: the forming and hardening of the rocks, the folding, the uplifting. There are 3 stages of mountain destruction: the splitting, the transport of particles, the forming of new rocks, and the last stage of the one is the first stage of the other. One generation of mountains follows another. To what end? Does the earth shrink each time? Is it becoming less round and more angular? Are the continents moving away from each other? We cannot be sure. Mountains are insignificant wrinkles at best. The highest make no more difference to the earth's diameter than a woolen sock makes to a man's height. But that they play their part in the story of the earth as a whole is certain. 4 times since geological history begins have new generations of mountains risen in Europe. There is no reason to suppose that the oldest of the 4 belongs to the first of the great cycles of growth and decay in the earth's history. There is no reason to suppose that we ourselves are living in the last. Paragraph 4. A piece of granite. Much of the building material of the continents consists of granite, and many of the mountains of the world, such as Mont Blanc, are granite mountains. We are all familiar with the clean, hard appearance of the stone in granite buildings. Let us see what the story of this granite is. When we look carefully at a piece of granite, the first thing we notice about it is that the rock is made up of a number of different minerals. As the mixture is rather a coarse one, it is not difficult to recognize the more important of these. There are little glittering scales and specks of white and black mica. There is a great deal of opaque gray or pink feldspar, which gives its color to the whole rock. And there are irregular grains of clear, glassy quartz. From the chemical point of view, these 3 minerals, mica, feldspar, and quartz, are compounds of the element silicon with oxygen, and in the first 2 cases, with metals such as sodium, aluminium, and iron. Although the rock is such a coarse mixture, it is, we know from our granite buildings, exceedingly strong. The minerals cannot be separated from each other. They are firmly welded together, as the granite worker well knows. This welding suggests that the granite rock was formed by the cooling and solidification of a mass of liquid rock which had been melted by some intense heat. Under the solid crust of the earth, with which we are more or less familiar, there lies a layer of rock so hot that whenever the pressure is not too great, it assumes the molten or liquid condition. From time to time, for reasons not well understood, this molten rock invades the solid crust above it and pushes its way out towards the earth's surface. It may reach the surface and be poured out as molten lava in a volcanic eruption, or its upward rush may be arrested, and it may slowly cool and harden deep down in the solid crust of the earth. This hidden eruption may be laid bare long afterwards by the gradual wearing away of the rocks above. A concealed episode is thus brought to the light of day. Crystal making. When such a molten mass cools and becomes solid, the minerals in the rock form crystals. A crystal is an orderly grouping of the molecules or smallest possible particles of the mineral upon a definite plan. Every mineral, when crystallized, has its molecules arranged upon its own particular plan, from which it never departs, and which is shared by no other mineral. As a result of this systematic arrangement of their minutest particles, all crystals have certain properties in common. For instance, a ray of light passing through a crystal is very often split into 2, so that the object seen through a transparent crystal, say of Iceland spar, will appear double. But the amount by which the 2 rays of light are separated depends upon the particular kind of mineral, and if the amount of separation could be accurately measured, the mineral could be recognized by this property alone. When a crystal can develop freely in every direction, it grows in a definite geometric form, a number of flat faces separated by definite angles, and by these angles the mineral can be recognized. On our piece of granite, the light is reflected from the smooth, flat crystal faces of the mica. But when a molten rock solidifies, the crystals will rarely be able to grow quite freely. They will retain all their properties except their shape, and will grow as far as they can to meet each other in the firmly welded unbreakable joints, which we have already noticed in the extraordinarily strong granite. The size which the crystals attain will depend principally on the rate of cooling. The more slowly the molten mass solidifies, the longer time will the molecules have to come together and take up their positions, and the larger the crystals will be. When a molten mass is poured out at the surface in a volcanic eruption, it cools very quickly, and the crystals may be too small to be seen with the naked eye. Sometimes, under such conditions, crystals are not formed at all, and the rock solidifies as a glass, in which the various minerals have not separated out. So we can argue that glassiness without crystals means rapid cooling, perhaps 100 million years ago. On the other hand, since our piece of granite shows crystals of large size, we may infer that granite must have cooled very slowly. The fact is, it can never have reached the Earth's surface at all, and whenever a mass of granite is found today, we may be sure that it must once have been covered by great thicknesses of other rocks, which have been worn away since the molten granite welled up into its present place from the white-hot interior of the Earth. This, then, is the scientific romance of the piece of granite. It burst out of the Earth's internal furnace. It was arrested by the crust. It cooled so slowly that its crystals are very big, and they were so crowded that they dovetailed into one another, so that granite is difficult to break. A piece of sandstone. When a mass of granite is laid bare after unthinkably long ages of burial, it will, of course, be attacked in turn by the weathering agencies which wore away the overlying rocks. In a mountain region, for instance, where the granite becomes much exposed to the action of the weather and is not much protected by a covering of soil and vegetation, the rock will be split and shattered by the action of frost and perhaps of lightning. It will be worn away by wind and running water, and it may be ground to dust by the slowly moving ice of glaciers. We must remember, moreover, that water may act upon the rocks chemically as well as physically, especially if the water contains dissolved acids, such as those derived from plant remains rotting in a peat bog. Thus the feldspar in a granite rock may be slowly altered into a powder which is washed away as mud, while the quartz, which is more resistant, will be broken into minute fragments and become sand. Below a granite block protruding beside a mountain path, we often find a heap of coarse fragments. A little further off, angular grains of sand lie upon the ground. These are the first stages in the breaking down of the rock. In a desert region, the broken down particles cannot be washed away, but they are blown away by the wind, and the sand grains become worn and rounded. Under ordinary conditions, the rain sweeps the particles into runlets, which lead to streams, and these make rivers, which bear the weathered particles to the sea. In countries with a temperate climate, rivers are by far the most important factors in shaping the surface of the land. They operate not only by eating away their own floors and banks, but by removing the loose particles, they expose the bare rock to the action of the weather. As the amount of mud and sand which a river can carry along depends on the size and rapidity of the stream, it often happens that a river cannot carry as much in the lower part of its course as it does higher up, where the current is stronger. Thus a portion of the load falls to the bottom, though the greater part is swept out into the sea where it is deposited, together with other material which the sea itself has torn from the coastal rocks. All materials laid down under water by gravity are called sediments. They do not usually accumulate in a continuous way, for after a certain layer of sediment is laid down, all over a considerable area of the floor of the sea, and of much the same thickness throughout, there may be an interruption or a change in the supply of material, and the layer next laid down will be distinct from the one below it. These distinct layers are geologically known as beds or strata. The body of a dead animal lying on the floor of the sea will be gradually buried by the deepening sediments, and its skeleton or shell, at least, may not have rotted away before it is completely entombed. Even inside the rock, if the sediment becomes a rock, the hardest parts of animals are liable to be dissolved away in the course of time, but an impression or mold will be left, or the original material may be replaced, molecule by molecule, by some resistant mineral such as silica, of which quartz is the crystalline form. Such fossils are of great value to the geologist, for the occurrence of a fossil in a rock shows that the animal thus preserved was living at the time the bed was formed, and in this way the age of the bed of rock can be told, in some cases with great precision. We are now able to understand what sandstone is. It is a compacted deposit of grains of sand worn off of the surface of some other and older rock, such as granite, very possibly far inland, and carried down by the rivers to be laid upon the sea floor in beds or strata. The loose grains of sand become compacted together partly by being cemented by mineral matter dissolved in the water, partly by the weight of later sediments above them. A sandstone contains, then, two kinds of deposit, the grains and the cement. The grains are very largely of quartz, angular fragments broken off crystals, and though completely irregular in arrangement, retaining their crystal properties. Grains of feldspar, mica, and other minerals also occur. The cementing material may be muddy, limey, or of silica, and it is very often stained red, yellow, or green, the color being frequently due to iron, which may be derived from many minerals such as black mica. A whole town may have a local color, depending on the nature and staining of the sediments on the floor of an ancient sea which once occupied that area. Everyone recognizes that sandstone is practically very different from granite. It is a plastic building stone, while granite cannot be coerced. The textures of the two rocks are as different as they well could be, and yet the minerals in a sandstone may be the same as those in a granite. This shows clearly that the difference in result must be due to the difference in the mode of formation. Rocks such as granite, which are first formed as molten masses below the surface of the earth, are known as igneous rocks. Rocks which are formed at the earth's surface as aggregations of solid particles are called derivative, and if, as in the case of sandstone, the particles are directly derived from the wearing down of some older rock, the derivative rock thus formed is said to be detritic. It is made up of rock debris or detritus. End of section 6. Section 7 of the Outline of Science, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Outline of Science, Volume 4, by J. Arthur Thomson. Chapter 28. The Making of the Earth and the Story of the Rocks, Part 3. Paragraph 5. A piece of coal. To the geologist, coal is a rock, just as much as granite or sandstone, playing a smaller part than either of these in the formation of land masses, but of great economic importance. It is a derivative rock, that is to say, it is formed upon the surface of the earth, but, unlike sandstone, it is not detritic, not made up of the fragments of previous rocks. It consists chiefly of the compressed and altered remains of plants, and all rocks which are formed through the intervention of plant or animal life are said to be organic in origin. Chemically, coal consists chiefly of carbon, combined with hydrogen and other gases, and it differs from unaltered vegetable matter in containing more carbon and less of the other constituents. When coal is burnt in air, the compounds of hydrogen and carbon break up. The oxygen of the air combines with the carbon to form carbonic acid gas, and with the hydrogen to form water. In each of these reactions, chemical energy is set free in the form of heat. Where did this energy come from? It was stored up by the plants from which the coal is formed, and the plants in these far-off times lived as plants do today, by trapping the energy of the orange-red rays of the sunshine. George Stephenson said of one of his early railway engines that it was the light of the sun that drove it. Ordinary household coal is not the only fuel resulting from the transformation of vegetable remains. Peat, for example, consists of little altered vegetable residue fermenting in the bogs where the plants actually grew. In lignites, the structure of wood is still recognizable. Cannel coals and boghead coals are dull in appearance, break irregularly, and are clean to handle. Anthracite is also clean, but is shining and metallic, and difficult to ignite. These types form a series becoming progressively heavier and richer in carbon, but it must not be thought that anthracite, for instance, the heaviest of all, has in its formation passed through all these stages. Rather are these different types of coal derived from different assortments of plant remains. The chief plants of the coal measures were ferns and giant tree-like forms represented today by the horsetails and club mosses. Modern horsetails and club mosses are mostly small plants, pygmies compared with their predecessors in the Carboniferous age. Flowering plants were just beginning when the coal measures were formed. Coal often shows bands parallel to the bedding plane, alternately bright and dull or charred. The dull bands consist probably of altered wood, and the bright bands of leaves and cones. In many cases, the coal seams rest upon beds of fire clay, known as the underclay, which contains fossilized roots and other remains of the plants of which the coal is made up. Limestones, sandstones, and ironstones are also associated with coal, and in some places lumps of limestone known as coal balls and containing very fine fossils are found in the coal. Although coal is best known from the Carboniferous period, scattered deposits occur in rocks of nearly every age. The ancient plants which formed the coal measures possibly grew in swamps near the sea, like the Everglades of Florida today. The fallen tree trunks accumulated, and vegetable matter may have been carried into the swamp by rivers. The land gradually sank, and the swamp was invaded by the sea, and beds of sandstone and other sediments were laid down on top of a layer of plant remains, which became coal. Then the land may have risen again. A new forest sprung up on the site of the old one, and in time a second seam of coal may have been formed above the first one. Sometimes, however, coal may have been formed from driftwood or by the choking of a freshwater pool with vegetation. Whatever be the origin of the coal, the romance is the same. The rough, dirty lumps are the memorials of a silent forest of strange trees. They contain the stored energy of the sun, which shone on these primitive plants. As we saw in a previous chapter, they can yield us dyes of all the colors of the rainbow. Chemically, they are nearly akin to the clear, sparkling diamond. A piece of chalk. Chalk is a soft, white, earthy rock, almost pure carbonate of lime, but mixed sometimes with various mineral impurities. It is made up of the broken skeletons of mollusks, sea lilies, sea urchins, and the like, but especially of the shells of some of the simplest of living creatures, belonging to the group of the one-celled animals, or protozoa, and included in the class Foraminifera. Their shells are often smaller than pinheads, but they are extraordinarily beautiful. Chalk is therefore an organic rock, but it differs from coal in being made of compounds of lime, not of carbon, and in being derived from the remains of marine animals, not of plants. There is very little carbonate of lime dissolved in seawater, but there is a much greater amount of sulfate of lime, and various kinds of marine animals, such as Foraminifera, are able to transform the one to the other, under certain conditions. Animals which require a great deal of carbonate of lime are confined to clear water and to the warmed parts of the globe. When we look at the chalk cliffs of Dover, we are looking at the results of the lives of minute Foraminifera, which lived in the great part floating on the surface of an ancient sea. When they died, their shells sank slowly to the sea floor and there formed a deposit. A similar deposit is being formed today by similar animals over wide areas of the ocean floor, and in another article, reference has been made to the interest and importance of the ceaseless rain of tiny dead creatures that drift down into the abysses. The building of a coral island. Other kinds of limestone, less pure than chalk, being usually mixed with mud worn off from rocks and stones, consist mainly of the remains of mollusks, sea lilies, and corals, or of foraminifera different in habit from the chalk formers. The building of a coral island has been described by Professor J. Arthur Thomson, The Study of Animal Life. Quote, "We see a multitudinous life rising like a mist in the sea, countless millions of microscopic creatures often enclosed in beautiful shells of flint and lime. Myriads of them are always being killed at the surface by vicissitudes of temperature and the like. They sink gently through the miles of water to find a grave in the abysmal ooze. The submarine volcanic top, which did not reach the surface, is slowly raised by the rainfall of these countless minutiae. Inch by inch, for myriads of years, the snowdrift of dead shells forms a patient preparation for the coral island. The tiniest, hardly bigger than the wind-blown dust, form, when added together, the strongest foundation in the world. The vast whale skeleton falls, but melts away till only the ear bones are left. Of the ruthless grizzly shark nothing stays but the teeth. The sea butterflies, pteropods, with their frail shells, are mightier than these, and perhaps the microscopic atomies are strongest of all. The pile slowly rises, and the exquisite fragments are cemented into a stable foundation for the future city of corals. At length, when the height at which they can live is reached, coral germs moor themselves to the sides of the raised mound and begin a new life on the shoulders of death." Unquote. The living coral is a branched colony of individuals, all connected together, and with their soft bodies encased in strong shells of carbonate of lime. Each individual or polyp is little more than a stomach, with a mouth surrounded by tentacles. Each is sheltered in a little cup of the limy skeleton which invests the whole colony. The branching skeleton assumes beautiful flower-like forms. The coral reef builds upwards and outwards. The central part is often suffocated, while the edges grow freely, so that when the reef reaches the surface of the water, it may form a ring-shaped island. On this island, weathering forms a scanty soil. The waves cast up drifted material, the birds rest. In time, the new land is peopled with animals and plants. Quote, "It is a strange and beautiful story, dead shells of the tenderest beauty on the rugged shoulders of the volcano, the slowly laid foundation for the reef-building polyps. At last, plants and trees, the hum of insects, and the song of birds over the coral island." Unquote. Chemically formed rocks. When a pool of seawater dries up, the salts dissolved in it are deposited on the floor of the basin, and a deposit is formed, including common salt and sulfate of lime or gypsum. On a big scale, this has often occurred in the past, and we may call the results chemically formed rocks. The valuable deposits of mixed salts at Stassfurt in Germany were formed in this way. A peculiar example of a chemically formed rock is found in the flints of the lower beds of the chalk itself. Flint is an impure form of silica, of which quartz is the crystalline form, deposited from water trickling through the chalk. The water derives its silica not from quartz, which is nearly insoluble, but from the flinty skeletons of animals, such as certain sponges and the radiolarians, another group of the one-celled animals or protozoa whose skeletons are more delicate, latticed, and pointed than those of the foraminifera. Very little silica is present in seawater, but these animals possess the power of transforming particles of clay, impure silicate of aluminium, into flint, of which they build their skeletons. We are now able to attempt a rough classification of the derivative rocks, namely, the rocks made up of materials derived from elsewhere. Firstly, according to their composition, there are 5 main types, made up 1 of grains, usually of silica, 2 of finer particles of clay, 3 of carbon compounds, 4 of lime compounds, and 5 of silica in solid flinty masses, with various others less important, chiefly of chemical origin. Then we recognize 3 great modes of formation: A, the detritic, that is, built from inorganic rock debris; B, the organic, that is, from remains of plants or animals; and C, the chemical. All are closely linked together. These classifications make for clearness of thinking, but nature seems to set them at defiance, mixing and mingling in a medley which is at once a puzzle and a fascination. A piece of slate. Derivative rocks, too, may be found in greatly altered forms. Slate is a rock which can be split into thin slices, and as everyone knows, it can be made smooth enough to write on. Slate is a hardened and altered form of clay, and so its classification is with the clays and sandstones we have already discussed. It is a detritic derivative rock made of fragments worn off older rocks. Clay is formed by the chemical alteration of feldspar, one of the most important constituents of granite. The weathering of the granite allows water to carry off the altered feldspar, and the river or the glacier deposits clay in beds. The clay, which ought to consist of silicate of aluminium, is usually full of impurities, such as grains of sand and lime. The deposited clay very often hardens in the form of shale, a rock which can be split into very thin sheets, parallel to the plane of the beds or strata in which the sediment was laid down. Slate is a clay or shale in which the original bedding has been obliterated by great pressure in movements of the Earth's crust. The mineral particles have been rearranged in sheets by squeezing so that the rock can split into thin flakes. Such rocks are called metamorphic. The clays, it may be mentioned, have a special importance. They are impermeable to water, and therefore hold up rainwater which would otherwise sink to such depths below ground as to become unavailable. The clays also, by reason of their softness, readily decay, with the result that beds of rich soil are formed. Paragraph 6. Precious stones. When we turn to precious stones, we are dealing with rocks no longer, but with individual minerals. We have considered minerals hitherto simply as constituents of rocks, but when we consider them by themselves, we take up a new point of view. In rocks, the minerals are usually in small crystals. They are often impure. They are not free to develop equally in all directions, and consequently their shape is irregular. By studying individual minerals, and particularly precious stones, we take as our types the finest, the purest, and the best shaped examples to be found. We have seen already that when a mineral crystallizes, the molecules or smallest possible particles of the mineral arrange themselves upon a certain definite plan, and this gives certain definite properties to the crystals of each mineral. In the study of rocks, the properties which are of most use for the recognition of minerals are those concerned with the effect of the crystal upon rays of light. But in the study of individual minerals, more account is taken of the shape which the mineral assumes. So the study of minerals and of precious stones is largely a study in crystallography. What is a precious stone? What are the characters that give a mineral a commercial value? Generally speaking, and making allowance for certain exceptions, they are these: perfect purity and freedom from cracks or inclusions of liquids or of other solids is essential. Transparency, brilliant sparkle, and good color are important. Hardness and the power of resisting chemical as well as physical wear are usually required. And lastly, if the stone is to have any market value, it must occur sometimes, but only rarely, in fine specimens suitable for cutting. It matters not what the chemical composition may be. Gems range from the diamond, which is pure carbon, to the tourmaline, of which Ruskin said that, quote, the chemistry of it is more like a medieval doctor's prescription than the making of a respectable mineral, unquote. It matters not if the gem be but a variety of a mineral, which in some other form enters into half the rocks of the world, as amethyst is a variety of quartz, or if it be a strange combination of rare chemical elements to be found only in 3 or 4 places in the world, like the emerald. Certain stones which possess the qualities of hardness, brilliancy, and rarity in a marked degree, like the diamond, ruby, and sapphire, are always highly prized. But among the less outstanding gems, vogue and value are largely dictated by fashion, and many very lovely minerals are ignored. Among these semi-precious stones, the varieties of quartz play an important part. Silica, the oxide of the element silicon, occurs most commonly in the form of crystalline quartz, which is, as we have seen, an important constituent of acid igneous rocks and of all sands. In granite, however, it usually forms crystals of extremely irregular outline and is often very far from pure. Curious cavities, which at one time probably contained gases, are of common occurrence in igneous rocks, and they are often lined with large, well-shaped crystals. Ordinary or milky quartz is valueless, but the perfectly clear rock crystal, the purple amethyst, and the brown cairngorm are all used as gems. Along with quartz, in these cavities of igneous rocks, there often occur rarer minerals, in whose formation the contained gases have probably played a part. Amongst these is the valued topaz, a hard, almost diamond-like stone, which may be clear or of almost any color except the rose pink with which jewelers not infrequently stain their specimens in response to the dictates of fashion. Tourmaline, a stone of variable color as of variable composition, a, quote, little of everything, unquote, also occurs in this way. Pink and green specimens are the most valued, and black is the commonest, while specimens occur which show two colors, as red and green, blending into each other. Topaz and tourmaline are alike in possessing remarkable electrical properties. When heated, they will attract fragments of ash or scraps of paper, just as a vulcanite rod or the cap of a fountain pen will if it be rubbed. Silica occurs not only as quartz, but also combined with water as opal. Some varieties of this are used as gems and are exceptions to the usual rules of gem qualities, for opal is neither very hard nor very resistant, nor is it crystalline. Its play of colors, like that of mother of pearl, but more bright and fiery, is due to the presence of a multitude of little cracks, whose angles break up the light reflected off the surface. This is called physical color, and would, of course, be destroyed completely if the opal were ground to powder. The colors of mother of pearl, or of the golden iron pyrites, or of a parrot's red and blue feathers, or of a film of petrol on a pool of water, all depend on the breaking up of white light by an irregular surface. But the color of an amethyst, like the color of blue eyes, is due to the presence of a recognizable colored substance. The amount of an impurity necessary to give a tint to a clear stone is so small as almost to defy analysis, but we know that it is manganese that gives the purple tint to amethyst, and nickel that is responsible for the green of chrysoprase. Agate is a beautiful variety of chalcedony, another form of silica, which consists of successive layers of different color laid down round the walls of a cavity from solution in water. Coat after coat is applied, building inwards towards the center, which is not infrequently filled by a few quartz crystals. Cut across, the agate shows fine concentric lines and variations in color corresponding to each successive layer of material. Onyx is an agate with alternate parallel bands of black and white. Pearls. The minerals of derivative rocks are largely the same as those found in igneous rocks, but worn and shattered by their adventures in the rivers and the sea. New minerals are formed, however, by the action of plant or animal life, and a few of these are valuable. Red coral is allied to the reef-building corals. Amber is the hardened fossil resin of pine trees. Jet is a variety of coal. But of all the organically formed gems, one is supreme and outstanding, and worthy of a place with the diamond and the ruby. In the form of chalk, of limestone, or of marble, carbonate of lime is one of the commonest of minerals, but in the form of pearl, its value is as surpassing as its beauty. Pearls are globules of carbonate of lime laid down layer by layer by an oyster or mussel round some foreign body within its shell. They were prized in ancient Egypt, India, China, Peru. Quote, in all ages, pearls have been the social insignia of rank among the highly civilized, unquote, writes W.R. Cattell in The Pearl. And yet the pearl is soft, easily damaged, and easily tarnished. So great is the demand, nonetheless, that long researches have been devoted to furthering the production both of artificial or imitation pearls and of culture pearls, in the preparation of which a foreign substance is introduced into the shell of the mollusk, round which it may be induced to form a genuine pearl. Aristocrats among jewels. 4 gems may be classed along with the pearl as the aristocrats among jewels. emerald, sapphire, ruby, and diamond. All are true, precious stones, intensely hard, clear, sparkling. It is a mistake to suppose that weight for weight, the diamond is the most valuable of these, but the diamond occurs sometimes in large, perfect crystals of enormous worth. Emerald is a bright green variety of the mineral beryl, another variety of which is aquamarine. Large stones of good quality are rare. Indeed, even small stones of absolute purity are very uncommon. Emeralds often show curious variations in the color, which may be much deeper at one part of the stone than at another. Many stones sold as emeralds are in reality garnets, tourmalines, or other minerals. Rubies and sapphires are varieties of the same mineral, corundum, which is the oxide of aluminium. Rubies are deep red, while sapphires may be any color but are usually blue. Both are very hard and rather heavy, and both, like emeralds, occur frequently in rocks greatly altered by heat or pressure. Rubies vary in color from rose to carmine and are most valued when they possess the tint of pigeon's blood. The color varies according to the direction in which the stone is cut. A perfect ruby of good size is worth 3 times as much as a diamond of the same weight. The diamond. The diamond undoubtedly reigns king of all precious stones. Not only its great worth and its romantic associations, but also its chemical and physical properties give it the lead. Its properties of reflecting and refracting light yield an inimitable sparkling luster. It is the hardest substance yet discovered, but it is decidedly brittle and can be burnt away completely, though not melted, in the tremendous heat of the electric arc. Formerly, however, it was believed to be capable of resisting every attack and received its name of adamant, or the unconquerable. Chemically, the stone consists of the element carbon, pure and uncombined. It is strange indeed that the premier gem of the world should be of the same material as the soot of a lamp chimney, or the graphite of a lead pencil, only crystallized, that is, with its molecules arranged in a different way. Carbon enters into the formation of every organic compound, and the number of its compounds known to science is far greater than the number of all other known substances put together. Each one of us breathes out enough carbon every hour in the form of carbonic acid gas to make a diamond of 100 carats, worth anything over 20,000 pounds. Naturally, the question arises, how is this everyday element, carbon, induced to take up this precious form? By difficult and costly processes, small diamonds have been produced artificially, and the experiment has shown quite clearly that enormous pressures must play a part in the transformation. In South Africa, diamonds occur in a strange igneous rock, a mixture of fragmental ashes and lava, which fills old volcanic pipes. It is supposed that diamonds were formed during the cooling within the pipe of the molten materials thrown up from great depths by the volcanic forces. This rock, called blue ground, is of very basic character and is a remarkable assortment of minerals. It is very tough, and after being dug up is exposed to the action of weathering for 12 months, so that it becomes broken up and the diamonds can be picked out. Some authorities hold, however, that the diamonds are deposited from water and are derived from organic compounds. In other cases, the diamonds occur in sedimentary rocks, as in sandstone in Brazil or in loose sand in some parts of Africa. We can readily suppose that the diamond resists weathering, which breaks up the rock in which it was formed, and that it was rolled down as a pebble to take part in the formation of the sediment. Diamonds in their natural state do not display their full fire and beauty, but are irregular in shape and often somewhat cloudy or frosted in appearance. To bring out their qualities, they require to be cut. For this purpose, they are first split with a diamond knife and then ground on wheels coated with diamond dust. The stones are cut into various shapes, such as the rose and the brilliant, with different numbers of angular facets. These shapes have, of course, nothing to do with the natural crystal shapes, which are often 8-sided double pyramids. In addition to its brilliance and hardness, the diamond has certain remarkable properties, such as that of phosphorescence, or glowing, after being rubbed or being exposed to light. In the opinion of Sir William Crookes, it is the most sensitive substance for ready and brilliant phosphorescence. Diamonds are not all clear white. They may be of any color, even deep red or deep blue, though these are very rare. Remarkable histories. The story of diamond mining abounds in curious incidents. The first Brazilian diamonds were used as counters for card playing. The first South African diamond was a child's plaything. Diamonds have been discovered in the walls of houses and in the throats of poultry. More than one fine gem has been thrown away as worthless. Not less remarkable are the histories of individual stones. The huge Great Mongol, once the property of the emperors of Hindustan, has been totally lost. The Koh-i-Noor, or Mountain of Light, from the same treasury, was hidden and protected by one royal owner after another, even in the torture chamber, but its power for evil appears to have passed away, for it now reposes among the royal jewels at Windsor. Too many diamonds, like the Pitt or Regent, have a history of bloodshed and cruelty. We remember how, in Kipling's story, The King's Ankus, the jeweled elephant goad, killed 6 men in a night. Even in later days in South Africa, the diamond has not been untainted. But at least the 2 largest diamonds in the world, the Excelsior and Cullinan, have had a more fortunate history. The Cullinan was found in the Transvaal in 1905. It weighed in the rough state 3,250 carats, or almost 1½ pounds avoirdupois. It measured 4 1/2 by 2 1/4 inches. It was cut and ground into 9 large and about 100 smaller stones, and the 2 first parts are by far the largest cut diamonds in existence. It is the property of the British Crown. Round the diamond, as round all precious stones, strange legends and beliefs have gathered. The toad was anciently supposed to carry a jewel in its head. The dragons, which were believed to inhabit the Alps, were similarly adorned, and the lucky man who found a dragon asleep had the duty to cut out the stone and run the risk of wakening the dragon to make himself rich for life. Gems had all sorts of supernatural properties. They cured all manners of diseases. They were charms in love, in battle, in peril of all sorts. They were lucky or unlucky, but never merely neutral. There were stones for the days of the week, for the signs of the zodiac, for the months of the year, for all the saints of the calendar. The only element of romance which was overlooked was the scientific romance of the origin and properties of crystals. End of Section 7. End of Chapter 28.
Section 8 of the Outline of Science, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr. The Outline of Science, Volume 4, by J. Arthur Thomas. Chapter 29, The Science of the Sea, Part 1. The Making of the Sea. There was a time in the earth's history when there was no sea. The surface of the young earth was too hot to allow the accumulation of water in basins. More than that, there were no basins, for the surface of the young earth must have been at any one place as flat as a pancake. If the young earth was uniformly spherical, apparently flat at any point, there could be no separate seas. If the young earth had on its surface a high temperature, there could be no sea, the water would evaporate. But there is another factor which requires more explanation than this outline admits of. That the growing earth was originally too small to hold even a gaseous envelope, the atmosphere, still less an aqueous envelope, the hydrosphere. As the earth gradually grew in diameter, it acquired an atmosphere, differing from that of today in having but little oxygen. For the oxygen of our air is mostly due to the activity of green plants. As the earth reached its limit of growth and began to cool and shrink, a rocky shell, or lithosphere, was formed, seething and swaying at first, but gradually gaining stability. The probability is that as the result of surface boilings, lighter materials rose higher to form continents, while heavier materials sunk lower to form ocean beds. It is probable that overweighting of vast areas resulted in the formation of ocean basins, which have become steadily larger as the quantity of water on the earth has increased. Over limited areas the floor of the sea has sometimes been raised into dry land, and a large part of a continent has sometimes sunk down and formed the floor of a sea, but the trend of opinion among geologists seems to be in favour of the view that the present positions of the great masses of land and water have remained on the whole the same since continents and ocean basins were first established. But this is a much discussed question. It should also be noticed that some suppose that there was a universal ocean over the earth before there was any dry land. To the natural question, where did all the water come from, geology answers, from the earth itself. When we visit hot springs or watch the clouds of steam rising from volcanoes, we probably get more than a hint of how the water of the sea began. It is supposed that from a quarter to a half of the present day volume of the seas was in existence before the Cambrian period. The rest has been added since, expressed from the earth itself. There is, of course, an endless circulation of water on which the economy of nature largely depends. The mist rises from the sea, and clouds are formed which condense into rain or snow on the cold mountains, or in cool strata in the air. The rain falls, the springs are fed, the streamlets become rivers, and these return to the parent sea. And it is the sun that keeps this water going round, for without the sun we could not have either rains or rivers. Why is the sea salt? On an average there are 3½ pounds of salty material to every 100 pounds of sea water, and the great bulk of this has been dissolved out by the rain from the rocks of the dry land. In a very real sense the continents are always flowing into the sea. When there is an elevation of part of the floor of the sea, to form the chalk cliffs of Dover or the like, we may speak of a restitution of material from the sea to the dry land, and a better illustration of recoupment going on now may be found in the formation of a coral island on the shoulders of a submarine volcano, to which reference has been previously made. All the coral rock, which is gradually elevated and in part piled up above the sea level, consists of carbonate of lime, which coral polyps and ancillary animals have extracted from the soluble lime salts of the sea water. But all that the sea has restored to the dry land is little compared with what it has filched, or with what the fresh waters have surrendered. There are dissolved salts and other solids in the water of rivers and lakes just as there are in the sea, but those in the latter are nearly 200 times as abundant as those in the former, so we speak of fresh water and salt water. More than 3/4 of the salts in the sea consists of common salt, sodium chloride, which forms 77.7%, magnesium chloride forms 10.8%, and the same percentage is made up of the sulphates of magnesium, calcium, and potassium. That leaves only 0.7% for calcium carbonate, magnesium carbonate, magnesium bromide, and traces of other salts. There are so many marine animals with heavy shells of carbonate of lime, think of oysters and periwinkles alone, that one is surprised to find so little of this salt, 0.3%, in solution in the sea. The explanation is that the carbonate of lime, used in shell making, is largely formed, as the result of some process of chemical change in the tissues of the animals, from the fairly abundant calcium sulphate, 3.6%. There is a far smaller proportion of silica in sea water than in river water, and the explanation must be that the silica gets locked up in the siliceous skeletons of flinty sponges and of the beautiful microscopic plants called diatoms, which float near the surface. A very interesting fact in regard to the salts of the sea is their correspondence with the salts in the blood of land animals. If the percentages of sodium, magnesium, calcium, potassium, and chlorine in sea water be compared with the percentages in blood serum, the figures are respectively 30.5 and 39, 3.79 and 0.4, 1.2 and 1.0, 1.11 and 2.7, 55.27 and 45.0. There are striking resemblances, especially in the proportion of potassium and calcium to sodium, so it has been suggested by Madelyn and Quinton that in Cambrian times an equilibrium was established between the living matter of marine animals and the composition of the surrounding water. To use Sir William Bayliss' words, "When vertebrates with a closed circulatory system took to the land, they took with them a blood of the same composition as regards salt as the sea water which they left behind." As to the differences which the percentages we have quoted also reveal, These may be interpreted in terms of the changes in the composition of the sea since the close of the Cambrian period. The composition of our blood is a telltale relic. The depth of the sea. The total surface of the globe occupies about 197 million square miles, and about 71% of that, namely 140 millions, belongs to oceans, seas, and lakes. The great mirror of the sea seems very uniform to the landsman's eye, but it is really very heterogeneous, for there are shallows and depths, and apart from the floor, the surface has its ups and downs. This is due to a variety of causes, but notably to the gravitational pull of the continents, which implies a heaping up of the waters round the shores. The surface of the mid-Indian Ocean is thus lowered by the Himalayas. Thousands of soundings have been taken all over the navigable globe, and we know that the average depth of the sea is about 2.5 miles. Only 16% of the ocean floor lies between the shoreline and 1,000 fathoms. More than half the entire floor is covered by depths between 2,000 and 3,000 fathoms. Sir John Murray gave the name deeps to holes and basins, troughs and trenches with a depth of over 3,000 fathoms. Thus there is the Challenger Deep, 5,269 fathoms, in the North West Pacific, and the Swire Deep, 5,349 fathoms, off Mindanao. Of this tremendous abyss, 400 feet more than 6 miles, Sir John Murray wrote, "If the highest known mountain, Mount Everest in the Himalayas, 29,002 feet, could be placed in this area of the Pacific, its summit would be covered by the waters of the ocean to a depth of 3,087 feet." From the bottom of the Swire Deep to the top of Mount Everest would be a vertical distance of 61,091 feet, or over 11.5 miles. This is surely the limit in the irregularity of the earth's crust. 1. Temperature of the sea. Heat rays are lost at about 250 fathoms, and even in the tropics the upper stratum of warmish water is comparatively thin. The great bulk of the water in the oceans is relatively cold. There is an automatic regulation at the surface, for when the temperature rises there is increased evaporation, which checks the rapidity of the rise, and if the temperature is lowered, a blanket of water vapour forms over the surface, which checks the rapidity of the fall. From one place to another there is great diversity of temperature, but at any given place there is, apart from the surface stratum, great constancy of temperature year in, year out. Murray and Mill write, "At the depth of 50 fathoms it is probable that the temperature does not change by so much as 2 degrees Fahrenheit at any one place throughout the year, and below the depth of 100 fathoms there is no evidence of any annual change of temperature whatever." Sir John Murray calculated that on the average all the water in the ocean deeper than 500 fathoms may be said to have a temperature below 40 degrees Fahrenheit, and that this would include about 87% of the entire ocean. But in the great depths the temperature is lower still, it is just a little above the freezing point of fresh water, 32 degrees Fahrenheit. Eternal winter reigns. "The ooze dredged from the ocean floor in the tropics is so cold that it cannot be handled without discomfort." This low temperature is mainly due to a slow northward creep of the ice cold waters of the Antarctic. Pressure in the sea. When a piece of wood is weighted, lowered to a great depth and pulled up again, it will no longer float. All the minute cavities in the wood have been burst in and filled with water. The log of wood is thoroughly waterlogged, and gives one a hint of the enormous pressure at great depths. It is calculated at 2.5 tons on the square inch at a depth of 2,500 fathoms. And yet we know that a frail skeleton, like that of Venus's flower basket, stands like a fairy palace on the floor of the deep sea, and that it is surrounded by the delicate shells of creatures that once lived on the surface. How is the apparent contradiction explained? The pressure is due to the weight of the water which packs the molecules a little more closely together. If an open glass vessel is lowered into the water it at once fills, and as the pressure of the water is the same inside as outside nothing happens. If a corked bottle, not quite full, be lowered to a great depth, one of two things will happen: the cork will be stove in or the bottle will be shivered. What is known as Buchanan's experiment is very instructive in this connection. It arose out of the fact that two thermometers lowered from the Challenger, in 1873, in 3,873 fathoms, collapsed owing to the great pressure. Mr. J.Y. Buchanan, the physicist on board, took a glass tube, sealed at both ends, wrapped it in a cloth, and enclosed it in a cylindrical copper case, with the ends pierced with holes to let the water in. The case was sent down to a depth of 3,000 fathoms, and then pulled up. The copper case looked as if it had been struck with a hammer at the portion occupied inside by the sealed glass tube, and as for that glass tube, it was represented inside the cloth by what looked like snow, the glass reduced to fine powder. Let us quote the explanation given by Sir John Murray, who witnessed the experiment. "It seems that the sealed glass tube, while sinking, had held out long against the pressure, but this at last had become too great for the glass to sustain, and the tube had suddenly given way, being crushed by the violence of the action to a fine powder. The collapse had been so rapid and complete that the water had not had time to rush in through the holes at either end of the copper cylinder, and thus fill the empty space caused by the collapse of the glass tube, but had instead crushed in the copper wall, and thus brought about equilibrium. The process, which is exactly the reverse of an explosion, is called an implosion." When a body of any kind sinks to a great depth, any cavities it may contain will be quickly filled with water; but if there are cavities which cannot be quickly reached, like watertight compartments, they will be imploded, and the form of the body will be altered correspondingly. There is no warrant at all for the common sailor's belief that ships and men sink till they "reach their level," and there remain suspended. Everything sinks to the bottom. When a deep sea fish rises in pursuit of its prey above its usual zone, the decrease of external pressure brings about an expansion of the gases in the swim bladder, and the specific gravity of the fish is greatly reduced. The result is that, in spite of its efforts, the fish tumbles upwards to the surface, killed sooner or later by the distension of its organs. This is an explosion. 2. Movements of the sea. The sea is eternally restless. Even when there is no wind at all, there may be a swell, for the perfect elasticity of the water keeps it throbbing long after the storm is past, just as the gong continues quivering long after the blows have fallen. Attention has already been given to the tides, which are due to the gravitational attraction of the sun and moon, sometimes acting together, sometimes against one another. The familiar ebb and flow of the tides, 2 low tides and 2 high tides in every 24 hours and 50 minutes, are coastal expressions of 2 worldwide tidal waves, which ceaselessly chase one another round the globe. In equatorial waters the tidal wave would travel at the rate of 1,000 miles an hour if there were no obstructions, but it must be clearly understood that what travels so quickly is the undulation, not the water. "The waving grain, as it bends to the breeze, causes an undulation that travels across the field faster than you can run, but the stalks are rooted, they only sway backward and forward to the breeze. So it is with the deep sea and its swell." Maury and Simmons. The tidal undulation and the familiar rise and fall must be distinguished from tidal currents, produced near the shores and often attaining so great a speed, 6 to 11 miles an hour, that people use the word "race." When a sea is shut off by a narrow entrance or by a breakwater of islands from the influence of the almost worldwide tidal wave, there will be little ebb and flow, as is well illustrated by the practically tideless Mediterranean. When the configuration of the coasts heaps up the tidal current, interesting phenomena may result, such as the 70 feet tides of the Bay of Fundy and the 40 feet tides of the Bristol Channel. In rushing into a river the tide may form a dangerous "bore" or eger, a wall of foaming water, sometimes over 10 feet in height. We cannot leave the tides without noticing that they have ingrained their periodicity in the constitution of some of the shore animals, a fact of special importance, since many of the great stocks of animals seem to have served an apprenticeship in the littoral area. Ages of reacting to the tidal rhythm have left their mark on many a shore animal, and probably on some that have long since passed beyond the sound of the sea. The small green worm convoluta comes up on the flat beach of Roscoff when the tide goes out, and disappears into the sand when the tide comes in. Removed to the laboratory and placed in tall vessels half filled with sand and half filled with water, the little creatures continue for a considerable time moving up and down as the tide outside ebbs and flows. The rhythm of the tides has become an organismal rhythm. When a tidal current is split into two by a rocky island, and these meet again, a whirlpool is sometimes formed, a vast vortex of angry water. One of the best examples is Korivrekin in the Sounds of Jura, where two rapid currents from the north and the west meet around a pyramidal rock which rises rather abruptly from a depth of 100 fathoms to within 15 feet of the surface. There is a true vertical movement, such as we see in miniature in an eddy on the downside of a rock which breaks the current in a river. Whirlpools have taken a grip of man's imagination, and their terrors have been exaggerated. The famous Charybdis in the Straits of Messina, which thrice a day sucked down the water of the sea and anything that sailed thereon, is not a whirlpool at all, but a chopping sea, due to the oblique action of the wind on a tidal race or rapid, which changes its direction with each ebb and flow. Of course it remains dangerous enough, but it is not a whirlpool. The same remark applies to the not less famous Maelstrom between two of the Lofoden Islands. It is a race, not a vortex, and it is habitually navigated. Edgar Allan Poe's description of its down-sucking powers is a splendid piece of exaggeration. 3. Circulation in the sea. Almost as important as the circulation of the blood to the body is the circulation of the sea water to the welfare of the globe. Through the direct and indirect influence of the sun, producing changes of temperature, density, and wind, the waters of the ocean are in ceaseless circulation. This is an extremely difficult subject, and it may be enough here to distinguish the slow vertical movements in the mass of water and the more rapid horizontal movements of the surface stratum in drifts and currents. The Gulf Stream is a much talked of instance of an important oceanic current, which, as Dr. H.R. Mill says, "is often spoken of as if it were a phenomenon by itself, whereas it is really only part of a great system of surface circulation, the water whirling as if stirred in the direction of the hands of a watch in the northern Atlantic, and if stirred in the opposite direction in the southern part of the ocean." The almost resting centre of the North Atlantic whirl forms "the calm, weed-hampered water" of the Sargasso Sea. It embraces several 100,000 square miles, and is covered with a flotsam of seaweed wrenched off from distant shores. It remains today where it was when Columbus encountered it on his first voyage to America. There are 4 other great weed-hampered areas of little motion, but this is the Sargasso Sea. Storms at sea. It seems almost a bathos to write in cold blood of storms at sea. Part of the water surface, as Dr. Mill puts it, yields to the stress of the wind striking it obliquely, and is depressed, thereby ridging up the neighbouring portions and originating a wave, the form of which advances as a line of rollers before the wind. Only the form advances, for while the particles of water in the crest of the wave are moving rapidly forward, those in the trough move back to almost exactly the same extent. Thus rollers merely lift and lower the vessels that floats upon them. When these waves reach a shallow, the lower part in contact with the floor is retarded, and the upper part curves into what often looks like a flinty cave, and then breaks into spray. These breakers have great eroding power, blasting and hurling off huge pieces of rock, or carving the cliffs with a battery of gravel. Dr. Mill gives 1/4 mile as the greatest length of a wind wave from crest to crest, and 50 feet as the maximum height, but the bell of a lighthouse on one of the Isles of Scilly was wrenched off by a breaker at a height of 100 feet. It should be noted that even the largest waves are very shallow in their grip, and have hardly any appreciable effect below 100 fathoms. There are other storms due to the wind driving a thin stratum of the surface water before it, either inshore or offshore. Earthquakes and volcanic eruptions may also raise huge waves. A whirlwind is an aerial vortex or eddy caused by the meetings of two winds, and a whirlwind at sea may cause a waterspout. This consists of a pillar of cloud rising from sea to sky, whirling on its axis round a core of low pressure, and moving over the surface of the deep. The water at its base is fiercely agitated as if it were boiling, but there is no sucking up of more than the spendthrift from the waves. 4. The floor of the sea. A comprehensive survey of the globe leads us to distinguish three great areas. First, there is the continental area, including (a) the elevated plain with an average height of about 2,250 feet above sea level. (b) the shallow water shelf around the continental islands, which are insulated parts of the mainland, as distinguished from oceanic islands which originate as volcanoes from the floor of the sea, and may become the foundations of coral reefs. See The Making of the Earth and the Story of the Rocks. Second, there is the continental slope from the shallow water shelf down to the bottom of the sea, occupying about 1/6 of the total superficial area of the globe. Third, there is the abyssal area, the floor of the deep sea, a prodigious plain of about 1,000,000 of square miles. It seems to be on the whole a monotonous plain, with undulating slopes like sand dunes, interrupted by occasional volcanic cones, rising towards or even to the surface, and by occasional troughs and basins, the deeps already referred to. It is believed that the earth's crust, or lithosphere, beneath the oceans, like that of the continents, is superficially "parcelled out into great earth-like blocks, separated from each other by faults and fissure lines, along which volcanic action and gaseous emanations take place and through which massive outflows of molten matter occur." Murray. The continental crust has been explored by borings and mines to depths of several thousand feet, and geologists consequently know a great deal in regard to what is hidden below the surface. As to the abyssal crust, however, the dredge cannot penetrate beyond the deposits, and the nature of the submerged crust has been inferred rather than observed. Some information is afforded by comparing the materials ejected from oceanic and from continental volcanoes. The former appear to be heavier and more basic, the latter lighter and more acid in composition. See The Making of the Earth and the Story of the Rocks. The continental earth blocks tend to rise, the abyssal earth blocks tend to subside. Deep sea deposits. In the shallow water, or comparatively shallow water, of the littoral area and the upper parts of the continental slope, the deposits on the floor are very diverse, varying from place to place according to the nature of the shore rocks, the material the rivers bring in, and the characters of the marine vegetation and animal life. Thus there are gravels, sands, muds, and masses of organic matter. On the floor of really deep water there is an accumulation of fine-grained ooze, consisting very largely of the calcareous and siliceous remains of minute organisms which have sunk down from the surface. Thus there is the Globigerina ooze, predominantly made up of the pinhead-like shells of surface foraminifera, comparable to those that formed a great part of chalk deposits in the distant past. This Globigerina ooze has a pale grey colour, sometimes reddened with iron oxide or tinged brown with manganese. It is said to cover an area of 47,752,000 square miles, at a mean depth of 12,000 feet. In other areas there is a predominance of the shells of winged snails, pteropods, or of siliceous radiolarians, or of siliceous diatoms, all derived from the surface waters overhead, and thus there are different varieties of ooze. Along with the remains of organisms, both from the surface and from the floor itself, there may be, of course, particles of volcanic dust and meteoritic iron, as well as minute fragments from the land rocks and precipitations from the sea water. Over an immense area of 55 million square miles, almost equal to the whole land surface of the globe, there is a slowly accumulating deposit of red clay, the insoluble residue and final form of all the sea's dust. No red clay has been recognised among continental sedimentary rocks; indeed, chalk is the only continental rock which can be traced back to an ancient ooze. What should be inferred from these facts is still uncertain. End of section 8. Section 9 of the Outline of Science, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr. The Outline of Science, Volume 4, by J. Arthur Thomson. Chapter 29. The Science of the Sea, Part 2. 5. The Life of the Sea. There is probably far more living matter in the sea than there is in all the rest of the world. Spencer was right in speaking of the sea's "abundant progeny, whose fruitful seed fair passeth those on land." As the animals of the sea have been discussed in the chapter dealing with adaptations to environment, we need not now do more than make the general economy clear. The visible rays of the sun can penetrate to 500 fathoms, and the actinic rays further, so there is a vast area within the sun's appreciable influence, and this is the area of productivity. Here are the great floating sea meadows. No doubt there is great importance, especially in the shallow waters, in the organic fragments which are broken off from the larger shore seaweeds and from the seagrass, Zostera, or borne down by rivers, but the microscopic green algae of the open waters play a fundamental part. By their photosynthesis they set agoing the upbuilding of the complex carbon compounds from the raw materials of air and sea. They are devoured by small animals, and, as we have seen, there is a long ladder of incarnations, from diatom to mackerel. There is also a ceaseless rain of moribund animalcules and of sea dust from the surface zones downwards to the abyssal ooze. Nor can we forget the part that green organisms play in helping to oxygenate the surface waters of the sea, thus making it a possible home for ordinary animals like crustaceans and fishes. The most important impression is that of the abundance of minute forms of life linked together in nutritive chains. Sir William A. Herdman writes, "It may be recorded that Brandt found about 200 diatoms per drop of water in Kiel Bay, and Hansen estimated that there are several hundred millions of diatom under each square metre of the North Sea or the Baltic. It has been calculated that there is approximately 1 copepod, a minute crustacean, in each cubic inch of Baltic water, and that the annual consumption of these copepods by herring is about 1,000 trillion, and that in the 16 square miles of a certain Baltic fishery there is copepod food for over 530 millions of herring of an average weight of 60 grams. Well might Spencer say, "So fertile be the floods in generation, so huge their numbers, and so numberless their nation." The bacteria of the sea. As is made clear in Sir Reid Lancaster's article on bacteria, these microbes play a very important part in the economy of the sea. They are inconceivably numerous wherever there is abundant organic matter, except perhaps in the great depths, for we know almost nothing of deep sea bacteria. They are in any case least abundant in deep and cold waters, and most abundant in shallow water or where cold and warm currents meet. One of their headquarters is certainly the thickly peopled Madelyn, where at a certain distance offshore the organic sea dust settles down to form fine mud. The marine work of bacteria is in the main threefold. Some of them, by putrefaction and fermentation, convert the excretions and dead fragments of animals into carbonate of ammonia. This may be utilized by marine plants, but it becomes more readily available when changed by oxidation into nitrites and nitrates. This is the work of the nitrifying bacteria, and where there is abundance of them, the minute marine algae flourish in the waters. But there is other bacteria which reverse what is done by their neighbours. They reduce nitrates to nitrites, nitrites to ammonia, and ammonia to free nitrogen. So their work lessens the amount of nitrogen that can enter into the cycle of life. For there are only 2 or 3 ways, for example by the root tubercle bacteria of certain plants, that free nitrogen can be utilized by living creatures. Colour of the sea. Part of the fascination of the sea is in its changeful colouring. It is eternally new. To some extent the colour is due to reflection from the sky. But the fact that blue and even indigo blue may be seen with overcast sky, while the deep blue is not observed in the Arctic waters, even with the bright sunshine, proves that this is not the sole cause." A long tube of distilled water has a blue colour, and the addition of impurities changes this to green. It is probable, therefore, that the bluest sea, for example of the Gulf Stream, is the purest, and that the greenest, for example of the Arctic Ocean, contains most extrinsic material. It is all a question of the reflection of different wave lengths of the white light. The extrinsic material consists of the minute organisms of the plankton, for example reddish algae in the Red Sea, and suspended sediment brought down by the rivers, for example in the Yellow Sea of the Chinese coast. The colour may also be affected by differences in the salinity and in the amount of dissolved gases. In the shallow waters, for example among the coral reefs, reflection from the coloured floor will also count. In the article on electric and luminous organisms, attention has been directed to the frequent phosphorescence of the sea both on the surface and in the depths. There is often a welter of sparks in the wake of the vessels, and the oars of the rowing boat drip fire in the summer darkness. Apart from phosphorescent bacteria, the light-producing organisms of the sea are all animals, of every degree up to fishes, and the display often beggars description. There is a suggestion of it in the "Ancient Mariner," but the term sea snakes must not be taken literally. "Beyond the shadow of the ship I watched the water snakes. They moved in tracks of shining white, and when they reared the elfish light fell off in hoary flakes. Within the shadow of the ship I watched their rich attire. Blue, glossy green, and velvet black, they coiled and swam, and every track was a flash of golden fire." In the well-investigated case of the small open sea crustacean called Cypridina, the luminescence is associated with the action of a ferment, luciferase, which operates upon and brings about the rapid oxidation of a light-producing substance, luciferin; but we do not know what this means in the physiological economy of the animal's body, or what use, if any, the light may have in the creature's everyday life. Ice in the sea. In the far north the winter sea is covered with ice, heavier than freshwater ice because of the salts, but still able to float and to bear the sleds of the Eskimos and the explorers. Tidal and other currents break the sheet into pack ice, which may be piled up into little mountains. In the Arctic summer, when the sun does not set, the ice plain breaks up into floe ice, which drifts southwards in a long procession and gradually melts. Both in the Arctic and in the Antarctic an ice foot is formed as a fringe along the land, partly marine and partly terrestrial in origin. Quite different are the icebergs, which are the broken off lower ends of glaciers and are therefore fresh. These huge masses may rise 100 to 200 feet above the water, but that is only 1/6 to 1/7 of their total length. When the submerged part melts much more rapidly than the exposed part, the iceberg may become top heavy and turn turtle. As the icebergs drift southwards they become a menace to ships, the most terrible of the many tragedies being the wreck of the Titanic, April 14, 1912, when 1,517 persons lost their lives. It must be realised that icebergs are often great floating islands, several miles across, and that they play an important part in transporting sediment and in affecting the salinity and temperature of the sea as they melt. Their climatic influence penetrates far inland in countries like Labrador and Nova Scotia. The uses of the sea. In many ways the sea makes the earth more livable. It absorbs the heat of the tropical sun and distributes it far and wide. It tempers the great heat by currents of ice-cooled water from the poles, and by cold water rising from the wintry depths. It is the cradle of many of the winds which do so much for good as well as ill. It is the central depot in the incalculably important circulation of water. It is the beginning and the end of rivers. Its give and take, absorption and restoration, of atmospheric gases makes for uniformity in the composition of the air. It is the universal clearing house, the universal cleanser. In the sea all waste is reduced to its common denominator, and the results of the wear and tear of the earth are laid down in deposits which might again become rocks. Finally, the sea yields man a rich harvest. It has always been one of his great schools, and it binds together much more than it separates. The end of the sea. There was a time, as we have seen, when there was no sea. The elements that unite to form water, H2O, were imprisoned in the mineral matter of the molten crust, and later on there was water vapour in the hot atmosphere. Gradually the earth passed into what has been called the terraqueous phase of its evolution or development. But if the supply of heat from the sun becomes in the course of ages less and less, the earth will become cold like the moon, and colder. The sea will become as hard as rock, frozen from top to bottom, "and over this will roll an ocean of liquid air about 50 feet in depth," unless indeed something else happens to this earth of ours. 6. Denizens of the sea. In the chapter on "Adaptations to Environment," something has been said of the animal life and the plant life of the sea. As has been explained, there are littoral, pelagic, and abyssal marine animals, peopling the shore area, the open sea, and the deep sea respectively. Similarly, as regards plants, there is the very important shore vegetation of seaweeds and sea grass, Zostera, the broken fragments of which are borne seawards to serve as a fundamental food supply for multitudes of fishes, molluscs, crustaceans, and worms on the floor of relatively shallow waters. On the other hand, there is the pelagic population of floating algae, more or less microscopic, on which the daintier open sea animals, like crustaceans, feed, while others sink down as they die to the plantless abysses. In this chapter on the science of the sea we must bring in the animals again, the sea's abundant progeny, and we begin with the open sea. Open sea animals. Our first picture may fittingly be devoted to whales. Every age has had its giants, and the giants of today are the whales, for the sperm whales and the right whales may be 50 feet long, and there are others larger still. It does not seem certain that the toothed whales and the whalebone whales form one order, which would mean that they have had a common ancestry, for the fact is that a superficial resemblance is apt to blind us to a multitude of detailed structural differences. It is possible that whales evolved twice, but whether once or twice, they almost certainly evolved from terrestrial ancestors, as their vestiges of hind legs, for instance, seem to indicate. Suckling the offspring, as whales of course do, could not have begun in the sea, but the adventure of the cetacean pioneers, which led to a change of habitat from shore to sea, must have begun millions of years ago. The whale's adaptations to marine life are so numerous and so penetrative. What a bundle of fitness is a whale! The torpedo-like shape, the almost frictionless skin, the tail turned into a propeller with horizontally flattened flukes, the balancing flippers made out of 4 limbs, the blubber that conserves the precious animal heat and makes the great mass of the body more buoyant, the position of the valved nostrils on the top of the head, so that air may be more readily inhaled when the creature comes to the surface of the sea, the relatively huge chest cavity and lungs, the almost invariable reduction of the number of offspring to 1 at a time, and the special milk reservoirs which give the young one a big mouthful at once. The toothed whales feed on true fishes and on cuttlefishes, but the whalebone whales feed on small open sea animals, such as the lightly built molluscs known as sea butterflies, which are caught in the great cavern of the open mouth on the frayed edges of the baleen plates. In rushing through the water with the mouth gaping, the baleen whale would be apt to drown itself, were it not that it is able to shunt forward the spout-like opening of the windpipe into the posterior opening of the nasal passage on the roof of the mouth. Thus no water can go down the wrong way. At first sight a whale seems hairless, but in most cases groups of hair can be seen about the snout, jaws, and skin. As some embryo whales show numerous hair rudiments on the front part of the body, it seems safe to conclude that the ancestors of modern whales had hair like other mammals. And the interesting point is that the hairs which remain are sometimes more than the telltale evidence of the past. They are actually of use as tactile structures. In the right whale they are extraordinarily well enervated, 400 nerve fibres sometimes going to a single hair. They illustrate the conservatism of evolution, that an ancient structure may be kept hold of as long as it is of use. On the other hand, when the use has quite gone, the structure may entirely disappear, as has probably been the case with the whale's ear trumpet and third eyelid. In some embryo whales there are two button-like projections that look like the last traces of externally projecting hind limbs, and it is impressive to see the deeply buried vestigial thigh bone of a North Atlantic right whale. It is only 5 inches long. On a sea voyage the spouting of whales is a familiar sight. It means that the used up air is blown out very forcibly from the nostril, perhaps half a dozen times in rapid succession, and that the water vapour in the breath condenses into drops in the cold air, sometimes accompanied by a little spray borne up by the blast. Spouting water is of course impossible, and Milton was not very happy in his remark, "and at his gills draws in, and at his trunk spouts out a sea." A right whale may remain under water for 20 minutes, which is a marvellous feat for an air-breathing animal. Of the creature's vast strength some indication may be obtained from the record of one which was struck in the early morning off Nantucket, and heading out to sea, towed a boat with 6 men in it for 7 hours and eventually got free. It took the men 5 hours hard pulling to get home. 7. Marine birds. From among the marine birds we may select two, the penguins and the puffins. Quainter creatures than penguins it is hard to find, but their adaptiveness is not less striking. They have sacrificed their wings to form the powerful swimming flippers, which strike the water like springy oars, and enable the birds to dive to a depth of 10 fathoms. They can toddle on the ice, toboggan on the snow, and climb a cliff to a height of 700 feet. They can fast for 4 weeks when they are nesting. They can survive for several weeks within a snowdrift. Year after year they find the Antarctic shores from afar, although their flightlessness keeps them on the surface of the sea. Another bird that spends much of the year on the open sea is the puffin, a quaint member of the well-defined family of auks. The puffin, Dr. Townsend writes, is a curious mixture of the solemn and the comical. Its short stocky form and abbreviated neck, ornamented with a black collar, its serious owl-like face and extraordinarily large and brilliantly coloured bill, suggestive of the false nose of a masquerader, its vivid orange-red feet and legs, all combine to produce such a grotesque effect that one is brought almost to laughter on seeing these birds walking about near at hand. They come to our steep shores at the beginning of summer to mate and breed, and in one locality in the Hebrides Professor Newton estimated the attendance at about 3 millions. One egg, white in colour, is laid in the recess of a yard-long burrow. It hatches in about a month, and the young bird has to be fed for 4 or 5 weeks. We see the parents bringing fishes in their bills, shaped like the coulter or foreyron of a plough, and it is difficult to understand how the number is added to without losing previous captures. It may be that the tongue and some spines in the mouth keep hold when the jaws are opened. There are reptiles of the open sea, notably certain fish-eating turtles like the hawksbill, the loggerhead, and the leathery turtle, all of which have to go back to the sandy shore in order to lay their eggs, just as the land crabs have to return to the sea. For the natural history rule, with some explicable exceptions, is that animals go back to their old headquarters when they start a new generation. Then there are the genuine sea snakes, no doubt descendants of land snakes, which show a posterior flattening of the body from side to side, giving them a good grip of the water when they swim. At least some of them come to the shore to bring forth their young. Fishes in the open sea. There are many open sea fishes, like the so-called flying fishes, which skim along the waves when pursued by the tunny, or may take advantage of a breeze to sail like an albatross. Mackerel and herring might be counted also as characteristically pelagic fishes. Among backboneless animals there are many that frequent the open waters, the beautiful sea snails and sea butterflies, which whalebone whales are fond of, the Argonaut cuttlefish, which has the most beautiful cradle in the world, hundreds and hundreds of different kinds of crustaceans, one family of pelagic insects, various transparent worms, the exquisite ctenophores, the strange Portuguese men of war, the jellyfishes and the swimming bells, and many protozoa, often extraordinarily beautiful, like the calcareous Globigerinids and the silicious Radiolaria. Some are active swimmers, some are easy-going drifters, and one must remember that besides the animals that live always in the open waters, there are many larvae which only spend their youth there, afterwards returning to the more strenuous life on the shore. Among open sea animals there are endless adaptations that secure floatability, that save them from being broken by the waves, that help them to get their food, and that give the young ones a successful start. But let us take one instance. Ordinary ship barnacle hatch out as minute free-swimming larvae. After a while they fix themselves to floating logs or wooden ships, and the front of the head grows into a long flexible stalk, at the end of which there dangles the crustacean's main body. It is encased in 5 valves of lime, and 6 pairs of beautifully curled feet waft the food into the mouth. So far the common barnacle, but there is another species, Lepas fascicularis, which has a different history. It often fastens itself to a small piece of detached seaweed, it may be a feather or a wooden match. Its shelf valves are very lightly built, with little lime in them, and this is well suited for a creature that fixes itself to a light float. But in spite of its lightness of shell, the floating barnacle, as we may call it, often becomes, as it grows bigger, too heavy for its float, and begins to drag it below the surface. What then does the creature do? We wish we understood it better, but makes a somewhat gelatinous roundish buoy containing bubbles of gas. This is secreted at the lower end of the attaching stalk, just above the main body, and the self-made buoy enables the barnacle to continue floating at the surface. This is a beautiful adaptation. Deep sea animals. No doubt the strangest haunt of life is the deep sea, by which is meant the floor of the very deep parts of the sea and the layers of dark water near the floor. It may be 6 miles below the surface. There is enormous pressure because of the immense weight of the water, 2.5 tons on the square inch at 2,500 fathoms. It is very cold, a little on each side of the freezing point of fresh water. It is absolutely dark apart from the fitful gleams of luminescent animals. It is calm, silent, monotonous, and plantless. But there is no deep too deep for animal life. Indeed, in many places there is an abundant abyssal fauna. Some of the adaptations to the strange haunt are readily intelligible. The long stalks of sea lilies and sea pens lift the body out of the treacherous ooze. The long legs of some crabs and sea spiders are suited for walking delicately. There is often an exquisite development of tactility, well fitted for a world of darkness. The body is often porous and so thoroughly penetrated by water that the great pressure is not felt. Perhaps the big goggle eyes of some of the nightmare-like abyssal fishes may be suited for utilizing the phosphorescent light. Some deep-sea animals, whose seashore relatives liberate eggs, bring forth young ones viviparously, probably an adaptation that counteracts the risk of the passive eggs being smothered into the ooze. As there are no plants in the abysses, the struggle for existence among the larger animals must be keen, and the teeth of many of the deep-sea fishes declare their fiercely carnivorous habits. We can understand why the gape of some of these fishes is often so large in proportion to the body. They must make the most of a meal when they get a chance. The stomach is sometimes very elastic, and the under surface of the body very dilatable, so that what is swallowed may be large, even too large, for the size of the body. When a big open sea animal, like a whale, comes to grief and sinks to the bottom, with its flesh much compacted by the driving out of water from the muscle fibres, it will be nibbled to bits by legions of crustaceans, such as some of the sea slaters or isopods, for it is not known that there is any rotting in the deep sea. But what counts for most in the way of nutrition is not the sinking down of big things, it is the rain of dead animalcules from the surface miles overhead. The circulation of matter is doubtless illustrated in the deep sea just as elsewhere. The fish eats the crustacean, and that the worm, and that the organic particles of the ooze. But it is possible that the vital processes are slowed down considerably in the conditions of great pressure, low temperature, and eternal night, so that the severity of the rationing is not so much felt as we might expect. The delicate bones and soft flesh of some of the abyssal fishes suggest that they are not capable of very energetic movements, and that would make the food problem easier. Can we make any sort of picture of a deep sea scene? Darkness like that of a moor at midnight, with no light except from stars and will-o'-the-wisps. Beds of sea pens, with their bases in the ooze, swayed gently by their own life, like rocking lighthouses. Many other long-stalked creatures, often supremely graceful, the sea lilies for example. Now and then among the fixed forms there come ruddy crustaceans, stealthily prowling, some with long limbs like stilts, and with far-reaching fillers that probe into distant corners. Then there are cuttlefishes and true fishes, mostly swimming slowly, and often lit up all over like ocean liners at supper time. 8. Seashore animals. In the natural history sense, the shore area means the whole stretch of well-lighted, relatively shallow water, where seaweeds grow. As a haunt it is marked by notable diversity, much changefulness, great congestion, and a keen struggle for existence, struggle for foothold and for food, against furious storms and the appetite of many enemies. Almost every kind of animal is represented on the littoral area. There are even some seashore insects and spiders. Thus it seems fair to speak of seals as shore mammals, since they come on to dry land not only at the breeding season, but for resting purposes at any time. It is plain that their emancipation from dry land is less thoroughgoing than that of whales, but yet their adaptations are many. The somewhat conical shape is suited for swift swimming. Everything is done to reduce friction. The hind legs are thrown backwards beside the short tail to form a propeller. The nostrils can be closed under water. The sensitive whisker hairs are of use in dark diving. The structure of the eye is adjusted to the gloom. The blubber makes the seal buoyant. It shuts in the animal heat. It is a store to fall back on when it is too stormy to fish. The teeth, with their tips tilted backwards, serve to grip the slippery booty. What a bundle of fitness! The common seal, Phoca vitulina, can swim at the rate of 10 miles an hour, which is about half the dolphin's speed. The forelimbs are kept close to the breast, except when turning or steering. The swimming is due to the very muscular posterior body, aided by the hind legs, a powerful propeller that does not turn round. The movements on land are rather toilsome. Seals are quick of hearing, and gather to unusual sounds, such as music. They have fine brains, affectionate dispositions, and a pleasant playfulness. In their conjugal relations they are at once polygamous and polyandrous. The pup can take to the water the day of its birth, but it needs long rests ashore and much mothering, which it certainly gets. The polar bear of the far north is a seashore animal, and often lies on the ice waiting for a seal's head to bob up. One of the Arctic explorers has told us of a polar bear lifting the seal right out of the water with one stroke of the arm and sending it crashing over the ice with its skull stove in. The walruses, also of the north, dig up shore bivalves with their huge tusks. Those archaic mammals, the dugong and the manatee, are also littoral, and it is interesting to hear of the manatee finding its way far inland to that naturalist's paradise, the Everglades of Florida, thus becoming practically a freshwater mammal. Many birds frequent the shore, but in most cases for a season only. We think of gulls and terns and cormorants, of sandpipers and curlews and oyster catchers, the last able to knock the limpets off the rocks with dexterous strokes of their bills. The seaweed-eating edible turtles can never go far from the shore, and there is a marine lizard, Amblyrhynchus, of the Galapagos Islands, that swims out to sea and dives among the seaweed. The seashore fishes are many, for example, feather lasher, sand eel, cockpadle, and stickleback. Very characteristic is the gunnel of butterfish, Centronotus gunellus, which is incredibly difficult to catch, because of its powers of insinuating itself between the stones and into crevices, and of slipping through your fingers when you have captured it at last. Many of the sea squirts, which start life as vertebrates and end as degenerate nondescripts, are at home on the shore, and in the clean sand out a few yards there is often some kind of Balanoglossus, a most interesting connecting link, vulgarly supposed to be always missing, between worms and vertebrates. Of littoral molluscs there seems at first no end. The toothsome vegetarian periwinkles, the limpets clinging to the rocks and homing from a short distance, the carnivorous roaring bakkies, or big whelks, whose shells children hold to their ears like portable whispering galleries, and the dog whelks everywhere. Cockles and mussels, oysters and clams, scallops and razor shells, are familiar bivalves of the shore area, feeding daintily on microscopic organisms and organic particles which the gills waft into the mouth. The octopuses lurking among the rocks on the lookout for crabs are the highest of invertebrates, and are occasionally big enough to be formidable to man, as Victor Hugo portrays in his immortal Toilers of the Sea. Shore crustaceans are legion, crabs and lobsters, shrimps and prawns, amphipods and isopods, acorn shells and water fleas. What combinations of armour and weapons, what camouflaging and trickery, what fitness they show! A common accident is the bruising of a crab's leg by a dislodged stone; it will not mend, so it is sacrificed, and under the bandage, where the self-mutilation is effected, a new leg is formed in miniature. Then there is such a living fossil as the king crab of North American coast and the Moluccas, the last of an ancient race, a Rip Van Winkle among arthropods, breathing by gill books which no other animal in the world possesses. Its type has been living on since the Triassic, for millions of years, and it is fed to pigs. There are also starfishes and brittle stars, sea urchins and sea cucumbers, many of them practising the same reflex device as the crabs, a limb for a life. Autonomy is followed by regeneration, as the technical phraseology quaintly puts it. Of the legions of worms, wandering and sedentary, segmented and unsegmented, no outsider can form a picture, but everyone knows the lobworm or lugworm, which the fishermen dig for bait. It does on the flat beach what the earthworm does in the meadow, it keeps the soil circulating. Lower still are the corals and sea anemones, the zoophytes and shore sponges, and the microscopic foraminifera and infusorians. Perhaps there is no haunt of life so interesting as the shore. It is so varied in different places, so diverse at the same place, so changeful, so stimulating, so full of danger. Given a diversified, changeful, difficult haunt, densely peopled by a representative set of animals, there must be a keen struggle for existence and a ceaseless sifting. Given a very stimulating environment, as the shore is par excellence, there will be opportunity to test all the variations which living creatures are ever venturing. It may be, indeed, that the stimulating character of the seashore has been, through the ages, provocative of those new departures which form the raw material of evolution. The shore is a treasure house of adaptations, all sorts of answers back to the limitations and difficulties which meet the urges of hunger and love. Most of the great stocks of animals have passed through the discipline of the shore school, and even in man we can hear the echoes of the ancient tides. Section 9.
Section 10 of The Outline of Science, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in June 2020. The Outline of Science, Volume 4 by J. Arthur Thomson. Chapter 30. Electric and Luminous Organisms. Energy, as we have seen in a previous chapter, is the power of doing work, or of changing the state of motion of a body. It takes many forms, such as heat, light, electricity, energy of movement, energy of position, and chemical energy. These are transformable into one another, and they are transferable from one body to another body, but no energy is ever lost. The energy of the burning coal may drive a dynamo which generates electricity which lights a street, but, however much energy may be transformed or transferred, when any quantity of one form disappears, a precisely equal quantity simultaneously appears in some other form or forms. Just as with matter, you cannot create or destroy any quantity of energy, however small, and since energy is the great worker of the universe, you cannot get something for nothing. This is the general idea of the conservation of energy, which must be borne in mind in thinking about those animals, like the electric eel, that can give an electric shock, and those animals and plants that can produce a brilliant light, like fireflies and some bacteria. No living creature produces any new energy. All that can be done is to change one form of energy into another. Paragraph 1. Luminous plants. It is well known that fishes hung up to dry are often brightly luminous in the dark. The same appearance is often seen on dead flesh, and it has been familiar since the time of Aristotle. But the discovery of the cause of the light is modern. It is due to some kind of bacterium which is living very intensely on the fish or flesh, and is giving forth light as a byproduct of its activity. The chemical energy of the bacteria is being changed into light energy. About 30 different kinds of luminous bacteria are known, one of the commonest being Bacterium phosphoreum. They occur in a great variety of situations, including wounds on the human body, and have often given rise to superstitious interpretations. Apart from bacteria, there is light production in some of the molds and other fungi. Thus, in the south of Europe, there is a well-known luminous toadstool, Agaricus olearius, that grows at the foot of olive trees, and there are many other cases. In some forms, the light is produced only by the fine threads, mycelium, of the fungus. In others, the whole of the disc of the toadstool shines. The luminosity of rotting wood, which interested Aristotle, is due to the spreading threads of a fungus, and some roots, e.g. those of the common tormentil, Potentilla tormentilla, of our hill pastures, are likewise penetrated by shining filaments. The same explanation applies to the decaying leaves of beech and oak, which may sometimes be seen glimmering on the ground in the darkness. Small yellowish-white spots on the other side of the beech leaves mark the headquarters of the microscopic threads of a luminous fungus. In decaying wood and leaves, the light is due to fungoid threads, not to bacteria, but great care must be taken to make sure that the luminescence in any particular instance is due to the fungus and not to some associated bacteria. For, as a separate article makes clear, bacteria have a finger in many a pie. It is time to drop the word phosphorescence altogether in reference to living lights, for they have nothing to do with phosphorus. In dim recesses among the rocks there lives the so-called luminous moss, but its gleaming is merely the reflection of the sparse rays of daylight from reflecting surfaces of somewhat lens-like skin cells. The lens-like structure is an adaptation to make the most of the little light that is going, for light is everything to a green plant. The shining appearance that suggests light production is, so to speak, an incidental phenomenon, meaning no more than the shining of the cat's eyes in the dark. For those cat's eyes have, we feel assured, no power of producing light, they are merely light reflecting. This is due to a strongly developed mirror-like layer, tapetum, at the back of the cat's eye, the significance of which is not to make the eye shine in the dark, but to enable the cat to make the most of the little light there is available during its nocturnal hunting. Among the other cases of apparent light production, we must refer to the beautiful sight that we often see in looking down into a shore pool. The seaweeds show fascinating changing lights as they are gently swayed by the tide. Brown changes into blue, and blue into gold. This is a physical phenomenon, difficult to analyze, but it has nothing to do with light production. Two kinds of phenomena are involved. There is a certain amount of iridescence due to the physical structure of the surface of the seaweed, just as in a peacock's feather. But there is also a fluorescence depending on deeper properties of the contents of the cells. As to the moving lights or will-o'-the-wisps sometimes seen in marshy places, they are probably due to the combustion of marsh gas or of phosphine, but the question has not been satisfactorily answered. St. Elmo's fire, which sailors sometimes see at the masthead, is caused by a brush-like discharge of electricity from a low cloud. Paragraph 2. Luminous animals. The production of light by animals is a phenomenon which occurs more widely than is generally realized. It is known in no fewer than 36 orders of animals, and there does not seem much rhyme or reason in its distribution. It is seen in various infusorians like Noctiluca, the night light, which makes the sea sparkle in the short summer darkness, in numerous stinging animals, like the fixed sea pens and the Portuguese men of war of the open sea, in sundry marine worms, in starfishes and brittle stars, in many crustaceans and insects, in some squids and in 2 or 3 mollusks, in compound ascidians like the fire flame, Pyrosoma, by whose light one can see to read, and in many fishes, especially from the deep sea. Animal luminescence does not occur above the level of fishes, for a luminous frog turned out to have dined well on fireflies, and persistent reports of certain luminous birds, e.g. herons, are probably based on inexpert observation or on some fouling of the bird's feathers with luminous bacteria or fungi. There have been records of luminescence in a few freshwater animals, e.g. in the larvae of one of the harlequin flies, but it is usually maintained that animal lights occur only in the sea and on dry land. What is the nature of this animal light? Robert Boyle proved in 1667 that air is necessary for the luminescence of decaying wood and dead fishes. This implies that what occurs is of the nature of an oxidation or combustion. In 1794, the not less ingenious Italian naturalist Spallanzani showed that when dried parts of luminous jellyfishes are re-moistened, they will emit light as before. This implies that what occurs is not in the strict sense vital. It is a chemical process. But it is possible to go further. About 1887, Raphael Dubois, a French zoologist, made a very interesting experiment with a luminous bivalve called Pholas, which bores holes in the seashore rocks. He made a hot water and a cold water extract of the luminous tissue of the mollusk and let them stand till the light disappeared in both. He then mixed the two together, and there was luminescence again. This led him to the theory that a ferment-like substance, destroyed by heating and absent therefore in the hot water extract, produces light when it operates on another substance which is oxidized. In the cold water extract, the light-producing substance had been used up by the ferment. In the hot water extract, the ferment had been destroyed, but the oxidizable material was still present. Therefore, a mixture of the two extracts resulted in the production of light for a while. The experiments of Professor Dubois have been confirmed and extended by Professor Newton Harvey, and the theory works well in regard to the 3 cases of animal luminescence that have been most studied, namely the boring bivalve, a small marine crustacean called Cypridina, and those luminous beetles which are properly called fireflies. The theory may be stated thus. Luminescence occurs in the presence of oxygen and water, and is due to the interaction of 2 different substances. One of these, the luciferase, acts like a ferment on the other, luciferin, and oxidizes it or accelerates its oxidation, with the result that light is produced, as in some other rapid chemical processes. Faraday's contribution. The history of the scientific solution of a problem is rarely simple, and we know we are leaving out some important investigations and investigators when we say that the great steps in the still partial elucidation of the problem are: 1. When Robert Boyle showed that luminescence was dependent on the presence of oxygen. 2. When Spallanzani showed that luminescence was independent of the life of the animal, and 3. When Raphael Dubois made it almost certain that in pholas there is a cooperation of a ferment-like substance with a potentially luminous substance, a view confirmed by Professor Newton Harvey. But, however short our history, we cannot omit reference to the experiments of Faraday, who was extraordinarily interested in the luminescence of glowworms in 1814 and made many experiments. His genius was evident in his endeavor to ascertain whether the luminous appearance depended on the life of the fly, in his observation that no heat was sensible to the hands or to the underlip, the most delicate part of the body. His conclusions were a. That there is a chemical substance in the glowworm which has power to shine independently of the life of the insect, b. That the luminous substance is probably a secretion of the insect, c. That the shining depends on air, and d. That the luminescence as a whole is controlled by the creature in the ordinary conditions of its manifestations. Paragraph 3. The nature of animal light. A body that gives off light rays because of its high temperature is said to be incandescent. But when the emission of light is due to some other cause, we use the term luminescent. All animal light is cold light, for not only is it produced apart from high temperature, but it is all light without any heat. Thus, the luminescence of the firefly has been called the cheapest form of light, for none of the energy is lost in the form of heat, and it would be great gain if man could learn the firefly's method. Moreover, the animal light is all visible light. It has no infrared or ultraviolet rays. Yet it behaves in general like ordinary light. It affects a photographic plate. It can produce phosphorescence and fluorescence in various substances. It causes plant seedlings to bend towards it, and it stimulates the formation of chlorophyll. The firefly's light excels all human devices. It is interesting to quote a sentence from the paper in which Professor S.P. Langley and Mr. F.W. Very proved that the luminescence of the firefly is the cheapest form of light, meaning by this phrase that in the transformation of energy which results in the insect's glow, there is greater economy than in any other known transformation that results in light. Resuming then what we have said, we repeat that nature produces this cheapest light at about 1/400th part of the cost of the energy which is expended in the candle flame, and at but an insignificant fraction of the cost of the electric light or the most economic light which has yet been devised. This was in 1890. And that, finally, there seems to be no reason why we are forbidden to hope that we may yet discover a method, since such a one certainly exists and is in use on a small scale, of obtaining an enormously greater result than we now do from our present ordinary means of producing light. Different colors of animal light. A little must be said in regard to the different colors of animal light, though we are unable to make any suggestion as to their significance, especially as they may be red, blue, and green in one and the same animal at different times. Green is illustrated by the glowworm and some brittle stars, blue by the Italian firefly, red by the girdle of Venus and some salps, and lilac by some Alcyonarian corals. In general, it may be said that in marine luminescent animals the commonest colors are blue and light green. A purple light has been ascribed to the swollen proboscis of the lanternfly, Falgora, but this insect is not really luminescent. Different modes of light production. The animal light may be produced only in situ in certain cells where the luminous substance is produced, as in the night light of the sea or the glowworm in its dell of dew. Or there may be a luminous secretion that exudes over the surface of the body and spreads into the sea or forms a trail on the ground. This is seen very clearly in some small crustaceans, copepods, where the light is not visible until there is actual exudation of the light-producing substance or substances. In many cases, however, as in some fishes, some cuttlefishes, and some higher crustaceans, the light streams out from elaborate luminous organs, and the remarkable thing is that these are often like eyes. In front of the light-producing cells there may be a lens, sometimes triple. Behind them there may be a reflector. Round the sides of the organ and behind the reflector there is often a dark envelope shutting off the light from the tissues of the animal itself. And then there is a stimulating and controlling nerve. Now, this is all very suggestive of an eye, which has its lens, its reflector, we think of the cat's eye shining in the dark, and its darkly pigmented envelope, which makes a camera. In the luminous organ, as Professor Newton Harvey neatly says, the important transformation of energy is chemiphotic, from chemical changes to light, where in the eye it is photochemical, from light to chemical processes. Of course, the nerve of the luminous organ is of the stimulating or controlling sort, carrying a message out, while the nerve of the eye is sensory or afferent, carrying messages into the brain. It seems important to emphasize the resemblance between an eye and a luminous organ, for in the eye there is a direct conversion of light energy into chemical processes, just as in the laboratory of the green leaf. And what is most remarkable in luminous living creatures is the direct conversion of chemical energy into light, and that without passing through heat and quite apart from the application of heat. When the dredge comes up. The Marquis de Follin, who led one of the French deep-sea expeditions, describes the surprise and delight of the naturalists on board the exploring vessel when they first saw the dredge brought up in the darkness from a great abyss. There were many coral animals, shrub-like in form, which threw off flashes of light, beside which the 20 torches used for working by were pale. Some of these corals were carried into the laboratory where the lights were put out. There was a moment of magic, the most marvelous spectacle that was given to man to admire. Every point of the chief branches and twigs of the coral ices threw out brilliant jets of fire, now paling, now reviving again, to pass from violet to purple, from red to orange, from bluish to different tones of green, and sometimes to the white of overheated iron. The pervading color was greenish, the others appeared only in transient flashes, and melted into the green again. Minute by minute the glory lessened as the animals died, and at the end of a quarter of an hour they were all like dead and withered branches. But while they were at their best, one could read by their light the finest print of a newspaper at a distance of 6 yards. In the corals, the luminescence was diffuse. In other cases, it was localized in organs. Thus, one of the cuttlefishes had about 20 luminous spots, like gleaming jewels, ultramarine, ruby red, sky blue, and silvery. The illumination of the sea. In Huxley's account of his voyage in the Rattlesnake, there is a fine description of the illumination of the sea by the pillars of fire called pyrosomes. The sky was clear but moonless, and the sea calm, and a more beautiful sight can hardly be imagined than that presented from the deck of the ship as she drifted, hour after hour, through this shoal of miniature pillars of fire gleaming out of the dark sea, with an ever-waning, ever-brightening, soft bluish light, as far as the eye could reach on every side. The fire-flames floated deep, and it was only with difficulty that some were procured for examination and placed in a bucketful of sea-water. The phosphorescence was intermittent, periods of darkness alternating with periods of brilliancy. The light commenced at one point, apparently on the surface of one of the members of the fire-flame colony, and gradually spread from this center in all directions. Then the whole was lighted up, It remained brilliant for a few seconds and then gradually faded and died away until the whole colony was dark again. Friction at any point induces the light at that point, and from thence the phosphorescence spreads over the whole, while the creature is quite freshly taken. Afterwards, the illumination arising from the friction is only local. Paragraph 4. Possible uses of animal lights. When a living creature simply exudes a luminous secretion, or glows as it oxidizes certain complex substances in various parts of its body, it is quite possible that the luminescence is not as such of any importance in the everyday life of the creature. It may be no more than the byplay of something more vital, a sidetrack in the metabolism of the body. Thus, no one feels bound to search for a use of the luminescence of certain bacteria or of the eggs of fireflies. But the case is quite different when an elaborate luminous organ has been evolved. Then there must be a use. But most of the suggestions in the field are highly speculative. 1. In some cases, the luminescence may possibly serve to scare away intruders, or, if it is intermittent, to distract predatory animals. Perhaps a sea pen suddenly illumined may warn off intruders. 2. In some cases, the light may be a lure attracting booty in the darkness of deep waters, and it is striking that the luminous organ of an abyssal fish is sometimes pendant on a tentacle hanging down in front of the mouth. 3. In other cases, the light may serve as a lantern, enabling deep-sea squids and fishes, for instance, to find their way about in the darkness. But this interpretation is only applicable when the hypothetical lantern is hung in an appropriate place, which is far from being generally true. 4. In many cases, the luminous organs have a very definite pattern, e.g., on the sides of the body of the fish. In the dark waters, this pattern may facilitate the recognition of kin by kin. 5. In some cases, the facts certainly suggest that the light is used as a sex signal. It is noteworthy that the toadfish, Porictis, is luminous only during the breeding season. In the glowworm, the female of the British species Lampiris noctiluca is wingless and creeps on grassy banks. She is more luminous than the male beetle, which flies about overhead. The intermittent luminous glow streams forth from two strata of cells, well provided with air tubes, near the posterior end of the body of the adult, but it is also seen in the larvae and on the eggs. The fireflies are beetles related to our glowworms, and the crowds of shining males dancing in the air in the summer twilight are familiar and beautiful sights in warm countries. In the case of the Italian firefly, Luciola italica, the female is a small-eyed, weak-legged creature compared with the male, but she has wings and luminescence. She is very rarely seen, except when she attracts round about her on the ground a brilliant circle of ardent suitors. It seems to the human spectator that flashes of light from the one sex to the other play some part in the mating. But there is no certainty. In the meadows around Bologna, the female firefly may sometimes be seen in the evening among the grass. Numerous males fly about overhead. It looks as if the approach of a male served as the stimulus to the female to let her light shine forth. It looks as if he saw her signal. These things are difficult to prove. At any rate, he is soon beside her, circling round like a dancing elf. But one suitor is not enough. The female attracts a levee. Her suitors form a circle around her on the ground, and flashes pass to and fro. The luminous rhythm of the males is more rapid, with briefer flashes, while that of the female is more prolonged, but with longer intervals. In a large Ceylonese glowworm or firefly, Lamprophorus tenebrosus, the larvae are luminous as well as the winged male and wingless female, and the color of the light is emerald green. The female seems to signal to the male, but a curious point is that the male often shuts off his light when approaching a calling female. Paragraph 5. Animal heat. If a thermometer is inserted into a beehive, it shows a rise of temperature. Where is the heat coming from? The answer must be that the movements of the muscles of the hundreds of bees are producing heat, which raises the temperature of the air in the hive. The chief source of animal heat is to be found in the activity of the muscles. On a very cold day, one sees cabmen beating their arms on their body in order to keep warm. They are quickening the circulation by exercise, but they are also making the muscle engines work rapidly, so that much heat is produced. The bee is a cold-blooded animal, that is, of changeful temperature tending to approach that of the surroundings. The heat produced by the bees passes out into the air and would be wasted in winter were not the hive a confined space. But the cabman is warm-blooded, that is, of constant temperature, and in very cold weather he is able to adjust his body temperature to the circumstances by increasing the internal production of heat, and still more by lessening the loss from the skin. For the cold brings about a constriction of the blood vessels in the skin, less heat is lost, and the man looks cold. Conversely, on a very hot day, a dog increases its loss of heat by putting out its tongue. Only in birds and mammals is there this power of regulating production and loss of heat, which is called warm-bloodedness. The nerve center for its regulation is in the corpus striatum of the brain. It may be noted that shivering is an irregular kind of contraction brought about by commands coming from the nervous system to the muscles, ordering the production of more heat. All living involves oxidations or combustions, and some of the animal heat is due to the chemical processes which go on ceaselessly throughout the body. But these account for only a small fraction of the total amount. In the main, the animal heat comes from the muscles, and it is important to notice that they produce heat even when the body is at rest. This happens, for instance, when we are asleep, when there are not many muscles actually working except those of the heart and those concerned in breathing movements. The amount of heat produced during sleep is not so great as during waking hours, and everyone knows how cold a sleeper becomes in winter if he has not enough of blankets, how dangerous it is to fall asleep in the snow, and how animals take precautions of many kinds to secure comfortable resting places. In the contraction of a muscle there are two chapters. The first is on the whole a physical change. Each fiber becomes shorter and broader, as if some spring had been relaxed. No oxygen is used up, no carbonic acid is given off, nor any heat, but a substance called lactic acid is split off from the muscle substance. The potential energy or tension of the resting muscle is converted by contraction into the work done, and the splitting off of lactic acid is somehow concerned with the transformation. But to restore the potential energy, so that the muscle fiber can go on contracting, the lactic acid has to be put back in its original place. This restoration process requires energy, and that is supplied by the oxidation of blood sugar and perhaps some fat. Much oxygen is used up, carbon dioxide is given off, and heat is evolved. Thus we come to the main source of the production of animal heat. But it must be noted again that heat is produced in a resting warm-blooded animal by the slight contractions which keep up what is called the reflex tone of the muscles. Moreover, if part of the tension of the contracting muscle is not converted to external work, part of the energy will be degraded into heat. Paragraph 6. Animal electricity. Electric animals. Electrical changes are known to occur in connection with the activity of various parts of animals, for example muscles, nerves, the retina of the eye, and glands. Similarly, when the carnivorous plant known as Venus flytrap shuts its leaf on an insect, There is an electrical change comparable to that which occurs when we contract a muscle, a fine instance of the unity of vital processes. Electrical changes have also been observed in connection with the movements of the sensitive plant, the rotation of the living matter inside the cells of the stonewort Nitella, and even in the ordinary upbuilding of carbon compounds that occurs in the green leaf of any plant. It looks as if electrical changes were associated with active vital processes in general, and this should be kept in mind when we pass to special cases where this transformation of energy becomes, so to speak, dominant and of high value in itself, as when the electric eel gives a shock. The electric ray. The electric ray, Torpedo marmorata, of the Mediterranean, is a smooth-skinned relative of the skate and may be a yard long by 2 feet broad. It has 2 large electric organs between the front of the head and the gills, extending through the thickness of the body and somewhat like flat kidneys in shape. Each consists of thousands, it may be 500,000, of transparent perpendicular prisms or electric plates, separated by partitions. Each prism is due to the transformation of a muscle fiber and its nerve endings. When the fish is excited, the dorsal end of each plate is electrically positive to the ventral end, and a succession of shocks passes from the under to the upper surface of the head. If the fish is grasped, a very distinct and, indeed, painful current passes up the arm, and this is enough to benumb or even kill animals that come into close quarters with the torpedo. Repeated discharges weaken the strength of the shocks. It is interesting to find that ordinary skate have 2 small electric organs about halfway up the tail. They are probably organs in process of evolution. The electric eel. In shallow parts of the Orinoco, Amazons, and associated rivers, and in the marshes nearby, there lives the well-known electric eel, Gymnotus electricus, which is able to stun a beast of burden. The fish may attain a length of 8 feet and a weight of 50 pounds. About 4/5 of the length is tail, and on each side of this there lies a huge electric organ, consisting of transformed muscular tissue supplied by numerous nerves from the spinal cord. The anterior and posterior ends of the longitudinally disposed muscle columns become oppositely electrified, and the current passes from the tail to the head. When the electric eel bends its body so that the head and the tail touch different parts of the same fish, a very strong shock is given. Repeated discharges, which may be reflex or voluntarily, weaken the strength of the shocks, but the strongest are sufficient to kill the prey. Other electric organs have been found in the big-brained mormyrs, Mormyridae, of the Nile. The organ is situated on each side of the tail region and is derived as usual from transformed muscular tissue. The shock is feeble. The electric catfish. Quite different from all the other electric fishes is the electric catfish, Malopterurus electricus, found in rivers of tropical Africa and in the lower Nile. It is a sluggish, light-avoiding creature, sometimes a yard long, able to give shocks powerful enough to kill other fishes. The electrical apparatus is unique in being formed of modified skin glands, which form a greasy mantle all round the fish between the skin and the muscles. It is controlled by a single nerve fiber arising from one huge ganglion cell on each side at the front end of the spinal cord. The electromotive force of the shock in this fish amounts to 450 volts, which is very high. The shock given by a Malopterurus or a Gymnotus to a man who steps on it with his naked foot is enough to knock him down. There are said to be about 50 different kinds of fishes that give electric shocks, but only a few of these have been carefully studied. In the cases that have been investigated, with the exception of the electric catfish, the electric organ consists of transformed muscle and the associated nerve endings. It is important to emphasize the fact that an ordinary muscular contraction is associated with an electric charge, and that the same is observed in glandular activity. What is ordinarily a trivial accompaniment of an important change becomes in the electric organ the main issue. The electric organ discharges electricity, not as a current, but in a number of short shocks, lasting in torpedo a small fraction of a second, and it is interesting to notice that strychnine, which throws the muscles of an animal into convulsions by acting on the nervous system, causes the electric ray to give off shock after shock in rapid succession until the creature is exhausted. Biological conclusion. There remains much that is puzzling in regard to the production of light and electricity by animals. In many cases, it is impossible to suggest what use there may be in the luminescence. In many cases, an electric organ also baffles us by its apparent uselessness. The general idea that emerges is this, that a merely accessory byplay or byproduct may persist for a long time in the wake of some process or result of vital significance, but that the byplay or byproduct may be seized upon, accentuated, and exaggerated when the conditions of life give it vital significance and survival value. End of section 10.
Section 11 of the Outline of Science, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Outline of Science, Volume 4, by J. Arthur Thomson. Chapter 31. Natural History. 5. The Lower Vertebrates. The genealogical tree of animals splits at the top into the two great branches of birds and mammals, both of which may be traced back to an origin among extinct reptiles. Separate articles have dealt with birds and mammals. It is now necessary to turn to the lower vertebrates. And a very interesting series they are. As they afford fine illustrations of progress, it will be convenient to begin with the most primitive types and work upwards. The essential characters of vertebrates. As far back as Aristotle, 384 to 322 BC, there was a recognition of the distinction between backboned animals, vertebrates, and backboneless animals, invertebrates. It was seen that mammals, birds, reptiles, amphibians, and fishes have a good deal in common, such as backbone and red blood, and stand by themselves as contrasted with mollusks, spiders, insects, worms, sea urchins, corals, sponges, and unicellulars, which make up the subkingdom of the backboneless. Now this old contrast lasts today, but there are three changes in the modern outlook. In the first place, we know more clearly what are the deep differences, the most significant differences, between the vertebrates and the invertebrates. A. Many invertebrates, like a lobster or an insect, have a well-developed nerve cord, but this lies on the ventral surface of the body and is connected anteriorly by a ring round the gullet with a dorsal brain in the head. In vertebrates, however, the whole of the central nervous system lies along the dorsal middle line, forming the brain and the spinal cord. B. Underneath the spinal cord of the vertebrate, there runs a supporting skeletal rod, the endodermic notochord, which is pinched off from the dorsal middle line of the embryonic food canal. It is the supporting axis of the body in a pioneer vertebrate like a landslet or a lamprey, but in most fishes and in all higher forms it is replaced by something better than itself, the mesodermic backbone. The notochord does not become a backbone. It is rather like a preliminary scaffolding, a provisional support, which is replaced in most cases by a more permanent structure of different embryonic origin. This is what is called the substitution of organs. The backbone with its numerous vertebrae is the substitute of the old-fashioned notochord. But it is a fine example of the past living on in the present, that the embryos of the higher vertebrates always have a notochord, though it is represented after embryonic life by vestigial traces only. As regards the notochord, even man has to climb up his own genealogical tree. C. The anterior region of the food canal in fishes and tadpoles shows slits, bordered by gills, through which flows the water which is used in breathing. In reptiles, birds, and mammals, these gill slits are not used for breathing and are not of any use at all except that the first becomes the eustachian tube leading from the ear passage to the back of the mouth. But these gill slits, never represented in invertebrates, constitute an important vertebrate character. The recent discovery of minute traces of gills in the embryonic gill slits of 2 or 3 birds and reptiles shows us again how the past lives on in the present. D. Another deep difference is that the eye of the vertebrate has its beginnings as an outgrowth from the brain, whereas the eye of the invertebrate is an ingrowth from the skin. E. Many an invertebrate has a well-developed heart, but it is dorsal, whereas the vertebrate's heart is ventral. Thus we see that to put an invertebrate into the vertebrate position, we must invert it, bringing the nerve cord to the dorsal surface and the heart to the ventral surface. This has suggested the hypothesis that vertebrates may have evolved from invertebrates, which took to swimming on their backs. Not such a wild theory as it may seem at first sight. In any case, the theory indicates the second change in the modern outlook, that we inquire into the pedigree of vertebrates. There is no certainty, but there is probably most to be said for the hypothesis that the primitive vertebrates were scions of a ringed worm, annelid stock. The third change that has come about is the recognition that fishes are not by any means the lowest vertebrates. Below the level of fishes, there are the jawless lampreys and hags, and the extinct, likewise jawless, hypostomes. Below these come the lancelets, simpler still the sea squirts, and lowest of all are numerous worm-like forms called interrupnusts, which almost seem to bind the vertebrates to the invertebrates. Let us briefly consider these lowest rungs on the ladder of vertebrate evolution. Paragraph 1. The Pioneers. The Enterrupnus, their name means gut breathers, are certainly old-fashioned animals, and they are widely distributed in many parts of the world. They usually eat their way through sandy mud off the coasts. Probably they represent a side track on the main line of vertebrate ascent, for they are either vertebrate-like worms or worm-like vertebrates. Thus, they have got numerous gill slits opening from the pharynx to the dorsal surface of the body. And another remarkable feature is that the body cavity develops in a manner closely similar to that seen in lancelets. The size varies from about an inch to several feet. The colors are bright. There is usually a peculiar odor like that of iodoform. The food consists of microscopic organisms and organic particles in the sand or mud. The sexes are separate. The body shows a burrowing proboscis in front of the mouth, a firm collar behind the mouth, a region with gill slits, and a coiled posterior portion. In the proboscis, there is a little supporting rod, like a notochord, and there is a nerve strand both on the mid-dorsal and on the mid-ventral side. One of the common genera is called Balanoglossus, and besides Enterrupnus in the strict sense, there are some other remarkable antecedent types, notably the strange Cephalodiscus discovered by the Challenger expedition. They show the falsity of the frequent anti-evolutionist suggestion that connecting links are always missing. The forms we have just spoken of may not be on the direct line, but that they are transitional is evident. The sea squirts. The second rung of the ladder is represented by the tunicates, ascidians, or sea squirts, many of which are like double-mouthed leather water bottles. Nothing could be less like a vertebrate than a typical sea squirt, and yet it begins its life as a free-swimming larva, like a miniature tadpole, with a brain and spinal cord, a distinct notochord, 2 gill slits, a ventral heart, and a brain eye. The larva is an undoubted vertebrate, but in most cases it fastens itself by its head to seaweed, stone, or shell, and becomes a nondescript. With great rapidity there sets in a progress of degeneration. The tunicate stumbles at the threshold of vertebrate life. It begins well, but it does not fulfill the promise of its youth. In a few cases, for example Appendicularia, the larval characters are retained throughout life, exceptions that prove the rule. Many tunicates form colonies, and some of these are free-swimming, like the tubular pyrosome or fire flame, which is sometimes 2 to 3 feet long and splendidly luminescent. On a line of their own are the glassy salps of the open sea, which sometimes form long chains. The landslets. Another class of primitive vertebrates is constituted by the landslets, known as Amphioxus. They are spindle-shaped marine animals about 2 inches long, translucent, fond of lying in fine sand, with the mouth protruding, and surrounded by a wreath of ciliated cirri, by means of which microscopic organisms and particles are wafted in. Now and then the landslets rise out of the sand and swim about. They are archaic creatures and have had time to establish themselves in most seas. They have so many negative characters, no skull, no jaws, no limbs, no brain, no eye, no heart, and so forth, that one begins to wonder what they have. But they are genuine vertebrates with a spinal cord, a notochord, and gill clefts, and they have several features in common with tunicates to which they present no superficial resemblance. The round mouths. Before we reach the level of fishes, there is a small class of cyclostomes or round mouths, represented by the lampreys and hags. If the word fish is to mean anything, it cannot include these forms, for they are jawless, limbless, and scaleless, and they have peculiar gill purses and an unpaired nostril. They are antiquities, related to a very remarkable fossil called Paleospondylus, which occurs in the old red sandstone of Caithness, a little animal about the size of a tadpole, but a most interesting relic of early vertebrate life. Still more ancient are the extinct hypostomes, also jawless, which make their appearance in the Silurian, for example, Pterichthys and Pteraspis. They are the oldest known vertebrates, and it is a fact to be carefully considered that the vertebrate stock had more than begun in Silurian times, many scores of millions of years ago. Lampreys are eel-like slippery animals, with gristly skeleton, simple skull, horny teeth, and 7 pairs of gill pockets. The smaller kinds live in fresh water. The yard-long Petromyzon marinus spends most of its life in the sea, but ascends the rivers to spawn, dying thereafter. The young forms are called nine-eyes, though practically blind, and they remain larval for 2 or 3 years. Lampreys eat worms and other small fry, and even dead animals, but they sometimes fasten themselves aggressively to fishes, rasping holes in the skin and sucking the flesh and juices. The glutinous hag, Myzine glutinosa, is a strange, flesh-colored, eel-like creature, about a foot in length, which lives in rather deep parts of the sea. It is a bundle of peculiarities. Thus the eye is arrested on its way out from the brain. Under provocation, the skin secretes so much slime that the old naturalists spoke of the hag, quote, turning water into glue, unquote. It seems to be first a male and then a female. Hags devour the bait and even the fish from a fisherman's lines, and 3 or 4 are sometimes found inside a hooked fish. They are sometimes very troublesome by clogging the lines with slime and by biting off the bait. Of the Californian hag, Delastoma, a Chinese fisherman said with exasperation, Availle hook, one cyclostome, having learned the scientific name of the creature from the students of the Hopkins Laboratory at Monterey. Paragraph 2. Fishes. The first vertebrate animals to attain great success were the fishes, and they are as well adapted to the water as birds to the air. It is useful to distinguish 3 subclasses. 1. The gristly fishes with ventral mouth, like shark and skate. 2. The mostly bony fishes, like cod and salmon, herring and eel, with terminal mouth. And 3. The small group of double breathers or dipnoi, which are halfway to amphibians, having evolved a lung. These have all got their extinct predecessors, and there are some living fossils of great interest, like the Polopterus of African rivers and the bony pike, Lepidosteus of North America, with its splendid suit of chain armor. In the great majority of fishes, the body is torpedo-like, with streamlines well suited for rapid swimming. The method of swimming is a kind of sculling. The posterior part of the body consists almost wholly of muscle, and jerks off a mass of water on each side alternately. In a few cases, like the skates, where the tail has become a weapon, the paired forefins are used in swimming. In ordinary fishes, they are balancing organs. Of course, there are peculiar shapes adapted to peculiar conditions. The skates are flattened from above downwards and lie on their ventral surface on the floor of the sea. The bony flatfish, like plaice and sole, undergo in early life a flattening from side to side. They rest and swim on their right side or left side. Pigment disappears from the downturned, unillumined side, which glistens with a silvery deposit of the waste product guanin. The eye on the downturned side travels round the corner to join its fellow on the upturned side, be that right or left. Then there are inflated globe fishes adapted for floating on the surface of the sea, cylindrical eels adapted for insinuating themselves through crevices or burrowing in the mud, flying fishes able to volplane over the waves, and the quaint seahorses with prehensile tails suited for a leisurely playful life among the seaweed. Similarly, there are endless adaptations to different ways of feeding. The sharks, intensely carnivorous, with great strength of jaw and an abundant succession of formidable teeth. The angler or fishing frog, with its fishing rod and dangling bait, and an enormous gape bordered by backward bent teeth, which, being hinged at their bases, make the entrance of the booty easy and the exit impossible. The mackerel depending mainly on minute open sea crustaceans, the carp to a great degree vegetarian. Most fishes are prolific, sometimes producing several millions of ova, but there are some cases where the evolution of parental, usually paternal, care has coincided with economized reproduction. Thus the stickleback makes his nest, the seahorse shelters the developing ova in a skin pocket, and Curtis, from New Guinea, carries a double bunch about on the top of his head. In the great majority of fishes, the fertilization is external, the male discharging the milt, seminal fluid, on the spawn, the liberated ova. But there is internal fertilization in gristly fishes and in viviparous bony fishes, such as the viviparous blenny, where the eggs hatch out within the mother. Many fishes have a much less definite limit of growth than is usual among animals. Thus a haddock sometimes occurs a yard long, but it is very rare for a fish to show any hint of senescent changes in its tissues. The age is registered in the rings of growth in the scales and ear ossicles. Finally, we may note that in the class of fishes we have the beginnings of bone, of jaws, of paired limbs, of true teeth, of paired nostrils, and many other features. All fishes have gills, feathery outgrowths of the wall of the pharynx on which the blood is exposed over a large surface to the oxygenating action of the water. But a few of them, like the bony pike, use the hydrostatic swim bladder as an auxiliary breathing organ, while in the 3 mudfishes or dipnoi, this structure certainly deserves the name of lung. In this respect, as well as in their multicellular skin glands, those of fishes are almost invariably unicellular, their incipiently 3-chambered heart, and the first appearance of a great posterior vein, resembling the inferior vena cava of higher vertebrates, the betwixt and between mudfishes point the way to amphibians. Paragraph 3. Amphibians. The modern frogs and toads, newts, and salamanders are not impressive. The Japanese giant salamander, Cryptobronchus, which lives like a hermit in the dark places of cool, clear, swiftly flowing brooks, may attain a length of 5 feet 3 inches, but that is quite prodigious for a modern amphibian. The large American bullfrog, Rana catusbiana, that calls from the ponds in a hoarse bass voice, brum, some observers hear it as morum, is only 7 inches long, or 10 if the hind legs are stretched out. The fact is that most living amphibians are pygmies, and we have to go back to the extinct Carboniferous forms to find the giants of this class. The amphibians seem to have begun in the Devonian epoch. The first terrestrial footprint has this date, but their golden age was in the Carboniferous. Since then they have gradually declined, gentle, unarmored, weaponless creatures with a poor development of brains. Yet we must look to the ancestors of our amphibians for many new acquisitions. Fingers and toes for the first time, genuine ventral lungs, open communications between the nostrils and the mouth, a three-chambered heart, and a mobile, muscular tongue. With few exceptions, the young stages of amphibians breathe by gills, and these are sometimes retained throughout life, as in the Proteus of the Dalmatian caves. But all adult amphibians have lungs except a few abnormal newts, and the skin is also capable of cutaneous respiration, as our frogs illustrate in their winter's rest. The greatest interest of amphibians is that they were the first vertebrates to colonize the dry land, and that most of them recapitulate in their individual life history today some of the steps in that great adventure. Reptiles. Lizards, snakes, tortoises, crocodilians, and the archaic Sphenodon of New Zealand, another living fossil, represent the reptiles of today, and they had their extinct predecessors. But besides the latter, which are continued on in their modern descendants, there were many ancient stocks that have entirely ceased to be. Thus the flying dragons or pterodactyls have had no successors, and the same is probably true of ichthyosaurs and plesiosaurs. The blood of some of the dinosaurs may still be flowing, so to speak, in birds and mammals, which evolved from that progressive and heterogeneous stock. But there are other reptilian branches on the genealogical tree which bear no leaves today. It was probably in the Carboniferous epoch that reptiles evolved from their amphibian ancestry. In the Permian, they were the dominant vertebrates. The New Zealand Tuatera, Sphenodon, belongs to an order by itself, of which it is the sole survivor. It was in it, first of all, that the pineal body, an upgrowth from the roof of the tween brain, optic thalami, was recognized as having distinct traces of an eye, for example, complex retina. This rare animal, 1 to 2 feet long, is preserved in some small islands off the New Zealand coast, surviving as best it can in virtue of its cryptozoic or elusive habits. It lives in a burrow, feeds on insects, worms, and other small creatures, and comes out at night. It sometimes shares its hole with a petrel. About 10 eggs are laid in the warm sand, and they are remarkable in requiring over a year to hatch out. As in the case of other archaic types, the development of Sphenodon is of great zoological interest. Crocodiles and alligators and the long-snouted gavials are strong, heavily armored reptiles, at home in tropical rivers, clumsy and stiff-necked on land, feeding on fishes and small mammals, growing very slowly and without obvious limit, and attaining a great longevity. They often lie in wait for their victims at the water's edge and drown them, being themselves able to breathe while the mouth is full of water. For they shunt the opening of the windpipe forward to embrace the posterior nostrils, situated at the end of the bony tunnel at the very back of the mouth. When the crocodile raises its nostrils above the surface of water during the drowning operation, the air can pass continuously to the lungs, and no water can go down the wrong way. The crocodilians have a 4-chambered heart, as in birds and mammals, but they remain cold-blooded. They are the only vertebrates, other than mammals, to have teeth in sockets, and if one be broken, there is another and another ready to replace the loss. In other words, there are many sets of teeth. The eggs are like those of geese, and are buried in the soil to be hatched by the heat of the sun, sometimes abetted by decaying vegetation. In some cases, the mother digs up the hatching eggs when she hears the young ones piping from within. The Indian crocodile may reach a length of 18 feet, and the gavial may be 2 feet longer. Tortoises and turtles. Tortoises are among the most perfectly armored of animals, surpassed only by the armadillos. They are boxed in by an arched carapace above and a flat shield below, and they can partially retract their head, tail, and limbs. They are almost invulnerable. They tend to be slow in growth and slow in movement. They have a very tough constitution and can endure prolonged fasting. The tissues are famous for their tenacity of local life. Thus, the turtle's heart will beat for 2 or 3 days after the rest of the animal has been made into soup. The lacertilians, or lizards, form a very heterogeneous order. They are usually active in their movements, but fond of basking in the sun. Many of them are resplendent in their coloring, while others harmonize to perfection with their immediate surroundings. Most of them are able to surrender the tail when seized by an enemy and to regrow it at leisure. Most lay eggs, but a few, like the British brown lizard, are viviparous. The only poisonous lizard is the Mexican Heloderma. The chameleons are adapted for arboreal life and are famous for their color changes. The phrynosome, or horned toad, of Texas and Arizona is full of curiosities, for example, in having an eyelid hemorrhage when much excited. The little dracos of the Far East swoop from tree to tree on collapsible parachutes of skin extended on much elongated ribs. The snake-like slow worms and amphisbaenas are suited for burrowing in the earth. Perhaps there is no order of vertebrates so diversified as the lizards. The most highly specialized of the reptiles are the snakes or serpents, Ophidia. Apart from rudiments of a hip girdle and the vanishing points of hind legs in pythons, boas, and a few others, snakes are thoroughly limbless, and there is no hint of shoulder girdle or breastbone. They row on the ground with the ribs, which are attached to the ventral scales, and they may jerk themselves forward by a rapid straightening of their sinuous curves. Yet they swim and climb and burrow. The mouth is very expansible and suited for booty large in proportion to the size of the head. The bifid tongue is a sensitive organ of touch. A pair of salivary glands may be transformed into poison glands. The poison fangs are teeth folded to make a groove or a canal for the venom. The internal organs of the body are adjusted to the great elongation. The outermost layer of the epidermis, covering the horny scales and taking their imprint, is peeled off and turned inside out from the head to the tail as a coherent slough. Most are oviparous, but the adder and some others have developed viviparity. Such then is a survey of the lower vertebrates. The worm-like Enteropneus, the sea squirts, the lancelets, the round mouths, the fishes, the amphibians, and the reptiles. From among the last, there arose the higher, warm-blooded vertebrates, the birds and the mammals. End of Chapter 31. End of Section 11.
Section 12 of The Outline of Science, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wayne Cooke. The Outline of Science, Volume 4, by J. Arthur Thomson. Chapter 32, The Einstein Theory, Part 1. Are things what they appear? Let us see what some of the startling ideas of Einstein are, which have upset many of our fixed notions about things. We have been taught that parallel lines never meet, that the shortest distance between 2 points is represented by a straight line. According to the Einstein theory, what we think are straight lines are really curved lines. We shall understand this point better later on. Meanwhile, suppose you draw a straight line on a sheet of paper. To you, looking only at the paper, the point of the pencil will have traveled in a straight line of, suppose, a foot long in a second. To an observer in the sun, it will have moved through space not only with the motion of your hand, but through the vast curve of the Earth's spin around its axis and the still vaster curve of its rotation around the sun. Where you see a short straight line, he will see a curve some 40 miles in length. Which is right? Both. The distance, as well as the straightness or curvature described by a moving point, is relative. They depend on the observer. Motion and direction are relative. They depend on the observer. A body alone in empty space cannot be said, with any meaning, to be in motion, for motion implies that it is getting nearer to or farther from some other point. Again, if there are two such bodies which start moving side by side, but at different speeds, an observer on the swifter body will see the other apparently receding from him. To an outside observer, it will appear to be following in his wake. Which is right? Both. Motion and direction are relative. They depend upon the observer. If you were sitting in a railway carriage with the window blinds drawn, the train running smoothly on a straight track with unchanging velocity, you would find it impossible to tell by any mechanical means whether the train was moving or not. You cannot detect in such circumstances any motion without reference to some outside object. Further, you may have noticed that if you look through the carriage window at a passing train on an adjoining line, you are unable to tell whether that train or your own is in motion. In this way, we are often puzzled to say whether some train is moving with us, or against us, or standing still. All motion is relative. All this is preliminary. We shall see the bearing on Einstein's argument later. Space also is a matter of relativity. What would become of space if you took everything out of it? It would have no meaning. We cannot form any idea of empty space. There is no such thing as absolute space. If the whole of our visible universe were compressed into the size of an orange, we should be quite unaware of any change. Our measures, reduced in proportion, would still, for example, show the sun to be 93 million miles away. Size is relative. It depends on the observer. It is our measuring rods which create space for us. It is by measures we determine the position of material bodies in space. We can only measure the distance from a body at a certain point of space to a body at some different point. And so with time. Has it any reality? Quote, "What would become of time if nothing ever happened?" End quote. Time is merely a local affair. As the measuring rod creates space, so it is clocks which create time. We cannot form any idea of absolute time or of absolute space. As we shall see, we make a wrong supposition if we suppose that an interval of time and an interval of space between two given phenomena are always the same for every observer, whatsoever and whatever the conditions of observation may be. We cannot measure time itself. We can only measure it by the motion of something over a space, as a clock hand or a planet. But, as we have seen, motion and space are not real existences, but relative. They depend on the observer, and so does time. If some malicious spirit were to amuse itself by making all the phenomena of the universe 1,000 times slower, we should not, when we awake, have any means of detecting the change. Yet every hour recorded by our watches would be 1,000 times longer than the hours had previously been. Men would have lived 1,000 times as long, yet they would be unaware of the fact. We shall see in a moment that time and space, according to Einstein's theory, are to be regarded as mere properties which we ascribe to objects. One more point. Quote, "The dimensions of an object, its shape, the apparent space occupied in it, depends upon its velocity." End quote. The size and shape of any body depend upon the rate and direction of its movement. One of the most revolutionary things about the Einstein theory has to do with Newton's law of gravity. A new view of gravity. Einstein thinks that gravity is not, as Newton held, a force, but a property of space. That all the effects of gravity may exist where there is no attraction is best shown by his own striking illustration. Just imagine a chamber, like that of the projectile in Jules Verne's story, alone and motionless in empty space. A passenger therein will have no weight. His feet will not press downward on the floor. If he throws a ball into the air, it will rise to the roof and remain there. There is no force of attraction to bring it down again. A weight hanging on a spring balance will not stretch the spring. Now suppose that the chamber begins to move with a velocity which is continually increasing at the same rate as that of a body falling on the earth. The floor will press upward against the passenger's feet. It will catch up the ball, which will appear to be falling. The balance, drawn upwards against the inertia of the weight, will measure its amount precisely. There is no possible experiment which the passenger can make which will show him whether the projectile is moving with an accelerated motion or whether it is at rest, as we imagine we are, on the surface of an attracting body. This last indeed is what he will imagine, but he may be under a complete illusion, and so may we. This is Einstein's theory of equivalence. It shows that gravitation may have more than one explanation, and this leads us to his own explanation, which is an altogether new one. Newton thought the apple fell because the earth exerts upon it an attractive force. Einstein considers that it falls because wherever there is matter, space itself is curved, just as the space we see in a very slightly concave mirror, where there are no straight lines at all, and where, if any body is in motion, it must move along a curve. Suppose a man in a closed room discovers that a marble, placed anywhere against a wall, rolls towards a hassock in the center of the room. It will appear to him that the hassock is attracting it. Yet the fact may be that the floor is slightly concave, like a very shallow basin, and the hassock has no connection whatsoever with the motion of the marble. Just in the same way, the earth may have no direct connection with the falling of the apple, though it seems to us to be the cause of it. We are asked to believe that space is curved, that all things moving through it move in curves, all things, including light. Einstein's theory asserts that the actual reality which underlies all the manifestations we experience in the physical universe is a blend of time, space, and matter. This trinity is comprised in one actual reality. All bodies move through space-time, and they move in the straightest possible tracks. Motion is merely simultaneous change of the position in space and time. Einstein's theory explains gravitation as distortion of the world of space-time due to the presence of material objects. He does not explain how or why a body can distort space-time. The theory explains gravity, not as a force of nature, but as a property of space-time. On Einstein's view of gravitation, the Earth moves in an elliptical path around the Sun, not because a force is attracting on it, but because the world of space-time is so disturbed by the presence of the Sun that the path of least time through space is the elliptical path observed. There is therefore no need to introduce any idea of force, of gravitation. The more matter is present, the more space is curved, and so it happens that the light from a star just behind the Sun will come bending around it like a train round a railway curve and fall upon our eyes or cameras. That is, when the Sun's glare is shut out during an eclipse, we can see or photograph the star. It will appear to be shifted from its true position. How far shifted, Einstein has worked out. At the last eclipse, the stars appeared where he had predicted. Number 1. The curvature of space. One of the great difficulties of Einstein's theory is, of course, the assumption that space is curved so that straight lines in this curved space are not the straight lines that Euclid talked about. But we can see how this may be possible if we first consider the matter in its simple form. Let us imagine intelligent creatures who exist in only 2 dimensions. That is, they have length and breadth, but no thickness, a sort of very intelligent flatfish. Suppose they exist on a plane, like the surface of this sheet of paper. Then the geometry they construct will be like Euclid's. They will find, for instance, that a space cannot be enclosed by 2 straight lines. You must have at least 3 straight lines, a triangle, to enclose a space. and they will see that a straight line can go on forever and ever. And also it will be quite easy for them to draw any number of lines parallel to one another. But now suppose that these little flat creatures are transported to the surface of a sphere. What sort of geometry will they now construct? Now, first of all, we must remember that, by hypothesis, they have no notion of a third dimension. They cannot go inside or outside their sphere. They have no notion that any space exists except the actual surface of this sphere. What would they call a straight line? They will say that a straight line is the shortest distance between 2 points. Well, let us take any 2 points on the surface of the sphere and join them by the shortest line, keeping to the surface of the sphere. This line will be, from our three-dimensional point of view, an arc of a circle, and no parallel straight lines can be drawn to it by the creatures on the sphere. Further, let us select 2 points at opposite ends of a diameter of the sphere. Through these 2 points, an infinite number of half-circles can be drawn, all of the same length and all shorter than any other kinds of curves uniting these 2 points. That is to say, from the point of view of the flat inhabitants, an infinite number of different straight lines can pass through these 2 points. And any 2 of these straight lines enclose a space, just as any 2 lines of longitude on the Earth, running from the North to the South poles, enclose a space. Now, these properties of the straight line contradict the axioms of Euclid. The geometry developed by these creatures will not be Euclid's geometry. If they are very expert geometricians, they will say that their space must be curved, as we know it is, and they will be able to measure how much their space is curved by making measurements on the figures they can draw. Now, what Einstein asks us to do is to imagine something similar about our own space. Actual measurements of our space show that its geometry is not Euclidean. We can, therefore, as if by an analogy, talk about the curvature of our space. Now, there's another important analogy between our space and the surface of the sphere. What happens to a straight line on the sphere when it is produced? It goes all around the sphere and comes back to the point it started from. It cannot, that is to say, go on forever and ever. The curvature of the surface bends it around. The space these creatures live on is a finite space. It does not go on forever and ever. At the same time, it is unbounded. There are no barriers. The flat creatures can wander about in their space as long as they like without ever meeting an obstacle to their further progress. Nevertheless, although unbounded, their space is not infinite. Einstein says that the same distinction holds good of our space. Our space, he says, is finite. The ray of light from a star would go on until it went all around the universe and came back to its starting point. But our space is also unbounded. We could wander about it forever. We should never come to noticing, thus far and no farther. But when we had wandered far enough, going quite straight, as it would appear to us, we should come back to our starting point. End of section 12. Section 13 of The Outline of Science, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wayne Cooke. The Outline of Science, Volume 4, by J. Arthur Thomson. Chapter 32, The Einstein Theory, Part 2. Such are some of the revolutionary ideas imported by Einstein's theory. Let us now discuss this theory a little more closely. The theory of relativity. Einstein's theory of relativity is probably the most profound and far-reaching application of mathematics to the phenomena of the material universe that the world has ever known. Yet, in spite of the very abstruse nature of the theory, it is no paradox to say that its object is to give us a simpler, a less sophisticated view of the universe. We are sometimes apt to forget that the human consciousness is a very complicated and highly developed thing. Our minds represent a development that is extended through hundreds of thousands of years. It is very likely that some of the ideas which seem to us simplest are really complicated abstractions. The race has built up certain ideas because it found it useful to build them up in that way. We now take those ideas for granted, but that does not alter the fact that they are elaborate and, in a way, artificial constructions. It often requires as much or greater insight to analyze our ideas into their primitive constituents as to build up still more complicated ideas on the basis of them. Now, the chief characteristic of Einstein's theory is that it takes us behind our present ideas about space, time, and matter to the primitive reality out of which we have built up those ideas. We can see the nature of the theory most clearly if we begin at the end. Imagine some entirely fresh, inexperienced intelligence to be suddenly put in a field in our world on a summer day. This intelligence has at first a general awareness of the field and everything in it as a whole. We will suppose that this intelligence is essentially a human intelligence, and that after a little it begins to discriminate. It begins to distinguish parts of the field from other parts of the field. What sort of discrimination will this be? The intelligence will be aware of itself and of the field. We suppose the intelligence has a body. This will give it, as it were, a center to work from. It will begin to distinguish between here and there. Suppose the intelligence has been watching a wasp on a flower. The wasp and the flower make just one indivisible whole for it. The whole thing, wasp and flower, is there. Presently, the wasp detaches itself from the flower and settles on the hand of the intelligence. Part of the object that was there is now here. And if the wasp now stings the hand of the intelligence, this event will occur after the wasp had formed one object with the flower. Here and there, before and after, introduce the notions of space and time. And if the intelligence agreed that the same wasp appeared on his hand as was on the flower, he would obtain the idea of objects that persisted in space and time, that they were the same at different parts of space and at different points in time. He would thus begin to form the notion of matter, the fourth dimension. Now, we do not profess that this is an accurate account of how much an intelligence would split up the primitive reality into space, time, and matter, nor do we say that this is the actual path that has been pursued by the intelligence which culminates in man. We have introduced this illustration to give the reader some preliminary inkling of what is meant when we say that Einstein's theory has combined space, time, and matter into one unity. If the main idea is once grasped, however imperfectly, the way to understanding the broad outlines of the theory is made easy, although the details can only be followed by skilled mathematicians. The theory asserts that the actual reality which underlies all the manifestations we experience is neither spatial, nor temporal, nor material, but a blend of all three. It is we who have split up the original unity into the three entirely different things we call space, time, and matter, and we have performed this feat either because it was a very useful way of dealing with reality, or because our minds could not function in any other way. Let us consider first the division into space and time, and let us ask ourselves what this division really means. Let us take a solid body having length, breadth, and thickness, say a cube. What is implied in the existence of a cube? This problem is discussed in Mr. H.G. Wells' excellent story, The Time Machine, written years before Einstein's theory was thought of. The time traveler asks, quote, "Can an instantaneous cube exist?" "Don't follow you," said Philby. "Can a cube that does not last for any time at all have a real existence?" Philby became pensive. "Clearly," the time traveler proceeded, "any real body must have extension in 4 directions. It must have length, breadth, thickness, and duration. There are really 4 dimensions, 3 which we call the 3 planes of space, and a 4th, time. There is, however, a tendency to draw an unreal distinction between the former 3 dimensions and the latter, because it happens that our consciousness moves intermittently in one direction along the latter from the beginning to the end of our lives." End quote. The matter could not have been put more clearly, and it is scientifically quite accurate. As the time traveler says a little later, quote, "There is no difference between time and any of the 3 dimensions of space except that our consciousness moves along it." End quote. Einstein's theory states that, from the point of view of science, there is no essential distinction between time and the 3 dimensions, length, breadth, thickness, of space. Science is not concerned with our feelings about the difference. Before and after appears to us as a much more fundamental difference than before or behind, above or below, right or left. But Einstein has proved that time enters into physical phenomena in the same way as the directions in space. That is what is meant by saying that the world is 4-dimensional. Everything which happens somewhere at some time. 2 events are separated from one another not only by their position in space, but by their position in time. Now, all this is fairly elementary. We have seen that some people, like Mr. Wells, had a pretty clear idea of it before Einstein's theory appeared. But Einstein takes us a big step further. He asks the question which nobody had asked till then: is the space and time interval which separates 2 events the same for everybody? Let us see what this question means. Suppose you are running a race, 100 yards, and suppose that all the spectators have absolutely perfect watches. Suppose the judge declares that you have run exactly 100 yards in exactly 11 seconds. That is to say that between the event when you left the starting line and the event when you breasted the tape at the other end, there is a space interval of 100 yards and a time interval of 11 seconds. Will all the spectators agree upon that? Common sense says they will, and common sense is quite right. But now suppose that the instant you began to run, an aviator flying at 100 miles per hour flew above you, and suppose he watched your sprint from start to finish. We also suppose that he has absolutely perfect measuring instruments with him, so that he can measure the length of the course you are running and the time you take. Will he agree with the stationary spectators? Common sense says that he will, but here Einstein, using mathematical proofs, which would be out of place in this article, says that he will not. He will not agree, firstly, that you ran exactly 100 yards, nor, secondly, that you took exactly 11 seconds to do it. He will disagree with the judge both in his space and time measurements. Now, this conclusion shocks us at first, but why should it? We have already seen that the reality of the world is an inextricable blend of space and time. We sort this blend out into space and time to suit ourselves. But why should we say that everybody always sorts it out in the same way? We know that different people can have different opinions about exactly the same thing. A political speaker may appear to be one man, to be a wise statesman talking to intelligent and patriotic citizens. Another spectator of exactly the same event may see a cunning rogue talking to a lot of fools. We explain this difference by saying that the 2 men have had different upbringings, different experiences, and so on. But can we be quite sure that no change of circumstances makes two observers of the same reality split it up differently into its space and time factors? As a matter of fact, Einstein has shown that they will not split up the reality in the same way if their motions are different. But the difference of motion necessary to make the change appreciable is enormous. We have said that our aviator, if he had perfect instruments, would disagree with the judge. But in truth, his instruments would have to be 1,000,000 times more perfect than the best instruments we can make before there would be any likelihood of him and the judge quarreling. No velocities that we can reach on Earth would make the faintest observable difference in our space and time measurements, for we are not able to travel at several thousands of miles per second. That is why we have always supposed these measurements to be exactly the same. They are for all practical purposes, but as a scientific fact, they are not. Things which happen at the same time for an observer at rest do not happen at the same time for an observer in motion. But unless the observer in motion is moving at hundreds or thousands of miles per second, the best earthly instruments would show no difference. The actual mathematics of the problem show that the aviator would find the 100 yards rather shorter than 100 yards, and the 11 seconds rather less than 11 seconds. But the difference, as we have said, is impossible for detection with our instruments. Even if the aviator were moving at 67,000 miles per hour, which is the Earth's velocity around the sun, the judge's watch would seem to only lose 1/2300th second per day, and the 1-foot rule would appear shorter by only 1/17,000,000th of an inch. But the difference mounts up rapidly as the speed increases. At 161,000 miles per second, for instance, a velocity which is in the neighborhood of the velocity of light, the watch would lose 12 hours per day, and the foot rule would become 6 inches long. At the velocity of light itself, the watch would not seem to be going at all, and the foot rule would have shrunk to nothing. The velocity of light, therefore, is a theoretical absolute limit. No greater velocity is possible. Doubtless these results seem fantastic at first sight. Quote, "A second is a second," you might say, "and a foot is a foot," end quote. But you have already been predisposed to believe that space and time themselves are not ultimate realities. The actual reality is a kind of union of the two. Now, the apparent paradox of Einstein's theory is removed when we discover that there is a certain combination of space and time measurements on which everyone agrees, whatever their state of motion. They split up this combination differently, yes, but they agree on the combination. The test of experiment. The theory that we have been expounding is necessitated by the very extraordinary experimental fact that all observers, however fast they may be moving, find the same value for the velocity of light. The most careful test of this statement has been made in the famous Michelson-Morley experiment. We can see what this experiment result means if we think of a bird flying from one end of a train to the other. If the train is at rest, the bird takes a certain time for the journey. If the train is moving towards the bird, it takes a shorter time. If the train is moving away from the bird takes a longer time. Here everything is as it should be. But Michelson and Morley found that if a ray of light, instead of the bird, is the flying thing, it takes exactly the same time in all three cases. How can that be? Here Einstein's theory gives a complete explanation. We are measuring the distance flown and the time taken from the train. But our measurements of distance and time vary, as we have seen, with our motion, and to exactly the extent required to produce complete compensation, so that in each case the measured velocity of light will be exactly the same. And this remains true however fast the train may be going. We must always remember that Einstein's theory, however strange it may appear at first, rests on experiment. It is no unsupported flight of the mathematical fancy. To those who will not accept the theory, we may fairly say, well, how do you explain the experiments? Turning time backward. In order to free our minds from preconceived ideas of time and space, let us take an illustration from the scientific romance Lumin by the celebrated French astronomer Flammarion. It relates how the soul of a man on his death in 1864 flew with the speed of thought to one of the stars in the constellation Capella, situated at a distance from the earth which light takes 72 years to travel, so that he found the inhabitants watching, with their supernatural telescopic eyes, the events of the French Revolution of which the light rays were just reaching them. The man's soul, flying further with the speed greater than that of light, so that he overtook the light rays that had long left the earth, saw events occurring backwards, like a cinema film driven the wrong way. Quote, "When I recognized the field of Waterloo, I saw at first a number of dead bodies stretched upon the ground. Beyond them I saw Napoleon arriving backwards, holding his horse by the bridle. Then I saw the dead soldiers come suddenly to life and spring to their feet. The horses came to life again at the same time, and the riders sprang into the saddle. As soon as 2,000 or 3,000 men were thus resuscitated, they gradually reformed their ranks. The two armies began to fight with fury. In the center of the French army, I perceived the Emperor surrounded by his soldiers. The Imperial Guard had come to life again. At the end of the day, not a single man was killed or even wounded. Not a uniform was torn. 200,000 corpses, come to life, marched off the field in perfect order. And the result of this strange battle was not to vanquish Napoleon, but on the contrary, to restore him to the throne." The Einstein theory does not stop here. It goes on to prophesy that a mass of matter, a pound weight for instance, increases in mass as it travels faster. Here again, the increase in mass is not appreciable at ordinary speeds. Even at 67,000 miles per hour, a pound mass only increases by 1/200 millionth of a pound. But at 161,000 miles per second, the mass is doubled. It increases by 1 pound. And at the speed of light, its mass is infinitely great. So that here again, we see that the velocity of light is an ultimate velocity. Now, we actually have samples of bodies moving with enormous velocities. The cathode rays, for example, and some of the particles shot out by radium have velocities very much greater than we are in the habit of dealing with. The increase of mass of these particles due to their velocities can be calculated. And here again, the experimental facts confirm Einstein's theory. If we lived in a world where velocities in the neighborhood of this velocity of light were common, we should have known all about Einstein's theory long ago. We should find nothing paradoxical in it. It would seem quite commonplace. Space and time blended together. So far, we have been describing what is called the special theory of relativity, which was published by Einstein in 1905, when he was 27 years of age. Since then, as all the world knows, he has taken an immense step forward. He has greatly extended his theory so as to include gravitation, and as one consequence, he has shown that space, or rather the space-time unity we have spoken about, does not obey Euclid's geometry. But although this generalized theory of relativity is probably the profoundest single achievement of the human mind, it is not impossible to get an idea of its essentials on the basis of what we have already said. We have seen that it is not sufficient to think of space and time as existing separately. In reality, they are blended together. Now, the further question arises, does matter exist independently of space and time? We must make our question more precise. Are we to conceive space and time as forming a sort of framework within which matter exists and in which it wanders about quite independently? Has matter no actual influence on space and time? To answer this question rightly, we must get rid of certain philosophical assumptions. We all make these assumptions, whether we know it or not, even if we have never read a line of philosophy. The assumptions belong to those complicated ideas built up by the race to which we referred at the beginning of this article. Now, when Einstein asks this question, he is asking it about a space and time that we can measure by rigid measuring rods and clocks. He makes the whole subject experimental. We must remember this and what follows. Firstly, it will make the subject clearer if we go back to Newton. Newton said in his first law of motion that a moving body acted on by no forces moves in a straight line and always with the same speed. Well, now, how did he know? Where are we to find a body acted on by no forces? Certainly not on the Earth, for the Earth is a large rotating mass, and everybody on it is acted on by the Earth's attraction and also by the centrifugal force set up by its rotation. The fact is that Newton's law is not an experimental law. It sounds so reasonable and was accepted by the scientific world for centuries simply because it appeals to our unconscious assumptions about the nature of space. We always assume, in fact, that Euclid's geometry holds good of actual space. But now, see what happens as a consequence of this. If we look up into the sky and watch the planets, we find that they are not moving in straight lines. Why? Because they are acted on by forces, says Newton. The natural, unconstrained motion of a body, he says, is a straight line. Consequently, if we find that it is not moving in a straight line, it is necessary to suppose that it is not unconstrained. Some force must be deflecting it. So that we first of all start with a motion that nobody has ever observed and call that the natural motion. And then all the motions we do observe require the invention of forces to explain them. It is needless to say that we are not now trying to underrate Newton's wonderful achievement. We are simply preparing the way for another point of view. The other point of view is this: the actual motions of planets are their natural motions. We require no forces to explain them. They move in the way they do, not because they are pulled continually out of their natural path, but simply because that is their natural path. But, you say, they do not move in straight lines. Einstein's answer is no, but motion in a straight line is only natural in Euclidean space. It must be that our space is not Euclidean. The great prediction. We have then these two points of view. Newton says that space is Euclidean and that the natural motion is a straight line. The planets move in this Euclidean space, and the fact that they do not move in straight lines is explained by saying that there is a force, gravitation, pulling them towards the sun. Einstein says that space is not Euclidean, and that no forces are required to explain the motion of the planets. Their motion is the natural one in the sort of space they exist in. How are we to decide between these points of view? There is a test. If Einstein is right, and the movements of the planets are due only to the sort of space they move in, then this space must affect everything alike. A ray of light, for instance, must behave just as a material body would do in moving through this space. It cannot do otherwise. Now, part of the theory is that matter actually influences the space in its neighborhood. It distorts it, as it were, from the Euclidean form. Near a great body like the sun, space is considerably distorted. A ray of light passing near the sun, and consequently moving through this distorted space, should deviate quite appreciably from the straight line. Einstein's theory predicts the amount of deflection, and as we all know, a great expedition was sent out from England to test the theory by photographing the stars whose light passed near the sun when the sun was eclipsed, and the result confirmed Einstein. This verification of Einstein's theory is a very striking one, for the result obtained could not have been predicted from any other theory. But this is not all. The motion of Mercury, the planet nearest the sun, presents peculiarities which cannot be accounted for by Newton's law of gravitation. Great mathematicians had worried over this problem for generations, but no satisfactory explanation had ever been found. But the distorted space of Einstein's theory was found to supply a perfect explanation. This again is a very striking confirmation of the theory. We must be content with this brief sketch of the theory. The details are too difficult for popular exposition. Einstein's theory shows us that there is something in the nature of an ultimate entity in the universe, but it is impossible to say anything very intelligible about it. But a certain aspect of this entity has been picked out by the mind as being what we call matter. The mind, having done this, also partitions out a space and a time in which this matter exists. It is not too much to say that the whole material universe has, in this sense, been created by the mind itself. End of section 13.
Section 14 of The Outline of Science, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Quinton Jasper. The Outline of Science, Volume 4, by J. Arthur Thomson. Chapter 33. The Biology of the Seasons, Part 1. The Rhythm of Life. Men and animals depend on green plants, and these depend on the sun. But according to the Earth's seasonal relation to the sun, we get varying amounts of heat and light. Thus the ratio of heat supply in summer to that in winter is as 63 to 37. To the varying income of heat and light, living creatures have had to adjust themselves, except in haunts like the deep sea, where there are practically no seasons. So the biology of the seasons has, for its central task, an inquiry into the ways in which the life of plants and animals is adapted to the external periodicities of spring and summer, autumn and winter. But the problem is complicated by the fact that, within living creatures themselves, there are constitutional rhythms or periodicities. Everyone knows that after hard work, he must rest and sleep and feed. A great expenditure of energy must be followed by a period of income. The essential process of life, summed up in the word metabolism, consists of constructive, upbuilding, winding up chemical activities, anabolism, and of disruptive, downbreaking, running down chemical activities, catabolism. And there must be an alternation or seesaw between the two. Vital activity implies a twofold process of waste and repair, discharge and restitution, activity and recuperation. Now the one predominates, and again the other. Now there is storing, and again there is work. Now there is growing, and again there is reproduction. As it is said in Ecclesiastes 3, "To everything a season, a time to break down and a time to build up, a time to cast away stones and a time to gather stones together, a time to embrace and a time to refrain from embracing, a time to get and a time to lose, a time to keep and a time to cast away." There can be no doubt that deep-sea animals, living in monotonous uniformity, eternal night and eternal winter, have their internal rhythms, their seesaw between work and rest, their alternation of reproducing and vegetating. All living creatures are inherently predisposed to be rhythmic. Their operations are regularly discontinuous. But the point is that the internal oscillations have become adjusted to the external periodicities. We should have to sleep though there were no night, as in the far north in summer. But we sleep better because of the night, which shuts off from our nervous system many of the messengers that are always rattling the knocker during the day. The central idea is that life is rhythmic, and that it is punctuated by the seasons and by other external periodicities, such as the tides. Ripple marks of growth. Everyone has looked with pleasure at the well-sawn stem of a big tree, and counted the rings which register its age. We pause to think for a moment of one of the big trees, or sequoias of California, which showed 2,425 rings, and had therefore begun its existence 525 years before the Christian era. But how is it possible to distinguish the annual increments of growth? Why do not the rings of wood simply coalesce? The reason is that the structure of the wood developed in summer is very different from that developed in autumn, and the alternation makes the lines of growth stand out clearly. In the same way, we can read summer and winter in the concentric lines on the scales of a salmon and many other fish, and this can be corroborated by making a section of the otoliths, or earstones. All through organic nature, there are what may be called the ripple marks of growth, the parallel lines on the scallop shell, on the tortoise's scale, the rings on the rattlesnake's rattle, and the zones within the spine of the sea urchin. There is a widespread self-registering of periodicities and pauses. The correlation between internal rhythms and external periodicities is sometimes very direct. Since photosynthesis depends on the sunlight, green plants must be intensely active during the day and relatively restful at night. Similarly, many plant cells, such as simple algae, feed during the day and divide at night. In other cases, the correlation is more indirect and more subtle. Thus it is with striking regularity, in October and November, when the moon is in her last quarter and the day before, that swarms of pololo worms occur in the coral reefs of Samoa. Myriads of these worms crawl out, tail foremost, from the crevices they inhabit, and agitate themselves so violently that while the head end remains in the rock, the posterior ends drop off and make the water like vermicelli soup. These headless worm bodies are laden with egg cells and sperm cells, and these are shed in countless millions in the water, so that fertilization is quite secure. The swarming begins shortly before sunrise, and is mostly over in half an hour. There is much that is very interesting in this pololo story. The swarming takes place so punctually that the natives are prepared for it, distinguishing the smaller October swarm from the larger one in November. The worms are eaten either alive or baked, and are esteemed a great delicacy. The land crabs also come down to the beach to get their share of the abundant jetsam. There is some subtle stimulus connected with the moonlight and the sunrise. There is also the very profuse sowing of the seed. But perhaps the most extraordinary thing is the evasion of the death penalty, which reproduction often involves to animals. For the heads of the pololo worms remain in the fissures of the coral reefs and grow new bodies at their leisure. In some cases, the external periodicity takes so strong a grip of the constitution that the animal exhibits the correlated change even when the stimulus is not operative. This is well illustrated by the little green planarian worm convoluta, which is common on the flat sandy beach of some parts of Brittany. When the tide is out, the worms come up in crowds and form green patches on the sand. When the tide returns, just as the first wave reaches them, they retire into shelter. But Bond has demonstrated that in a quiet aquarium, away from all tidal influence, the worms exhibit for some time the normal rhythms, ascending and descending, keeping time with the tides. The external periodicity has gripped their constitution for a time. 1. The biology of spring. Spring is a time of renascence, when a fresh start is made after a period of rest. The seeds have been lying dormant in the earth. Processes of fermentation have been going on within, preparing the compact legacy of stored food. Bacteria begin to work at the bursting envelopes. Moisture seeps in. The seedlings emerge and exhibit delicate movements in shoot and root. See the article on botany. The buds which have rested through the winter, well wrapped up in tough bud scales, begin to burst. That is to say, the warmth of the spring sunshine has activated the living matter. The cells are dividing into intricate orderliness. The watery sap is ascending from the roots, or, it may be, from places where it has been stored within the stem. Like the seeds, the buds were formed in the abundance of the previous summer. Like the seeds, the buds are adapted to contain much within a small and well-protected surface. The young leaves in the leaf buds are often twisted in a close spiral, and when the shoot grows, they show the same spiral loosened and drawn out. In the one case, the spiral means close packing. In the other case, it obviates too much overlapping of leaf by leaf. In the flower buds, the parts of the flower are all lying in miniature, and when the spring comes with a rush, the flowers are ready. Brehm speaks of the sudden transformation on the Asiatic steppes. From the apparently sterile earth, herbaceous and bulbous growths shoot up. Buds are unpacked, flowers unfold, and the steppe arrays itself in indescribable splendor. Boundless tracts are gorgeous with tulips, yellow, dark red, white and red. It is true that they rise singingly in twos and threes, but they are spread over the whole steppe land. The sudden reappearance of flowers, so that the desert quickly becomes a garden, is more intelligible when it is clearly understood that the flower buds were made in the previous summer's sunshine, and that there are stores of nutrition within the plant, especially when there is anything like a bulb or a corm or a rootstock, as there is so often in the flowers of the spring. Many of the early flowers are somewhat primitive, as we may see in the willow catkins. Many tend to be bud-like, as if some slight check had occurred in the opening of the blossom. And perhaps we should expect something of the primitive and the bud-like in the first flowers of the year. We have just spoken of the resplendent tulips of the steppes, and everyone is familiar with the fine blue of such early flowers as hyacinth and iris, but on the whole, the spring flowers tend to be light in color. For example, white and yellow, like snowdrop and celandine. This probably means that in the scantier sunshine, the average spring flower has not the intensity of vital processes that sets in later in the year, when the colors certainly deepen. It may also be associated with the fact that not a few of the spring flowers are wind-pollinated, and that variations in the direction of bright color are not so likely to take grip in flowers that blossom at a time when insects are not much in evidence. Animals reawaken. There is a spring reawakening, or renaissance, among animals as well as among plants. One of the most familiar sights is the queen humblebee making for the willow catkins to refresh herself after a winter's fast, and to collect pollen and nectar for provisioning the cradles which she will soon fashion in her nest in the mossy bank. She has been resting in a sort of lethargy all through the winter, one of the few survivors, perhaps the only survivor, of last year's large family. Of the scores, or even hundreds, that then crowded the nest, only the young queens survive. Many insects pass the winter, not in the adult state, but as cocoons or pupae. In sheltered recesses, they have lain like mummies, well protected by enswathing wrappings. They entered into their quiescent state as larvae, for example, caterpillars. They underwent at least a part of their great change or metamorphosis into a new style of bodily architecture. They reawaken in spring as winged adults, such as butterflies. Similarly, there is a reawakening of the snails, which have been lying sealed up in their shells in the heart of an old wall, and of the frogs, which have been dormant in a snug hole of the bank near the pond. Mouth shut, nose shut, eyes shut, breathing through their skins and with their hearts beating feebly, the vigor of the males croaking, and the rapidity with which the females proceed to deposit masses of spawn in the pool, cannot be said to suggest any impairment of energies through the winter months. Then there is the interesting reawakening of winter sleepers, such as hedgehog and dormouse, marmot and bat. Spring is emphatically a time for young things, of seedlings, buds, and young blossoms, of tadpoles, nestlings, and young lambs. There is a striking multiplication of minute organisms in the waters of pond and lake, of estuary and sea. It is interesting to find in freshwater basins that there is often, as the result of the dying away of plants in autumn and winter, a production of chemical substances called auxetics, which later on promote the multiplication of cells, and, towards the spring, an increasing quantity of certain other substances called augmenters, which give more power to the elbow of the first. Thus, out of death come the stimulants of the awakening of pond life and lake life in spring. A single infusorian may be the ancestor of 1,000,000 by the end of a week, or more if the spring is genial. As we have noted in another article, the water fleas eat the infusorians, and fishes eat the water fleas, and so the world goes round and on. One of the interests of spring is the repeopling of the fresh waters which seem so empty through the winter. The female gnat, or mosquito, spends the winter in hiding, and makes in spring a floating raft of 200 or 300 somewhat cigar-shaped eggs. From these there emerge larvae, which hang head downwards from the surface film, or sink to the bottom of the pool and jerk themselves up again by vigorous strokes of their tail. They feed and grow and molt, and eventually turn into pupae of very different appearance, which rest head upwards at the surface and do not eat at all. In 3 or 4 days, the husk of the pupa splits and a winged gnat emerges, not without risk and difficulty. Many biological notes are struck. There are the adaptations of the gnat larvae to living in the water and yet breathing dry air. There is the accumulation of reserves for a very vigorous short aerial life, mainly devoted to reproduction. There is the prolific multiplication and the prodigious infantile mortality, and in spite of the latter, there are clouds of survivors, fine food for some of the migrant birds returning to the north. And there is the interlinking with human life, for the mosquito which carries the malaria organism and infects man with it is just a species of gnat. The pouring of a little paraffin on the pool makes a surface film which the mosquito larvae cannot grip, and so it is drowned, with consequent reduction of malaria. Then there are the small fishes that devour the mosquito larvae. Wheels within wheels. The gnat's life history occupies about a month, and there is a succession of generations through the summer. When this is contrasted with the long life of the mayfly, which may be subaquatic for 3 or 4 years, though aerial for only 2 or 3 days, or it may be only 1, there emerges another biological idea, that a portion of the life history may be long drawn out in one type and telescoped down in another, all in adaptation to different conditions of life. When we turn to the familiar development of the frog, which occupies about 3 months, we find a clear illustration of another biological idea, that of recapitulation. The individual tends to climb up its own genealogical tree. When it wriggles out from the protective sphere of jelly, the newly hatched larva is little more than a very primitive vertebrate. Limbless and gill-less, with eyes which have not yet reached the surface on their outgrowing from the brain. When it is about 1 month old, the tadpole has a 2-chambered heart, just as fishes have, and a very fish-like circulation. It is true that its gills are not like those of ordinary fishes, being ectodermic in origin, but they have their counterparts in the external gills of some old-fashioned fishes, like the African dipnoan, Protopterus. When it is about 2 months old and has got its limbs free, the tadpole begins to breathe with lungs as well as gills. Just like the mudfishes, or dipnoi, the individual development recapitulates in abbreviated form the evolution of the race, and yet from the very first, the larval frog is an amphibian, not a fish. There is, for instance, no suggestion of scales. Some of the butterflies and moths that have wintered as adults emerge and pair in the spring, and thus arise the early caterpillars, which are often a source of considerable anxiety to the gardener. The contrast between the worm-like caterpillar and the winged butterfly is very striking, had we not become familiarized. A worm-like body, mouth parts suited for biting, very diminutive antennae, simple eyes, 3 pairs of jointed clawed legs, and 5 pairs of unjointed unclawed posterior appendages. Everything as different as possible from the butterfly. The crawling caterpillar is a voracious eater. The flying butterfly sips nectar daintily or sometimes fasts altogether. It is an antithesis. The antithesis between a nutritive and a reproductive phase. The stores of nutritive material accumulated by the caterpillar make the butterfly possible. There can be little doubt that changes involved in the evolution of climates made it profitable for the higher insects to have a long larval period interpolated between the egg and the adult. In the larval period, reserves are accumulated, and at the end of the period, after full size has been attained, the great change or metamorphosis is initiated, completing itself in a quiescent pupa phase well suited for surviving the winter. But it is not easy to understand how the development which expressed certain hereditary qualities in building up a caterpillar should be able to recommence on a new plan and express other hereditary qualities which make up the butterfly. The story of lampreys. In the Severn and other southern rivers, the sea lampreys come up in the spring, and the spawning is over by the end of June. It is later further north. These lampreys are big creatures, as long as one's arm and as thick as one's wrist, very lithe and slippery. If the word fish is to mean anything, it cannot be applied to lampreys, for they are jawless, limbless, and scaleless, and they have an unpaired nostril and peculiar gill pouches, very different from the gills of ordinary fishes. They are representatives of primitive backboned animals, far below the level of true fishes, for there is a big anatomical gulf between animals without jaws and those that have them, between cyclostomes and gnathostomes, if we use zoological language. Like most archaic animals, lampreys are extraordinarily interesting. The parents usually choose a briskly flowing stretch of the river, and they clear a nesting site by removing the stones in their sectorial mouths. If a stone is too heavy for one, the pair will tackle it. The stones are piled in a sort of breakwater on the upside of the chosen spot, and in a dam on the downside, so that the eggs are less likely to be washed downstream. In the shelter of the stone nest, the eggs are laid, and the development is rapid. A rather interesting point, for the larval period is long drawn out. The young ones hatch out in about a fortnight, and in a month or so, when only half an inch long, they leave the nest and seek quietly flowing water. They wallow in the sand or mud and feed on other water babies. They grow out into what country boys call niners, often confused with the young eels, with which, of course, they have nothing whatever to do. An interesting detail, significant in its adaptiveness, is that the skin of the young lamprey secretes a digestive juice, making short work of the bacteria which abound in rather stagnant water. The name niners, or nine-eyes, is rather difficult to explain, for the larvae are blind. There are 8 gill openings, however, and there is the place where the eye will eventually emerge, so these make 9, the 9 eyes of rustic natural history. After 3 or 4 years of rather monotonous youth, the niners begin to grow up. They undergo a remarkable structural change, putting off their juvenile characters, such as their horseshoe-shaped mouth, and putting on adult characters, such as clearly exposed eyes. The change usually takes place in the autumn. There are species of lamprey that remain in fresh water, but the large species we've been studying, Petromyzon marinus, spends a considerable part of its life in the sea. After 2 or 3 years, the number is uncertain, spent in the sea in active predatory life, gripping fishes and rasping holes in their skin with a very effective toothed piston, the big marine lampreys return to the rivers to make their stone nests and spawn. It is a remarkable fact that they die after spawning, as eels seem to do. We have found the strong muscular body floating spent in the shallows of the river. As in the case of the delicate mayflies, so with these big lusty lampreys, the giving rise to new lives means the end of the old. The eel fair. It is in spring that the young eels, or elvers, come up to the rivers from the sea in countless crowds. They are about 2.5 inches in length, and like a very stout knitting needle in girth. They hug the banks but move persistently upstream as long as the daylight lasts. When the sun goes down behind the hills, they snuggle under stones and lie quiet till dawn. Their persistent migration illustrates in part an instinctive impulse, which does not work except in the light, and in part a tropism, for the elvers automatically adjust their bodies so that the pressure of the stream plays equally on each side. The story of the eel has been referred to already in the article on The Haunts of Life. It must suffice to say that the elvers are already 1.5 years old, that they spent their previous juvenile period as transparent knife blade-like creatures, leptocephali, near the surface of the open sea, that they go upstream to quiet reaches and to ponds, and that the successful survivors return to the sea as big eels in 5 to 8 years. The return of the birds. One of the pleasantest changes in the spring is the return of the migratory birds which have been wintering in the south. Birds like swallow and swift, cuckoo and nightingale. See article Birds. In many cases the adult males arrive first, and sometimes, as in the case of warblers, they choose a territory before their mates appear on the scene. The immature youngsters are the last to come. There is often great punctuality in the arrival of these summer visitors, as the puffins on the cliffs well illustrate. And another striking feature is that a bird, such as swift or swallow, may return to its precise nesting place of the previous year. The silence of winter is soon broken. The country is full of singing birds. 2. The biology of summer. Summer is the time of maximum output and income of energy, when the fires of life not only burn brightest, but begin to be banked up for another year. For it is characteristic of living creatures that they are able to accumulate energy acceleratively that they are able to store. Intense activities of summer. The most important activity of summer is the quietest of all, the manufacture of sugar and starch and still more valuable materials in the green leaves. The result is the accumulation of a great wealth of food, in a wheat field for instance. Some of this goes to account of growth, e.g., in forming the buds for the next year. Some of it is stored in root and stem and seed. Some of the sugar is drafted into the flower to overflow as nectar and to fill the fruit with succulence, and no small part of it is immediately devoured by animals, passing into a fresh incarnation. Summer is distinctly a flowering time, as spring of leafing, and as the days grow warmer and brighter, the floral colors grow in intensity. There was more than a grain of truth in the old meteorologist's suggestion that the annual succession of colors and flowers corresponds on the whole to that of the rainbow. If industry means the transformation of matter and energy from one form to some other form, then green plants are very industrious, and the same is true of the bees which are visiting the flowers and transforming the nectar of the blossoms into the honey of the honeycomb. As is indicated in the article on botany, it is very interesting to inquire into the ways in which insects are attracted to the blossoms, whether by brightly colored flags that catch the eye, or by fragrance appealing to the sense of smell, or by a recollection of a previous feast of nectar. It is important to notice, as Aristotle observed 2,000 years ago, that a bee on every expedition does not pass from one kind of plant to another, but confines itself to a single kind, for instance, to violets, and does not change until it has first returned to the hive. There are indeed exceptions, but what Aristotle noted is generally true, and the habit makes it more certain that the fertilizing pollen will be scattered in an appropriate way, and not at random. Many biological notes are sounded, such as the value of the cross-fertilization made possible by the most important linkage in the world. See article on interrelations. And the neat adaptation of insect to flower and of flower to insect, They fit like hand and glove. Industries of animals. The twofold business of animal life is caring for self and caring for others, and both may involve great industry. That is to say, things are made or moved, captured and stored, or changed from one form to another. When we think of an ant hill, a piece of honeycomb, a bird's nest, a badger's burrow, we must admit that animals are often very industrious. Consider the business of hunting. The otter hunts alone. The wolves in winter hunt in packs. The sparrowhawk hunts by day, and the barn owl by night. Some big spiders pounce on their prey. Most make snares and webs. The grub of the tiger beetle makes a trap, and the larval antlion a pitfall. The stoat pursues the rabbit with all its speed, but the cat stalks the mouse with a hardly perceptible approach. As to fishing, the pelicans work in companies. The heron fishes alone. The dipper walks about and even uses its wings underwater, and the osprey catches the trout in its talons. As to shepherding, several species of ants treat greenflies or aphides as if they were cows, and even look after the young. As to farming, the agricultural ant of Texas weeds small circular patches, leaving only the needlegrass, the seeds of which are much esteemed. Both true ants and white ants, see the article on The Insect World, grow certain fungi, from which they obtain an important part of their food. The main use of the leaves which the leaf-cutting ants collect seems to be to form, after they've been chewed, a medium on which the prized fungus will grow. When the queen leaf-cutter founds a new colony, she brings with her a minute pill of the fungus, which forms the starting point of a fresh growth. As to storing, we think of the squirrel's caches of nuts, the ant's granary, the hive bee's honey, the digger wasp's paralyzed caterpillars. Then there is the making of shelters, and nests, and burrows. A climax along one line is the great termitary exceeding a man's height, built of salivated earth and often with internal furnishings of chewed wood. A climax on another line is the hanging paper house of the wasp, with one story suspended from another, and all surrounded by windproof and waterproof walls. There is no doubt as to animal industries. Birds' nests. Without trespassing on the article on birds, we may emphasize what is important biologically in connection with nest making. It is in great part an instinctive activity, but intelligent adjustment to peculiar conditions and materials is often detected. The kind of nest is often very specific. Thus the black bird and the thrush, which are first cousins, build very different nests. There is an inclined plane from no nest at all, as in guillemots, to elaborate nests like those of weaver birds and the wren. The evolution of nests is to be linked up with the fact that it is always dangerous to lay eggs on the ground, that the development of embryo and nestling alike often demands a temperature which cannot be attained without the use of non-conducting material round about, that it is important that the parent bird be made comfortable during the long patience of brooding, that it makes the business of feeding the young easier, and that it is often essential that the eggs and nestlings should be hidden from hungry eyes, and the young bird sheltered from the glare of the sun, and from the danger of tumbling out. Finally, we find in the study of birds' nests many an eloquent reminder that in the struggle for existence, the evolution of parental care may pay just as well as the evolution of sharp beak and strong talons. Professor McGillivray counted 2,379 feathers in the beautiful nest of the long-tailed tit. Parental care. The parental care so marked in birds is widespread through the whole kingdom of animals, and it is, on the whole, most characteristic of summer. Let us select 3 or 4 pictures. We sit down among the heather, and as we peer into the jungle round about, we often see a mother spider moving swiftly and skillfully with a tiny silken bag on her breast. This is a cocoon containing eggs, and after a while, young spiders. The mother seems to clutch it beneath her body with the help of the bases of her legs, but it is sometimes bound to her by silken threads. She looks as if she thought a lot of it, though we do not suppose that she thinks as we count thinking. But she resists if you try to take it away. And if you pull it off and place it at a little distance, she seeks for it carefully, by scent it seems, for she is very short-sighted. It is her family that she is carrying about, till the young ones come out and run hither and thither of themselves, just like miniatures of their mother. Other spiders make silken nests on the heather, or in crevices among stones and bark. Others hide their beautiful cocoons, white, pink, or greenish, in shelters made of bramble leaves, bound together with silk. The water spider rears her family on a diving bell of silk on the floor of a pool. The trapdoor spider sinks a long shaft in the ground. In early summer, the male 3-spined stickleback, conspicuous in red and green, makes a barrel-shaped nest in a shore pool or in a freshwater pond. Pieces of seaweed or freshwater plants are glued together with sticky threads from the kidneys, and a cavity is made in the middle. A female is induced to enter the nest, where she lays a few eggs. When she has gone, another and another does the same, for the stickleback is polygamous. Over the nest, the male then mounts guard, driving away other sticklebacks and much larger fishes. He is extremely pugnacious. When the young ones hatch out, the nest is partly picked to pieces, but the male still takes solicitous charge of the family. If a youngster strays, it is retrieved by the father fish and carried home in his mouth. Wasps play an important part of the economy of nature by keeping down the numbers of injurious insects. Many of them kill not only for themselves, but for their larvae. Among the digger wasps, some of which make tunnels in dry banks by the roadside, the mother places paralyzed caterpillars and the like beside her laid eggs, so that there is fresh meat for the grubs when these hatch out. By that time the mother wasps have died, for they never see the reward of their labors. It is probable that the habit was established when the tenure of the parent's life was longer. In some other predatory wasps, such as the African fury wasps, the mother brings freshly stung insects day by day to her offspring. There is sometimes only one, so that there is more of a personal touch here. In a third set of predatory wasps, the mother kills the insect right away, chews it into a mince, and gives this to her offspring, receiving in return a drop of overflowing juice from the grub's mouth, an elixir that seems greatly appreciated. The salient biological fact in summer is, we think, the extraordinary activity at various levels: vegetative, instinctive, and intelligent. The activity is swayed by the twin impulses of hunger and love. There is eager endeavor after individual well-being, and there is not less careful effort which secures the welfare of the young. The intensity of life sometimes goes too far, as the worker bee illustrates in its very short life and in the demonstrated fact that a certain number of its brain cells are always becoming overfatigued and going out of gear. Another illustration of the tendency to overdo things may be found in the summer sleep, or estivation of some animals in warm countries. Thus the tenrec, Centites, of Madagascar, an earthworm-eating insectivore, relapses in summer into a state hardly distinguishable from hibernation. We may notice in passing that there are many peculiar features in this type. Thus some of its dorsal hairs have turned into spines, and as the animal cannot roll itself up like its distant relative the hedgehog, it dashes them with some force into the skin of an assailant. And again, it has been reckoned as the most prolific of mammals, for it is reported to have had 21 young ones in a litter. But this is by the way. The keynote of summer is activity. End of section 14.
Section 15 of the Outline of Science, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ezekiel. The Outline of Science, Volume 4, by J. Arthur Thomson. Part 2 of Chapter 33. The Biology of the Seasons. 3. The biology of autumn. Autumn fruits. Although autumn is the time when the tide of the year turns, a dominant biological impression is that of the abundance of life. We get that impression in the orchard and in hedgerow alike when we observe the abundance of fruits, leafing in spring, flowering in summer, fruiting in autumn, resting in winter. Such is the plant's normal life story. A fruit consists of the full-grown seed box or seed boxes, often with accessories in the form of any parts of the flower or flower stalk that may persist after the pollination. When the insect visitors have done their work and the possible seeds or ovules have become real seeds with a developing egg cell within, the nectaries are closed, and the surplus sugar may be drafted into the fruit, as in stone fruits and berries. But there are, of course, many kinds of fruits, pods, capsules, nutlets, nuts, which are not succulent. What are the chief uses of fruits to the plants that bear them? The essential part of the answer to this simple question is that the use of the fruit is racial, not individual. They protect the seeds and they may help to scatter them. For example, when they dry and break, like the withering leaves they are, or when, with their dead roughnesses, they adhere to passing animals. In other cases, the succulence and fine colors attract hungry birds and fruit-eating mammals. At first glance, it does not seem clear why being eaten should be of great service. But the point is that the seeds inside the fruit are often left undigested and are sown far and wide by the creatures that devoured the fruits. Seeds are rich in proteins. Fruits have little of these valuable nitrogenous carbon compounds. They may have sugar, but sugar is simple compared with proteins and is non-nitrogenous. Supposing the seeds are not eaten, it requires 1.5 pounds of grapes, 2 pounds of strawberries, 2.5 pounds of apples, and 4 pounds of pears to furnish as much protein as there is in a hen's egg or a small handful of peas. The significance of this is that what is spent in the fruit is lost, but what is stored in the seed is a legacy. The scattering of seeds. When man is harvesting, nature is scattering seeds. On a genial autumn day, the pods of the gorse may be heard bursting. Many capsules crack less violently, sometimes helped by seed-eating birds. Rough-coated fruits, which may be practically equivalent to seeds, adhere to furry animals like rabbits and fall off by and by. Others, like dandelion down and thistle down, are wafted about singly by the wind, and the plumose nutlets of the clematis, or traveler's joy, are entangled in long lines which float off with a beautiful wavy motion, like silver serpents in the air. Some birds digest the seeds they eat, but many fruit-eating birds pass out the seeds undigested and none the worse for their sojourn in the food canal. Other seeds, as is noted in the article on interrelations, are distributed in the clodlets which accumulate on birds' feet and are washed off far away. There are many other methods of seed scattering. Thus the peanut pokes its pod into the earth, and the beautiful ivy-leaved toadflax on the wall pushes its box fruit into a cranny, both behaving almost like animals, though the whole process may be explained in terms of automatic tropisms. The seed scattering in autumn impresses us with the abundance of life, but the other side of the picture is the abundance of death. The chances against the germination of the seed are so enormous. Tennyson wrote with reference to nature's prodigality. Of 50 seeds, she often brings but one to bear, and he afterwards thought that he should have written myriad instead of 50. Darwin noted that the common spotted orchis may have 30 seed boxes, each with 6,200 seeds. If we allow 400 bad seeds to each box, there would be 174,000 seeds from one plant. These would cover an acre. The grandchildren would cover the island of Anglesey. The great-grandchildren the whole land surface of the globe. Such things do not happen. The chances against the success of the seeds are so great, as we are told in the immortal parable. There is enormous mortality and apparent wastage, but part of the elimination is discriminate, and this winnowing, singling, sifting, which we call natural selection, is one of the secrets of progress. Withering leaves. All through the summer, the green leaves have been the seat of intense activity, but this wanes in autumn and they wither. They have begun to suffer from the wear and tear of living. The furnishings of the cell laboratories are becoming worn. Moreover, it is well that the leaves should die, reducing the exposed surface from which water is given off, for as the soil gets colder, it becomes more difficult for the roots to keep up the supply. But before the leaves fall off, they surrender all their useful material to the plant that bore them. There is a passage of sugar, green pigment, and more complex materials, even living matter itself, into the stem and root. There is almost nothing left in the withered leaf but ashes and beauty. When the chlorophyll recedes, it leaves yellow grains behind it, and the tree is crowned with gold. Often there appear special waste pigments, such as anthocyan, also occurring in flowers and fruits, which give the leaves of bramble, vine, and Virginia creeper their autumnal splendor. In various ways a weak line is established at the base of the leaf where it joins the twig. To the inside of this a corky partition grows across, which helps in the actual separation and forms a protective scar. The windy day comes and the leaves fall in thousands to enrich the earth as they enrich the tree. The work of earthworms. It is in autumn that we see most of the work of earthworms, dragging leaves into their burrows and thereby making vegetable mold, covering the surface with their castings of fine earth ground to powder in their gizzards. With their burrowing, bruising, and burying, they have made most of the fertile soil of the world. This has been dealt with fully elsewhere. Flights of gossamer. Almost at any time of the year there may be a shower of gossamer, but the characteristic time is in autumn, naturally enough, for the biological significance of the occurrence is as a spreading out of small spiders from a crowded area, and the crowding is greatest after the abundance of summer. What happens is certainly remarkable. Certain small spiders, especially when they are young, mount on a breezy morning on posts and paling, or on the top of tall herbs. They stand with their head to the wind and allow threads of silk, often 4, to float out from their spinneret. The multiple jets of liquid silk harden instantaneously on exposure to the air, and the wind begins to tug them. Then the small spider lets itself go from its perch, and usually turning upside down allows itself to be carried on the wings of the wind, supported by the silken floats. Reference had been made to this in another article, and it is enough to say that when thousands of spiders make their aerial journeys on a suitable morning and eventually sink to earth, the threads may cover great stretches of links and meadow, field and hedgerow, and there is a shower of gossamer. The wingless aeronauts or balloonists may be borne for many miles, sometimes far out to sea, and except in the last case they are often successful in their passive migration. Preparations for winter. There is much in the biology of autumn that may be summed up in the idea of preparing for the hard times of winter. There is much storing on the part of plants. There is much on the part of animals, both inside their bodies and outside. The bud gets its hard, sometimes varnished, protective scales. The animal may get a thicker coat of fur. In the fall of the leaf, there is a particularly striking example of a widespread tendency to sacrifice the more vulnerable parts and entrench. The birds we call summer visitors make their way southwards to more hospitable shores, and there are other movements besides true migration which may take place in autumn. A true migration is a seasonal mass movement from the crowded breeding place to a place for recuperation, typically the winter quarters, whence there is normally a return of the survivors the following year. Of course, there are exceptional cases like the migration of the freshwater eels to the deep sea, where they seem to die after spawning. But in ordinary cases, the migration is a periodic mass movement with a return journey. The story of the lemmings. It seems warrantable to distinguish from true migration such mass movements as lemmings sometimes illustrate in the autumn. Brehm tells us how a warm summer increases their numbers past computing and past supporting. Scarcity of food begins to be felt, and their comfortable life comes to an end in panic. Their fearless, bold demeanor gives place to a general uneasiness, and soon a mad anxiety for the future takes possession of them. Then they assemble together and begin to migrate. The same impulse animates many simultaneously, and from them it spreads to others. The swarms become armies. They arrange themselves in ranks, and a living stream flows like running water from the heights to the low grounds. All hurry on in a definite direction, but this often changes according to locality and circumstances. Gradually, long trains are formed in which lemming follows lemming so closely that the head of one seems to rest on the back of the one in front of it, and the continuous tread of the light little creatures hollows out paths deep enough to be visible from a long distance in the mossy carpet of the tundra. The longer the march lasts, the greater becomes the haste of the wandering lemmings. Eagerly they fall upon the plants on and about their path, and devour whatever is edible. But their huge numbers impoverish even a fresh district in a few hours, and though a few may pick up a little food, nothing is left for those behind. The hunger increases every minute, and the speed of the march quickens in proportion. Every obstacle seems surmountable, every danger trifling, and thousands rush on to death. If men come in their way, they run between their legs. They face ravens and other strong birds of prey defiantly. They gnaw through haystacks, climb over mountains and rocks, swim across rivers and even across broad lakes, arms of the sea and fjords. A hostile company follows in their wake, wolves and foxes, gluttons, martens and weasels, the ravenous dogs of the Lapps and Samoyeds, eagles, buzzards, and snowy owls. Ravens and hoodie crows fatten on the innumerable victims which they capture without trouble from the moving army. Gulls and fishes feast on those which swim across the water. Diseases and epidemics are not a-wanting, and probably destroy more of the lemmings than all their enemies put together. Thousands of carcasses lie rotting on the wayside. Thousands are carried away by the waves. In some cases the remnant of the army reaches the sea, and this also the lemmings seek to cross. Obedient to the instinctive command ingrained in their dull-witted, smooth brains to go straight on at all costs. The waves of the North Sea or the Baltic sweep over them, and the march of the lemmings is ended, and their population problem solved. 4. The biology of winter. Winter is the low tide of the year, fundamentally because the reduced income of heat slows the chemical processes which living involves, and because the reduced income of light checks the manufacturing activity of the green leaves. But there are other reasons. The low temperature makes it imperative that many of the delicate structures of plants and animals should be shed or absorbed, else the whole creature will be fatally injured. The hardness of the frost-bound earth makes it necessary that many animals should lie low. In the scarcity, in the storms and the short days, there are reasons enough for the migration of birds to the south. Behind all this, there is the physiological need for rest after toil. Winter whiteness. Perhaps the most interesting aspect of the biology of winter is the variety of solutions that different creatures offer when face to face with the same problem: the cold, the scarcity, and the storms. A neat solution is to be found in the change to whiteness which occurs in ptarmigan and mountain hare, in the Hudson's Bay lemming and the Arctic fox, and in the common brown stoat, which becomes the pure white ermine. The blanching is usually brought about by growing a new unpigmented suit, though there is sometimes a removal of the pigment from individual hairs. In the new-grown white hair or feather, and in a hair that has turned white, the place of the pigment is taken by gas vacuoles, from the surfaces of which the light is so perfectly reflected that the hair or feather appears white, just like foam or snow. Many northern creatures, such as polar bear, white whale, Iceland falcon, and snowy owl, are more or less white all the year round. In these cases the whiteness is permanent. In the other cases it is periodic. In all cases, no doubt, a constitutional predisposition to the suppression of pigment has been established, but it is probable that the low temperature is the immediate condition of the non-appearance of the pigment. We must keep in mind the case of the wan newt called Proteus from the Dalmatian caves, which is always pigmentless in the darkness, but rapidly develops pigment when kept in the light. Similarly, the stoat sometimes remains a stoat, for example, in the south of England, or, somewhat mysteriously, in individual cases. We do not know enough as yet to say how far the whiteness of the winter suit expresses an ingrained racial periodicity not to form hair pigment in the fall of the year, and how far the whiteness means that the cold has directly and individually affected the chemical routine of the body and the circulation in the skin. We await more facts. When we almost tread upon the white ptarmigan among the snow on the high hills, we are inclined to lay considerable emphasis on the protective value of the whiteness, which gives the bird a garment of invisibility. We should be slow to reject this interpretation, but suspicion rises in our mind when we see how conspicuous the mountain hare often is when there is no background of snow. We are also aware that the stoat has almost no enemies from which it may escape by turning into a white ermine, and if it be said that the elusive carnivore is enabled to slink on its prey, say a ptarmigan or a grouse, among the snow, it may be replied that the ermine is conspicuousness itself when the surroundings are not white. In short, there must be some deeper significance in the periodic whiteness of ptarmigan and ermine, and in the permanent whiteness of snowy owl and polar bear. The answer to the biological riddle is that, for a warm-blooded animal in very cold surroundings, the most economical dress is white, for it loses least of the precious animal heat. It is physiologically the fittest dress because it conserves the warmth of the body, which enables the chemical processes to go on quickly and smoothly. In very hot surroundings, a white dress is again the best, for it absorbs less than other colors would of the external heat. Lying low. Another way of meeting the winter is to sink into lethargy, lying low and saying nothing. When there is no income, the only chance is to have no expenditure, or almost none. Thus the snail closes the mouth of its shell with the lid of hardened lime and slime, and, seeking the recesses of an old wall, lies inert through the cold months, not without some loss of weight and some degeneration in its tissues. When the outside temperature is near the freezing point, the heart of the garden snail may beat only 4 times a minute, instead of the 40 times observed in summer. It is hardly a modus vivendi, a way of living, that this snail has adopted, but it is a way of not dying, and that is always something. The same kind of lethargy is to be seen in the chrysalids of moths and butterflies, which often remain hidden away during the winter months, in many ways like the seeds of plants. But it must be remembered that in both cases changes may be going on, especially as the severity of winter begins to yield before the approach of spring. The full-grown frog feeds on insects and grubs, on earthworms and slugs, but these are not readily available in the winter, so the frog snuggles into a hole in the bank, or up a disused drain pipe, or even into the mud, though this is rare, and sinks into a winter torpor, which must not be confused with the true hibernation restricted to a few mammals. Similarly, there are tortoises and terrapins that bury themselves in the dry ground or in the wet mud and lie quiet all the winter through. In some kinds of tortoises, the winter torpor does not set in if they are kept in artificially heated quarters, and it is interesting to learn that this disturbance of the natural rhythm sometimes upsets the constitution in rather subtle ways. Another instance of lethargy may be found in the limbless lizards, or slow worms, which coil up together, sometimes a dozen of them, in a mossy bank, and a great tangle of adders is sometimes found in the recesses of a cairn or haystack. In cold-blooded animals such as reptiles, amphibians, and fishes, the temperature of the body tends to approximate to that of their immediate surroundings, hence the advantage of a confined space or blanketed nook, which is a little warmer than the open. The body may become stiff without fatal results, but if the heart should be actually frozen, there is no recovery. We cannot help wondering that survival is so frequent, especially in cases where the normal life is intensely active. It is not difficult to understand survival when an insect spends the winter in a well-wrapped-up, quiescent pupa state. But we have to bear in mind cases like the full-grown queen wasp or hornet in the crevice of an old tree, or the full-grown queen humblebee in a hole in a mossy bank. Winter sleep. In the article on mammals, there is some discussion of true hibernation, as seen in hedgehog and marmot, dormouse and bat. A brief reference must therefore suffice. A few mammals, such as those just mentioned, have some imperfection in their warm-bloodedness, that is, in the power, confined to birds and mammals, of adjusting the production of heat and the loss of heat so that the temperature of the body remains constant. The hibernators are those mammals that cannot balance their books as regards heat. When the cold weather sets in, they give up a hopeless struggle. In obedience to an ingrained constitutional rhythm, they betake themselves instinctively to some snug corner or well-curtained recess. The temperature of this restricted space is higher than that of the open world, so that the relapse of the winter sleeper into a sort of reptilian cold-bloodedness is not fatal. If they hibernated in the open, it would be the end of them, but in a recess they do well. Condensation into small bulk. In plants like tulips and hyacinths, we see another way of meeting the winter. The whole body of the plant is condensed into more compact and less vulnerable form. In the same way, the shedding of leaves is like a relinquishing of outposts when hard pressed. A bud is a shoot in winter quarters. A very interesting case is that of the rootless bladderwort of the loch that captures water fleas in tiny traps on its floating stem. In autumn, the terminal buds, heavily laden with reserves, drop off and sink to the warmer water at the bottom, whence, lightened, they float up again in spring and start new plants. This is to be compared to the not very familiar, well-protected external buds, hibernacula, of colonies of small aquatic animals called polyzoa, which persist throughout the winter when the rest of the colony dies. Similarly, the freshwater sponge in the river or lake rots away in the autumn, but does not wholly die. Certain clusters of cell called gemmules appear in the moribund body, each well compacted together, and encased in beautiful capstan-like spicules of flint, which fit closely into one another. These start new sponges in the spring. Although they are not very well known, there are many illustrations of this method of meeting the winter by condensation and incystation. Another solution, already referred to in connection with autumn, is laying up stores. The squirrel with its stores of nuts is the instinctive counterpart of the intelligent housewife. The hamster with its stores of grass and grain is the instinctive counterpart of the intelligent farmer. It must be recognized that the storing habit in hive bees is an essential condition of the persistence of the community throughout the winter. It is interesting to know of the Mediterranean ant, Aphinogaster sardoa, which lives in holes in the ground but does not store. Huddling together is their form of sociality. They form living balls, ant interlocked with ant, by the mandibles and tarsal joints, and they hold the eggs, larva, and pupa in the middle. It is almost like a diagram of a primitive society, and certainly matriarchal. A ball consists of 300 to 1,000 individuals. Males have not been found, and the investigators saw only one queen. In winter, the ball is very stiff and is slow to relax when it is unearthed. In summer, however, the ball is naturally more plastic. It is always being unmade and remade. Now, the point is that this simple case where the whole communal life is summed up in huddling together is the beginning of the ant-hill, in which abundant storing has made more elaborate social life possible. Migration. Neatest of all the solutions is the circumventing of the winter, illustrated by the migratory birds which literally know no winter in their year. Enough has been said of this in the article on birds, but a reference is necessary here to complete our survey. It has become ingrained in the constitution of the great majority of our north temperate birds to pass in autumn from their nesting place, always in the colder part of their migratory range, to a resting place in warmer southern lands. The neatest way of meeting the winter is to evade it altogether, and that this is relative is plain enough from the fact that many a curlew finds it sufficient to descend from the inhospitable moorland to the fields by the shore, and that many a lapwing finds it enough to pass from Aberdeenshire to Ireland. It must also be noted that various birds that nest in the farther north, such as fieldware, redwing, snowbunting, great northern diver, and little auk, find Britain very congenial in winter, and are our winter visitors. Reduction of numbers. On a different tack altogether is the solution of the winter problem which is suggested by the empty wasp nest. There has been a drastic reduction of the population so that only the young queens are left to survive the winter, which they pass in solitude and lethargy in the shelter of some partly broken tree stem. Towards the end of the autumn there is a grim tragedy in the wasp's nest, for the wasp grubs that are left in their cells are devoured. But this wholesale infanticide is only anticipating the death which the cold weather would soon bring about, and it may be that the gorging helps the young queens to pass the winter months in their cupboardless hiding places. The same kind of solution is exhibited elsewhere as in the case of humble bees, for of the large summer community only the young queens live on through the winter. Elimination. Such cases naturally lead us to the conspicuous fact in the biology of winter, that it is a time of sifting, the time of severest elimination. Winter is indeed an opportunity for rest and recuperation, but it is also an opportunity for winnowing. The rest and sleep of winter are often the necessary conditions of the vigor of another spring, but in a deeper way it is through the sifting, winnowing, pruning, or elimination of ages of winters that there has been spring after spring of progressive evolution. End of section 15.
Section 16 of The Outline of Science, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in July 2020. The Outline of Science, Volume 4, by J. Arthur Thomson. Chapter 34. What Science Means for Man. Life, Mind, and Matter, by Sir Oliver Lodge. There are three things partly within and partly beyond human reach: truth, goodness, and beauty. All are necessary for completeness, and a being in whom they all reach perfection would be what we call divine. But with our limited capacities, few of us can do more than aim at one of them, though if we are able to retain the open mind, we may hope that by faithful effort in one direction, something of the two others may be added unto us. The aim of science. The direct aim of science is truth, and the temptation of its devotees is to concentrate too narrowly on this one aim and lose sight of the wealth of existence which gives all the meaning and value to bare fact, thus gaining but a purblind view of the universe, in spite of a large accumulation of knowledge which is accurate as far as it goes, but so incomplete as regards the totality of things as to be liable to mislead. But such narrow students of science are not philosophers. They may pose as such occasionally, and be loud in the negation of everything outside their own range, but true philosophy must take a wider view. It must open its eyes in every direction, and seek to comprehend the length, and breadth, and depth, and height, and to interpret something of the great reality which passeth knowledge. Only so can the man of science escape the narrowness of specialization. He must keep his mind open to the universe in every direction, if he is to perceive something of the fullness of existence. But to truth he must be faithful. That is his peculiar quest, and no slackness in making sure of his facts can be permitted to the scientific man. Narrowness of range is a pity, but it is pardonable. Blasphemy against the spirit of truth can never be forgiven. The particular aspect of the universe which most impresses the man of science at any one epoch is liable to vary. Existence is so multifarious and bewildering in its scope and variety that not only has humanity to make distinctions and contemplate things seriatim, but investigators must divide themselves into groups, and each group attend specially to its own department. In this way, science has become split up into a number of sections, and the workers in one section are often ignorant of what the others are doing. A wide philosophy under these circumstances is impossible. It is only by getting out of our groove from time to time and attempting a survey that we can assist the philosophers who perhaps have never entered a groove at all. They seem to us to be too thinly supplied with facts, whereas we are apt to be overburdened with a lopsided load of them. Hence, philosophers and scientific men often fail to understand each other and sometimes quarrel. Paragraph 1. Outlook on the world. Looking round then on existence, with eyes clouded a little by special study, but as widely open as we can get them, what do we see? An unbounded universe of space, containing spherical masses of matter, some hot and glowing, some dark and cool, distributed not at random but obedient to law and order, with motions that can be formulated and positions that can be more or less predicted. Examining matter more closely, with the help of instruments of precision, we find it consists of atoms of known size and behavior, and we find also that these ultimate atoms of matter are not really ultimate, but are composed of something else, something that we call electricity. And this electricity also exists in little specks, which appear to imitate the larger masses in their regular motions, and which display a region of beautiful law and order in the very interior of the atom. Then, when we come to investigate the intermediate region of apparently empty space, we find that it is not empty, but contains a something that welds all the separate fragments of matter into a cosmic whole, and also that it carries vibrations and transmits force from one to another. And all this study of matter and ether, with its extraordinary ramifications, belongs to the science of physics, or, as it used to be called, natural philosophy. The laws of motion of the particles and masses of matter are so elaborate that they require for their elucidation and study an abstract science of form and number which we call mathematics. With its aid, a vast theoretical structure can be built upon a comparatively small basis of actual experience. The process is a wonderful example of brain power, but it is risky. Mistakes and oversights may readily be made, and accordingly every deduction must be brought to the test of experiment and observation and rigorously verified. The two fundamental branches of mathematics relate to number and form, that is to say, arithmetic and geometry. Algebra is an auxiliary art or a method of dealing with problems which otherwise would be too difficult. Further, we can study the grouping of the atoms together, the patterns they make when they combine into molecules, and the complicated properties characteristic of the substances which their groupings form. So men have built up that great branch of natural philosophy which is known as the science of chemistry. Certain collocations of these complicated molecules give expression to a new emergence of reality, for they are able to form the physical basis of living creatures or organisms. These are the seat of chemical and physical processes, but we cannot deal adequately with living creatures, e.g., in their behavior and development, by means of chemical and physical formulae and concepts alone. It appears that they are controlled and utilized by something that we call life, or else, as some desire or prefer to express it, the complexity of their molecular structure enables them to simulate such a control. Thus arises the science of biology. Under the influence of life, the available energy of the world, which all derives from the sun, is guided and directed so as to produce structures such as would never be produced by unaided physics and chemistry, for instance, seashells, honeycombs, leaves, and birds' nests, though all that goes on is wholly obedient to the laws of ether and matter. But those laws are supplemented by the activity of something that we call life, and the result is a world of plants and animals, flowers and birds, an extraordinary world of beauty and animation and instinct, and something surely akin to joy. Evolution of mind. A further development makes this manifest, for life gradually evolves into mind, and through mind we know at first hand, and from our own experience, that joy and sorrow, pain and grief, love and hate, I and thought and design, will and desire, feeling and aspiration, hope and faith, are realities certainly existent in the totality of things, however they can be accounted for. So comes into being the science of psychology and other developments, up to those gropings of the spirit of man that we call, on their practical side, religion, and in their theoretical aspect, theology. These may be regarded as the major sciences, but there are many minor ones having to do with special portions of the universe, like geology and geography and meteorology, all related to the earth. Others to do with men, like history and sociology and anthropology and archaeology. And of course, biology has many branches, such as physiology, the mode of working of the animal or vegetable organism, and anatomy, its structure, also zoology and botany, dealing with the classification and habits of living things. Then again, others have to do with practical applications, like engineering and medicine and agriculture. The abstract science of number and form called mathematics we have already referred to, and a separate branch of physics called astronomy must be mentioned. Paragraph 2. Does then science cover the whole of existence? By no means. There is the region of art and literature, and the whole realm of the good and the beautiful, which lie outside its scope. As human beings we have the right of entry, as men of science we must ask permission to enter. If we ignore all this realm, we suffer, and our philosophy is little better than dry bones, a skeleton which others may clothe with flesh and wake to life. Readers who desire a more eloquent exposition of the relation between science and the rest of existence should read the Introduction to Science in the Home University Library by Professor J. Arthur Thomson. The human spirit is more at home in poetry and literature and art than it is in the gropings and cautious investigations of science. It is able to leap to conclusions by intuition. It likes to disport itself with full and untrammeled imagination. It is privileged to enjoy, and so far as may be to produce, beauty in music, in painting, in architecture, in poetry. And its achievements in these directions, sonatas, parthenons, and divine comedies, are of supreme interest to humanity and rank among the highest creations of man. For in this region, it is not discovery that is arrived at, but veritable creation, the production of some work of art that would not otherwise come into existence, and before which the man of science can only bow his head. Men like Shakespeare, Dante, Michelangelo, Beethoven, love and perceive the principles of goodness, truth, and beauty, all three, and have thus caught some glimpse of the unchangeable reality. There is no antagonism between poetry and science. There should be no antagonism between religion and science. There are many ways of arriving at truth. The scientific path is but one. Beauty and truth. We have said that the conscientious pursuit of truth may perhaps lead us to some apprehension of goodness and beauty, too. So it may be that the reverent pursuit of beauty will lead us intuitively into the realm of truth, as Keats more concisely said. And what the earnest following of the good may do for man has been shown by the achievements and inspiration of the saints, the full meaning of which we are as yet hardly competent to judge. The mind of man is enriched from many diverse channels. The feet of man are guided up the ascent by many diverse paths. The aims are different. The goal may be one. All roads lead to Rome, and all avenues conscientiously explored lead in the direction of the truth. For the truth is larger than what any man deems possible, and no one man or group of men has any monopoly over that divine fragrance. Hidden and rare, and yet dazzling and splendid, she emerges from her enwrappings, more beautiful than ever we had imagined, and grander than anything we had conceived. Paragraph 3. Relation between life, mind, and matter. Life, mind, and will. These things being so, how can we acquiesce in the materialism of science, or justify the scientific man in excluding from his attention so many aspects of the universe and attending to the laws of forces and the motion of matter? The answer is, because that is his proper business, and because the whole of nature is obedient to those fundamental laws, no matter what other laws it may be also obedient to. Exclusion from attention is perfectly legitimate if it assists the business in hand, and has no sort of connection with a materialistic philosophy which affirms some things and denies others. Thus Laplace, when catechized by Napoleon as to the place of God in his mathematical system of the world, was right in replying that he did not need that hypothesis, because he was working out his theory in accordance with the laws of matter and force alone. And a splendid achievement it was. Not complete as a philosophy of existence, certainly not. Nor was Newton's still greater, because earlier and more fundamental, theory complete philosophically, and indeed he felt this so strongly that he diverges and ends his book with a reasoned assertion of his profound faith in a divine being. Nevertheless, he had reduced the heavens to law and order on purely mathematical lines, and he went further and uttered the pregnant aspiration, which since his time has been so extensively fulfilled, that all the rest of physics, everything depending on the motion of the atoms and of the electrons, and upon all the intricacies of molecular constitution and movement, might be similarly dealt with. Would that the rest of the phenomena of nature could be reduced by a like kind of reasoning from mechanical principles. Yet he was a theist of the most profound conviction. Whether Laplace was or was not, I do not know, but it does not matter. His achievement was not in philosophy or theology, but in mathematical science. And he made the famous supposition that, given certain data and sufficiently superhuman mathematical skill, so that the path of every atom could be followed, its past orbit ascertained, and its future orbit predicted, all the phenomena of nature, past and future, could be calculated out and would inevitably follow. So they would if the universe was solely mechanical, and if there were not the element of life, mind, and will in addition. The introduction of self-will or free will shatters the completeness of every purely mechanical scheme. Predictions can only hold good in the absence of a disturbing cause, and the predictions of Laplace's calculator would be valid only in the region of inanimate matter, and perhaps in the regions animated by the lower forms of life. How early spontaneous activity occurs in the ascending grade of existence is a matter for discussion, but in my view the path of a common fly, as it sports with others round a pendant from the ceiling, is not likely to be deducible from any physical data on purely mechanical principles. And, if that is so, it means that an incalculable element introduces itself very low down in the scale of animal life, even though physical or mechanical principles alone dominate the vegetable kingdom, which some may doubt. Life does not break any of the laws of chemistry and physics. It employs them all. But it supplements them. It directs energy into new channels. It cuts through an isthmus and unites two oceans. It builds a viaduct and unites two countries. It plants a forest or floods a desert and alters a climate. It can divert rivers and tunnel through mountains. It has developed the manifold structure of civilization. And lower down in the scale, it collects wax and builds a honeycomb. It consumes corn and produces a feather, a marvelous structure when closely examined. It lives on a cabbage leaf and develops the beauty of a butterfly's wing. So also, and par excellence, the spirit of man rises superior to bodily and material trammels, and disports itself in the region of intellect and imagination and poesy. Things beyond experience become food for its contemplation, and it feels itself akin to the infinite and the eternal. Paragraph 4. Nature of life. What then do we know about this organizing principle that we call life? Exceedingly little. The living organism was shown by Pasteur to be responsible for a good many processes which up to this time had been regarded as merely chemical. Chemical they still are, but guided in fashion, much as similar chemical changes may be guided and contrived by the skill of a chemist in his laboratory. Unconsciously, through the agency of microscopic forms of life, fermentation and digestive operations are carried on, agriculture is aided or rendered possible, and diseases are both produced and combated. One must not dogmatize on what has been, and probably is, a controversial subject, but the possibility that life may be a real and basal form of existence, and therefore persistent, is a likelihood to be borne in mind. The idea may at least serve as a clue to investigation, and some day may bear fruit. At present it is no better than a working hypothesis. It is one that on the whole commends itself to me, for I conceive that though we only know of life as a function of terrestrial matter, yet it presumably has another aspect too. And I say this because I see it arriving and leaving, animating matter for a time and then quitting it, just as I see dew appearing and disappearing on a plate. Apart from a solid surface, dew cannot exist as such, and to a savage it might seem to spring into and go out of existence, to be an exudation from the solid and dependent wholly upon it. But we happen to know more about dew than that. We know that it has a permanent and continuous existence in an imperceptible, intangible, supersensual form, though its visible manifestation in the form of mist or dew is temporary and evanescent. Perhaps it is permissible to trace in that elementary phenomenon some superficial analogy to an incarnation. So also when we come to the higher manifestation of life that we call mind and will. These things are not energy, but they utilize energy and direct it into prearranged channels. They aim and fire, as it were. They discriminate between friend and foe. They attend to things far beyond the scope of material force. They have ulterior motives and are influenced by anticipation of the future. The blind energy of an explosive is liberated and neither increased nor diminished, but its manner of application, and therefore the result attained, can be a subject of consideration and can be preordained. The essence of mind. Matter possesses energy in the form of persistent motion, and it is propelled by force, but neither matter nor energy is endowed with the power of automatic guidance and control. Energy has no directing factor. It has no element or ingredient of direction. It possesses magnitude only. In that respect, energy is like matter. It is also conserved like matter, and it is amenable to directing influences which are applied to it indirectly through the agency of material force. To change the course of a fragment of matter, a force must act upon it. Matter itself has no spontaneity, it is entirely inert. Inorganic matter is impelled solely by pressure from behind. To everything in front it is perfectly blind. It is not influenced by the future, nor does it follow a preconceived course, nor seek a predetermined end. An organism animated by mind is in a totally different case. The intangible influences of hunger, of a call, of perception of something ahead, are then the dominant feature. An intelligent animal which is being pushed is in an ignominious position and resents it. When led, or when voluntarily obeying a call, it is in its rightful attitude. The essence of mind is design and purpose. There are some who deny that there is any design or purpose in the universe at all. But that cannot possibly be maintained when humanity itself possesses these attributes. It is not more reasonable to say that just as we are conscious of the power of guidance in ourselves, so guidance and intelligent control must be an element running through the universe, and may be incorporated even in material things. Matter, the vehicle of mind. Matter is the instrument and vehicle of mind. Incarnation is the mode by which mind intersects with the present familiar scheme of things, and thereby the element of guidance is supplied. It can, in fact, be embodied in an intelligent arrangement of inert inorganic matter. Even a mountain path is a concrete expression of something human. It is able to guide, and it has direction. It is a manifestation of intelligence. It leads to a destination, though itself inert. Direction is not a function of energy. The energy of sound from an organ is supplied by the bellows, which may be worked by a mechanical engine, but the melody and harmony, the sequence and coexistence of notes, are determined by the dominating mind of the musician, not necessarily by that of the executant, for the composer's mind may be expressed to some extent even by a pianola. The music may be said to be incarnate in the roll of paper which is ready to be passed through the instrument. So also can the conception of any artist receive material embodiment in his work, and if the picture or a beautiful building is destroyed, it can be made to rise again from the ashes, provided the painter or the architect still lives. In other words, his thought can receive a fresh embodiment, and the perception of beautiful form shall hereafter, in a kindred spirit, arouse similar ideas. There is thus a truth in materialism, but it is not a truth readily to be apprehended and formulated. Matter may become imbued with life and full of vital association. Something of the personality of a departed owner seems to cling sometimes about an old garment. Its curves and folds can suggest him vividly to our recollection. The tattered colors of a regiment are sometimes thought worthy to be hung in a church. They are a symbol truly, but they may be something more. I have reason to believe that a trace of individuality can cling about terrestrial objects in a vague and almost imperceptible fashion, yet to a degree sufficient to enable those traces to be detected by persons with suitable faculties. There is a deep truth in materialism, and it is the foundation of the material parts of worship, sacraments, and the like. It is possible to exaggerate their efficacy, but it is also possible to ignore it too completely. The whole universe is metrical. Everything is a question of degree. A property like radioactivity or magnetism, discovered conspicuously in one form of matter, turns out to be possessed by matter of many kinds, though to very varying extent. So it would appear to be with the power possessed by matter to incarnate and display mind. Grades of incarnation. There are grades of incarnation. The most thorough kind is that illustrated by our bodies. In them we are incarnate, but probably not even in that case is the incarnation complete. It is quite credible that our whole and entire personality is never terrestrially manifest. This indeed is part of the doctrine of the subliminal self. There are grades of incarnation. Some of the personality of an old master is locked up in a painting, and whoever wilfully destroys a great picture is guilty of something akin to murder, namely, the premature and violent separation of soul and body. Some of the soul of a musician can be occluded in a piece of manuscript, to be deciphered thereafter by a perceptive mind. Matter is the vehicle of mind, but it is dominated and transcended by it. A painting is held together by the cohesive forces among the molecules of its pigments, and if those forces rebelled or turned repulsive, the picture would be disintegrated and destroyed. Yet those forces did not make the picture. A cathedral is held together by inorganic forces, and it was built in obedience to them, but they do not explain it. It may owe its existence and design to the thought of someone who never touched a stone, or even of someone who was dead before it was begun. In its symbolism, it represents one who was executed many centuries ago. Death and time are far from dominant. Are we so sure that when we truly attribute a sunset, or the moonlight rippling on a lake, to the chemical and physical action of material forces, to the vibrations of matter and ether as we know them, we have exhausted the whole truth of things? Many a thinker, brooding over the phenomena of nature, has felt that they represent the thoughts of a dominating unknown mind, partially incarnate in it all. End of section 16.